100. Triple-double Nikola Jokic again for the second straight time in South Florida.
Welcome to a pretty good edition of a show today on Monday, because the weekend was great for the teams. And you got another game today. It's going to be at 1 o'clock. Happy MLK Day. If you're on the roads, please drive carefully. They're a little slick out there. Listen, for what you wanted to see over the weekend, I don't know if any of you are tuning in for my pain or not. For you guys, it was good. For me, miserable. We'll get to that later. The Nuggets stepping up and playing a couple of games where it's just trying to get right again. So you finish with a win against the Heat, in which, yet again, the big detail to me in both of these games, Magic and Heat. 113 to Miami. 100 is what you held Orlando to. As much as the Nuggets can play defense that way, you're going to have yourself in prime position to go back to a contending type of championship team. Now, are they perfect? No. Do they still have some problems that needs to be taken care of? Of course. But it's all about defense. Like, all of it is about what are you going to do defensively to give yourself an opportunity that if you get to that 120-ish number, are you going to win? You know, a month ago, if the Nuggets scored 113 points, they probably lose by 15. Just the reality of where their defense was at that time. They want to keep stepping up and playing defense this way. It can change a lot of different details of where you expect this team to eventually go. Just the truth. You know, we can talk about, hey, what's Jokic and his numbers looking like? How well is Porter playing? Is Murray stepping up and playing well? And that's the other thing. You've had now an extended stretch of, really good basketball, it feels like, from Jamal. And it just happens to coincide when Jamal plays well, the defense steps up too. It all kind of goes hand in hand. Because I think part of it, it's a mentality. When you do what you're supposed to be doing, talking about Jamal, you're going to be in a place where the team feels comfortable. And I can't emphasize enough, like, Jamal Murray is the X factor, the key ingredient, the whatever you want to call it on this team that just makes everything gel correctly. Jamal plays well. A lot of times it doesn't matter all that much how the bench is playing. Jamal plays well. The defense seems to step up with it. Jamal plays well. You get more of what a Jokic-type game is supposed to look like. You want to know how I know Jamal is playing well? Here's Jokic's shot attempts over the last 4 games. 9, 12, 7, and 13. 9, 12, 7, and 13. He's averaging this season 20.5 shots per game, by far the highest of his career. This is the way that Jokic wants to play basketball. And that all hinges on Jamal doing what he's supposed to be doing. Now, look in the opposite way. So, again, Jokic shot attempts, the last 4, 9, 12, 7, and 13. Here's Jamal, 16, 24, 14, 26. That's kind of what it's supposed to look like. Now, do you want Jamal leading your team in shots every game? Probably not. Like, you want Jokic to mix it in there, but I think Jokic is making up for lost time. He's saying, it's been a while since I can kind of kick my feet up and just let you do everything. Or you do the bulk of the work, and I'll just add things in when I can. So I think he's taken his time with this one. And the Nuggets yesterday step up. They beat Orlando 113 to 100. they're looking like the Nuggets team that we've come to know for, the last 5 years. Said the same thing about the Avs when they made the trade for Mackenzie Blackwood and Scott Wedgwood. When those guys first got here after about 4 or 5 games of watching it, it's like, aha, that's the Avs team that I recognize. That's the one I've been watching basically since I've got here. Because they didn't look like that early in the season. Now they're still dealing with injuries and all that, and we'll get to the Avs in a second. But when it comes to just style of play, which to me translates over to, are you comfortable with, or are you confident, I should say, because the confidence is the factor that matters the most when it comes to these two teams. Do they look like they're playing free and easy, or are they pressing? You saw a couple of playoff teams this weekend press and panic and look out of character. And I wonder who I'm talking about. Yeah, who knows? But the point is, when you're playing with confidence, everything comes easier. It's just the truth. 303-504-0925. Meanwhile, the Avs playing today. That game's going to be at 1 o'clock at Ball Arena. I'm taking baby Jamal Cale to her first ever sporting event at Ball Arena, so this is going to be a historic day in the Kane household. And listen to this, Nelly. You want to know how spoiled my daughter is, and she won't even remember this? She's 2.5. She's not going to remember this game. Her first game's going to be in a suite. Can you believe this? Can you believe this life that baby Jamal Cale lives? I had to wait like 32 years to get into a suite, just once. Now, speaking of the Avs, they take care of business against Dallas over the weekend. There was a lot of weirdery, is what I'll say it in that game. I mean, was it Jamie Benn who gave the old whoop to Makar? That's
Wait, hold on. You're telling me Jamie Benn, who's the captain, by the way, who wears a captain's C on his sweater, you're telling me Jamie Benn did something dirty? Brett, that guy's a choir boy. He would never, ever do something over the line. I'm shocked that you would start Monday by telling me that Jamie Benn did something dirty and inexcusable on a sheet of ice. I don't know what to do with this info, Brett.
Well, here's the weird thing. Other sports, this happens. Again, you watch the football games over the weekend, you're going to get somebody who does something a little bit distasteful, tries to accentuate a call. Mahomes flopping out of bounds is like a perfect example. Now, that's not dirty in the sense of he's hitting somebody in their nuts, but it's against the what do you want to call it? It's against the, how about a Mojo Lombardi and Kane word, the decorum of the game. The thing is, hockey, you don't do that because a lot of times a giant person who's 6'7" named Lars will come out and punch you in the face over something like that. And the next time that Dallas plays the Avs, I will be very curious to see.
March 16th, Ball Arena.
I don't
Sleep
know.
with one eye open, Jamie Benn.
I don't think the Avs will have a large man named Lars on their team by then, but they'll have somebody on there that is a large man that is going to take some liberties with old Jamie Benn.
Yeah, and you're right that this happens in a lot of different sports as well. Like we saw actually in the Ravens game, Lamar Jackson was scrambling out of bounds and somebody on the Bills tackled him. It was fine. Like I don't think it was a dirty play, but in the moment when you're seeing it bang bang, it looked like it may have been a late hit out of bounds. And so Lamar Jackson's lineman, Colorado's finest, Roger Rosengarten, went over there and he grabbed the dude who tackled Jackson by the collar and he started shaking him and said, "Don't you dare touch my quarterback. This is what's going to happen to you."
Sure.
And I saw that and I said, "Attaboy. I don't care whether it was dirty or not. Set the standard early. Stand up for your boy." So that's what I want someone on the Avs to do. They need to roll someone out there, and to quote the Goonies, they need someone to knock Jamie Benn so hard that when he wakes up, his clothes will be out of style.
For sure. And we'll get to all this in just a couple of minutes. I do want to talk about the football games over the weekend, the Lamar-Josh Allen matchup. I understand everything that the Houston Texans are saying, but they're losers for saying it. I'll also just throw that out there. Everything they said, I'm like, I get it. You're a loser for saying it out loud. So I want to talk about some of these games from over the weekend in just a second. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Happy to be back on a Monday. Back after this.
He got sacked 3 times last week by the Chargers, 8 times in this game, 63 times overall this season. And that's something the Texans have got to figure out. Their offensive line. Chiefs win it. Andy Reid and company are moving on.
3rd and 10. 4-man rush. It's Goff throwing over the middle, and it's picked off. Jeremy Chin. And Washington will be going to the NFC Championship for the first time in 33 years.
Barkley time?
Oh, it has to be. No question. I mean, you may tell Jalen Hurts to keep one at some point, but only if it's wide open you keep running.
At 118 yards and adding to it. There goes Barkley into the clear, through the snow, all the way home. He's hit another home run against the Rams. And this one might send them to the championship game.
Bateman is back in. The whole season essentially comes down to this play for these two great teams. Roll, flip it, got it. Oh, the ball was dropped. He had the 2-point conversion in his hands. Andrews did not hold on.
He out-leveraged him. Buffalo wasn't prepared for that. What a play call.
It's shocking.
It's shocking. That's caught 999 out of 1,000.
That was the divisional round over the weekend, and there's a few big details I want to get to. I want to start with the matchup from last night in Lamar and Josh Allen. And if you guys are waiting to hear my tears, they're coming soon. I promise. But
Josh Allen.
I mean, this is the big matchup that was billed against the 2 MVP candidates, right? And I couldn't help but think that we've just forgot. I don't know how this happens. Lamar, Josh Allen have had fantastic years. The Eagles are nothing without Saquon Barkley. They had 65 passing yards in that game. And he ran for 200 and 2 touchdowns. So we'll get to that in a second. But this Lamar and Josh Allen billing, I do not have any of my TVs on in here. But I can only imagine what's going to be happening on ESPN. Because here's what's going to, in my estimation, here's what's going to go down, if I had to guess. We're going to say that Lamar's a loser, and Josh Allen proved that he was the MVP with that game. And I'm going to be furious. Lamar didn't play a perfect game. Neither did Josh Allen, by the way. Tough conditions. Josh Allen threw for 127 yards. He ran for 20, couple of touchdowns. But Lamar, he had no touchdowns passes, though, Josh Allen. Lamar threw for 254 with 2 touchdowns and a pick, and he ran for 39 yards. And it comes down to end of game. Can you drive down the field? Can you get the score that's going to tie everything up? And the answer was yes. With 1:30 left, goes out there, gets the touchdown, and that 2-point conversion that you heard, he rolls out to his right, and Mark Andrews just straight up drops it. Puts the ball where it's supposed to be. It's a walk-in 2-point conversion to tie it. You got a chance to go out there, force overtime, get the dub. And because Mark Andrews dropped the ball, Lamar Jackson now gets the tag of can't win a playoff game again. Going on the road to Buffalo, we just saw how difficult that was with the Broncos last week. You got really tough weather conditions. And it felt like he outplayed Josh Allen. Now, did make the mistake, did throw a pick, but still.
And he also had that weird fumble where he was scrambling backwards and just dropped it.
Yeah.
He had 2 turnovers. That is very rare for Lamar Jackson. And I think that's what's going to aid the national narrative that thankfully you're not seeing in your TVs, is that in one of the biggest games of his entire career, he had 2 turnovers by himself, which he didn't do, I think, throughout the entire regular season.
Yeah. Look, a couple turnovers hurt, but also made a couple of big plays. And, if he gets the 2-point conversion, who knows what happens from there. Maybe Josh Allen goes down the field and leads him to a chip shot field goal. I don't know. But that was the big matchup from over the weekend. Now, I want to get to Eagles, Rams, Lions, Commanders in a second. But going to the Chiefs, the first game of the divisional round weekend. The Chiefs come out on top, and for the 7th straight year, they're in the AFC Championship game. Now, this is
vomiting and all that.
This is why I wanted to point something out. I hate them. I can't stand them. I think the world is turning on Kansas City too. Like, if you're not a KC fan, then you probably dislike Kansas City. Now, the Texans didn't do enough to win that football game. And there's something about when teams play Kansas City, they go mental. Like, they can't figure anything out. It's like kickoff, game starts, opposing team playing the Chiefs goes, durr, for 60 minutes. And I don't understand what the issue is. Kansas City, it's like you're fighting against a ghost of Christmas past. Because that team is just okay. They got a really good defense. But their offense doesn't do really anything. They don't run the ball well. They don't throw the ball well. The only guy who had a good game offensively was Travis Kelce. And that's the one guy you should know I got to stop. Now, Mahomes getting personal foul calls, things shifting the way of the Chiefs. I know how it looks. We all see it. It's not difficult. But here's my point. Hey, don't give up an 80-yard kickoff return to start the game. Why are you missing extra points? Why are you missing chip shot field goals? Why are you allowing a field goal to get blocked? Why are you getting sacked 8 times in that game? Like, all of that stuff is within your control, so worry about the things that you control. You want to know how in their heads teams are when teams are playing them? I don't know how many people picked up on this. So, game's winding down. We're in the 4th quarter. It's the blocked field goal drive. So that drive starts with 4:30 left on the clock. Houston needs 2 scores. They likely want to try and get touchdown, 2-point conversion, and then a field goal to tie the thing up, or 2 touchdown, whatever you want to call it. Okay. So they're having a decent drive, moving it down the field, and then they get stagnant in the red zone. You know, they hit Nico Collins on that big throw that puts them within like the 15. Make another play where they're down inside the 5-yard line. And they're trying to rush a play before the 2-minute warning, which I didn't understand. What's an extra 4 seconds? Take your time and call the right play, but they rush one. And what happens? It's what happened in the entire game. C.J. Stroud takes a sack. Did anybody else notice this? Because this is how in their heads people are. Timeouts are a premium. Like, even if you don't get it, like they didn't, you can still kick a field goal. You just can't take a sack. But at the 2-minute warning, C.J. Stroud gets sacked, and what does he do? He tries to call timeout when he's laying on the ground when the 2-minute warning's there. It's like, what happens in people's heads when they play this team? So, yes, they're the beneficiary of a whole bunch of calls. But I couldn't believe it. Every single person in that Houston locker room, when they were asked about it, they all said something along the lines of this. This is their head coach.
How did you feel about some of the questionable or controversial penalties?
Yeah, we knew going into this game, man, it was us versus everybody. Right? When I say everybody, it's everybody. All of whatever. Everybody, the naysayers, the doubt, right? Everybody.
The face that he's making, he's implying the refs. Players on Houston went as far just to call out the refs and say that they're making bad calls. I think that they're absolutely right. I think they're right. Here's another example. Here's C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, you know, those things are tough. You know, I'm not going to go back and forth on what I thought was a call, what I thought wasn't a call, you know. And, you know, it's one of those things you kind of know what's up before you even walk in the arena. And we got to be better and just being accountable and sound. And, you know, some things, you know, I think we had a couple calls that weren't called that I'm begging for, but at the same time, it is what it is. You know, like, I can't argue with the ref and at the same time play football. I got to go and do my job. So, yeah, I would say, you know, it's definitely some things that I would question, but at the same time, I mean, they're the professionals. They're getting paid to be refs, and, you know, they did ultimately their best. And, yeah, but, you know, this kind of thing, you know, it's us against the world, you know, when you're playing in these type of environments and games.
All right. See, like, I'll just say it. You sound like a loser. You do not get to go to the... If they played a perfect football game and then they got jobbed by the refs, that's one thing. They played far from perfect. They played bad. Like, they played bad. And yes, Kansas City got bailed out with a couple. Here's the thing. You play LeBron James, you know that's coming. You know it. You have to do everything in your power to not let it come down to the refs. You cannot say that as a player or a coach. You know, I cringe every time I hear a coach say something, and in some instances, it's like, hey, last play of the game, bad call is made. Remember when the Saints got that pass interference call in the NFC Championship game? Or
they didn't get one.
That's what I'm saying. Didn't get it when it was clearly a PI. You want to go after the game and say something like, that's ridiculous? I think that's okay because it costs you the game. And coaches do that. This wasn't that example. There's a couple plays, and look, they're big plays. They can change the outcome of games. They can. But you played like ass. Why are you asking for perfection from the ref when you were far from perfect? And again, Nelly, let me repeat this. I totally agree with them. But when you're good for as long as the Chiefs have been, and you are the class of the NFL, and you're going for a third straight Super Bowl, which has never happened before, you think the refs aren't going to give them a couple of calls that slant their way? Of course they are. Of course.
Basically, today your motto is everybody needs to be Sean Connery from The Rock when he says, losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and the prom queen.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, they can't do it. So, look, I want to save a couple more minutes. We'll get back to this in a bit because there's a couple of texts I want to get to about that subject. Now, in the meantime, the Lions game. I know you're all here for my tears, okay? I could barely watch football yesterday. I'm still mad right now. Still mad. But partly, I remember I was talking to D-Mac weeks ago when all these injuries racked up on the defensive side, and I said, they're dead. The Lions in this Super Bowl dream is dead because they're too hurt. At some point, you can overcome it. Now, could the Lions have scored 50 points if they didn't turn the ball over? Yeah, they could have. But that's what you need every single time? And my entire point, Nelly, was you can't ask one side of your football team to be perfect for the team to succeed. Like, it can't happen every week. And what went down? Goff played terrible. What was it? 4 turnovers by the end of the game? Like, that is completely out of character for him. But it was similar to a Nuggets story. It's like when you're stressing one side of the ball so much, something else is going to take a hit. And I did not expect this against Washington. But am I surprised at all that Jaden Daniels had that type of game against them? I'm not. The defense has been ravaged with injuries. Why I'm pissed is because the offense didn't do their job. Like, I expect every game that the Lions were going to be in this year was going to be, you have to win this game 38-35. But that's why I told you it's too much stress on one side of the football to be perfect every time they take the field. Like, Nelly, I'm telling you right now, they went out for the first drive and they went 3 and out. And I looked at a buddy who was watching the game with me and I go, this is big time trouble. Like, they can't have a 3 and out. And so when you put that much pressure on it, this is how you arrive at this conclusion. I hate it.
It's like
I wanted to burn my house down at the end of the game.
It's like what we were saying about the Avs, where the team played differently in front of a bad goaltender. And now that you have a consistently good goaltender, everybody in front of them isn't walking on eggshells because you can make mistakes and your goalie bails you out. You're saying that now for the Lions, they didn't have a defense that they could depend on, look, so the offense was gripping. Is that what you're saying?
To make the Avs reference, when they had Georgiev, you needed to score like 5 goals just to give yourself a shot. That's what it felt like every night. Now, it didn't always play out that way, but it felt like that. And the offense couldn't score 5 over the weekend. They played bad. Like, they ran the ball well, some questionable play calls. Like, Jahmyr Gibbs he wasn't stopped once. Whenever he touched the football, it was like 10 to 12 yards, and they just kind of stopped doing that. I don't know. It was ugly. It was as bad of a feeling as I've had, actually. It was worse than last year. Last year, to a certain extent, it was like, I can't believe they're here type of stuff. You expected them to be in this situation, and they just blew it. They blew it. Now, on the Eagles side of things, you want to talk about being perfect. It's going to take one 40-yard game from Saquon for them to lose by 20 points because they cannot throw the football. Jalen Hurts is not good. They had 65 team passing yards in that game, and they beat L.A. 28-22. And the score was closer than the game even indicated. And we're sitting here talking about Lamar and Josh Allen for MVP. Somebody explain to me why Saquon Barkley shouldn't win. He is as valuable as any quarterback in that league to that team specifically. If Saquon tweaks his ankle and can't re-enter a game, how many points do the Eagles score? Because it's probably like 13 or less. He is remarkable to watch. Like, Jalen Hurts took 7 sacks for 63 yards. And he had a grand total of 128 on the day. That's what the passing game was. Wide receivers on that team. By the way, who are those wideouts? Perhaps the best duo in the league in Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. They combined for 6 catches for 35 yards. Saquon Barkley ran for 205.
And I can't believe on the broadcast you heard Collinsworth and Tirico saying, "Is it Barkley time?" "Oh, yeah, it's Barkley time." And then he immediately ran 78 yards to the house through a blizzard.
Of course.
Even the commentators know this is the guy. And then the Eagles know this is the guy. And the Rams couldn't do anything to stop him.
Look, we'll jump back to some of this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. We got Nuggets tickets for tomorrow's game against the Sixers to give away. 2 pairs. We'll give away one at 8:30. So I'm going to give you a keyword at 7. 8:30, we'll give the first pair of tickets away. When we give those tickets away, I'll give you another keyword, which will announce the winner at the end of the show. So tune in at 7 o'clock for that keyword for your first chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and Sixers tomorrow. Back after this.
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
All right. I want to go back to the Chiefs for a second. And again, when you hear what the Texans were saying after the game, I just don't think you can do it. I don't think you can go out there and start barking about refs and they're the reason why you lost. I will say one thing. Mahomes flopping like that out of bounds is one of the most egregiously stupid and awful things I've ever seen. Like, everybody wondered, and for the record, if there's any Chiefs fans listening, I want to tell you something right now. You might be agreeing with me in the manner in which the Texans are complaining about refs after the game, and I think that that's like a loser thing to do, okay? You are not agreeing with me on the idea that the Chiefs get calls, but they do. They do get calls. And I will tell you this, to a certain extent, you've earned it. When you're 7 straight AFC title appearances and going for your 3rd straight Super Bowl with the best quarterback in the world, you go ahead and you get the benefit of those calls. I'm not even mad at that. But before you start barking up that tree that, yeah, get them, Kane, call them losers for complaining about refs after the game. I turned on Mahomes the second that they played the Bills, and he couldn't stop talking about one call of offensive offside. Okay? That's my turning point on Patrick Mahomes. That's when I went from, this guy's fine, to I hate him. And then he gets to the post-game press conference. He's like, oh, well, it's going to ruin Travis Kelce's Hall of Fame bid. Like, that's stupid stuff. The second he did that, I was done. To watch that dude try and flop a index finger to the back as he's running out of bounds is disgusting. I think fine-worthy. You do not even begin to let that stuff start in the NFL. Not my league.
And as much as it pains me to pay any compliments to the massholes and the Patriots dynasty, Tom Brady, that dude would sack up and take massive hits. Remember, just the other day, we showed that video on the big board behind you of, was it Elvis Dumerville?
Yeah.
On the Broncos, who absolutely pasted Tom Brady.
Brady would do the point at the helmet stuff sometimes. Like a lot of quarterbacks do that
right.
now.
But he got so much flack for crying and be a crybaby, and Patrick Mahomes has absolutely taken him to another level.
The flop was out of this world. I mean, for someone to go out there and say that. Now, Texter said this earlier in the show. Brett, don't you think teams should say it out loud to the press? It's so bad, it's worse than what it used to be. No, I don't think they need to say it to the press because we know it. We know it. Like, this isn't a surprise to anybody who's been watching football this year. The Chiefs get calls. The league knows it. They're okay with it. That's the God's honest truth. Roger Goodell is not surprised when somebody is complaining that Mahomes gets calls or the Chiefs get calls. It's not like the first time he's hearing it. They know. They just don't seem to really care, which that can go to a whole other level of that's why you're pissed. Fine. But I just don't think as a player or especially a coach, you can even begin to mention that stuff. Because if DeMeco Ryans is saying one thing to his room, he should be saying, hey, why the hell are we giving up, 8 sacks in that game?
8 sacks.
That's
crazy.
Why are we missing 3 different field goals? 1 to a block, 1 to a miss, 1 extra point. Why is that happening? Like, that's the stuff you should be upset about.
And you probably remember fondly when the Nuggets were facing the Lakers in the Western Conference Final in the 2023 playoffs. What did all of us on this station say? What did Kaz, the voice of the Nuggets, say every game? In order to beat the Lakers, you're also going to have to beat the refs.
Yeah.
And that's just what it was. He accepted it. Scott Hastings accepted it. Marlowe accepted it. Everybody on that broadcast accepted that the whistle isn't going to go your way ever because LeBron James exists. So guess what? Suck it up and be better. You got to beat him. And that's what's going to happen for the Eagles.
But here's the main thing, though, Nelly. You can. The Chiefs aren't that good. It's not like they're a team that beats you by 30 and they get calls. They didn't even play well. I say this all the time about the Chiefs. They have a very, very, very good defense. That is true. But that offense, there's nothing like potent about it. They have like a couple of plays a game where somebody make a big play. You know, Travis Kelce I think he's very obviously on the down slope of his career. I mean, he's been in the league forever. He's 36, 35 years old? It is by far his worst season that he's had since his second year in the league. I mean, he racked up 7 straight 1,000-yard seasons, and this year he had 823 yards and 3 touchdowns. And in that one game yesterday, the Texans allowed that guy to go off for 117. Like the one guy you have to be ultra concerned about on offense. Like everybody talks about Xavier Worthy. He's just fast. He doesn't have he's not Tyreek where he's open all the time. I don't know. It upsets me. And I still want to go back to this idea, and we will later. Saquon Barkley not being even an also ran in the MVP discussion is insane. Insane. By the way, I'm not an insider information guy. I'm not a source cultivator. I never wanted to be because that feels like something that has to do with work. Like this job is not work. I just get to spout on here and you guys get to hear me cry when my team loses and we get to talk about the Nuggets and Avs games and stuff like that. It's fun. What do I always tell you? If you're new to this show, you'll hear me say this a million more times. I am not a journalist. I'm a jackass with a microphone. That's what my job is. I'm here to throw a couple laughs your way and then say, here's my thoughts about sports. But I did get information about the Deion stuff. And sounds like he's going to sign that extension either today or tomorrow. That this was not about holding out on the contract for trying to get more NIL money. Like I was told that stuff is false. Now, I don't know what he's holding off for. I don't know what the purpose of it is. But I was told that this is all just fodder. This is stuff for people to talk about, that it's not real. Him, the Cowboys thing, not real. Like Jerry Jones, it just feels like he's winging it. He's like, yeah, sure, give Deion a call. I'll call Jason Witten, who's coaching a high school team right now. I will, yeah.
Settle down just a little bit.
But this, from what I'm told, will be over soon. So put your fears at ease a little bit on that.
I was impressed by that, Brett. In our show group chat over the weekend, you said something. You pulled a Schefter and said, according to my sources, this is what I've heard about Deion.
I rarely get them.
It's like, attaboy, Brett. Okay, I didn't even know you had a source singular. Look at you.
Well, Vic spit one out, and I was like, oh, yeah? Well, I got something, too. Anyway, so I'm told that'll all be put to rest here in the next 24-ish hours. Now, speaking of high school, I did notice one thing that I want to say about the Lions game, and I want to tell you the level of pissed I got. So Goff gets hit in the chops, right? And it looks like he had a concussion. He probably did. But he came back in the game. And who went in for him? Do you remember, Nelly?
Yeah, Teddy Two Gloves, QB1.
And I screamed, why is somebody who was a high school coach 3 weeks ago playing for my football team? They had multiple people on the field I've never heard of. With a chance, whatever. You'll hear my tears later.
Yeah, and Brett, just like the GIF I sent to you after that game went final.
You're just like me. Trash.
Welcome to the couch, pal.
Yep.
We got a spot for you.
All right, got a keyword to give away for a pair of Nuggets tickets to the Sixers game tomorrow. That I'll give away right when we start the show. Mojo Lombardi and Kane next.
Watson in the front court. Jokic behind his head. Gordon. Dunk with the right-handed tomahawk. Joker with goggles on the back of his head. He led him from 15 feet away from the basket, and Denver leads him by 11. Triple-double by Nikola Jokic, 24, 12, and 10. 30 points by Jamal Murray. Denver wins it tonight by a final of 133 to 113.
2 seconds to go. 1 second. Sound the horn. Skyrockets in flight. Afternoon delights. Cale Makar, his 100th career NHL goal. Jonathan Drouin, his 100th career NHL goal. And Ross Colton's 300th game is a 6-3 Avalanche win over the Dallas Stars.
Kick out three, Strother. Jumper's good. Timeout called by Orlando. The Nuggets lead it by 21. Man, this second half, this has been a whooping. Well, a successful road trip for Denver. They beat Miami, come in and turn it on in the second half to beat the Magic. Final tonight from Orlando. Denver 113, Orlando 100. Triple-double, Nikola Jokic again for the second straight time in South Florida.
Good weekend for the Avs and Nuggets as the Avs take on the Wild today at 1 o'clock, and it's baby Jamal Cale's first game she's going to. How about that? Nice little MLK day for baby Jamal Cale. I was just telling Nellie, I was like, you know how spoiled that kid is? She's not even going to remember this. Her first game is going to be in a suite. I had to wait like 32 years of my life to get to a suite. Her first game.
Well, it's the only way you can corral some of those kids.
That is true.
Soft.
That's what I thought.
She's not going to know the difference.
I know.
So put her in one of those nursing booths and then...
Wait, do they have those there?
Yeah, they have the breastfeed booths.
Oh, one of those booths. Okay,
In fact, go in there.
Just me and her emerge.
I elected not to say the body part. I said the nursing booth.
Yeah.
You know.
I didn't know if it was like, sometimes in church they have those quiet rooms for kids who are screaming during the middle of a sermon. I didn't know if there was one of those rooms inside the ballroom.
Sometimes I do nap in there.
Anyway, happy MLK Day, everybody. There's a lot to get to today. Obviously, the football games over the weekend, the Avs and Nuggets with a good weekend now. We can start. We got the national championship game today.
What a day.
I mean, huge day, huge day. So here's what we're going to do, though. We got 2 pairs of tickets to give away for the Nuggets and Sixers tomorrow. So I'm going to give you a keyword starting now, and we're going to give this away at like 8:20 to 8:30. And then after that, I'll give you another keyword, and we'll have another winner at the end of the show. So the keyword at the beginning of the show today is load management.
That's words.
Yep.
I
Key
mean, come
phrase.
on. We do this all the time. If you're going to call it a key word, make sure it's a word.
No. But they got to earn it. That's a good prize. So you have to have 2 words, spell it correctly.
These are lower bowl tickets. I think that warrants keywords plural.
Keywords,
That's fine. These are nice.
I don't want to confuse people, though. So, yes, 303-504-0925. Text in load management. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and the Sixers tomorrow. Here's my question to you guys. Where do you guys want to start this morning? Do you want to start with the football from over the weekend? Do you want to start with the Avs and Nuggets from over the weekend? Where do you want to go?
Well, I enjoyed watching the Nuggets because the Nuggets are now starting to be the Nuggets.
Yeah.
They're starting to do what they're supposed to do. I mean, they hold Orlando to 100 points. It's a 23-win club over there. I like what they're doing. It makes me feel better. Vic, I almost took a deep breath over the weekend and I just went,
Can I give you a couple numbers? First of all, the Orlando win is nice. I mean, it's very rare that the Nuggets can win both legs of that Florida trip, Miami and Orlando. Very, very rare. I'd have to go back and look at the history books and see how many times they've done that. I guarantee that's on one hand how many times they've swept both of those games. That's number one. Number two, keep in mind Orlando was missing 5 key players, so let's not go crazy here. Orlando was not Orlando.
Sure,
but you still had to win, and we've seen the Nuggets lose to lesser teams before. You still had to win the game, and they dominated. I need you to understand something.
They did not shoot the basketball well.
No, but I need you to understand something. The Denver Nuggets have won 10 of their last 13, correct? That's pretty good, correct? Mm-hmm. Do you know that their last 11 wins, 10 of those 13, 11 wins, by the way, if you go beyond that. Their last 11 straight wins have been by double digits. They're not winning. They're blowing teams out right now. They are playing as close. They're resembling the team we know right now. I asked Jamal Murray last night after the game. I said, are these the Nuggets? Is this the team we've been waiting for? He goes, we still have some stuff to take care of, but defensively we're getting there, and they are.
Well, I got a couple stats for you. Who's your stats guy with the Nuggets? What's his name again?
Dan Hyatt.
Dan Hyatt.
And Doug Strauss.
I'm going to play the role of Dan and Doug this morning because I got a couple stats for you. So, I'm just going to take the last 4. So, Orlando, Miami, and then that 2-for against Dallas. Nuggets defense has given up 100, 113, 99, and 101.
Yeah.
In those last 4 games, Nikola Jokic has shot the ball 9 times, 12, 7, and 13.
Love it. I love that, and he loves
He's
that.
averaging 20 and a half this year, his highest by far of his career, and he's averaging about 10 shots in the last 4 games. Now, conversely,
I can give you a direct reason why.
Conversely, I got you. Jamal Murray in the last 4 games has shot 16, 24, 14, and 26.
Yeah. The reason why Nikola Jokic doesn't have to carry the load like he did the first part of the season is because he's got Jamal running with him now.
Yep.
Even last
it's
night.
It's a 1-to-1.
He's shooting efficiently. He's shooting 50% over the last few games. But even last night, he had a little issue early, wasn't scoring, didn't see much. And then in the third quarter, he was like, okay, I got it.
Yep.
Get out. Get out of my way. I got you. And then he just toasted anybody and everybody in front of him. And he has those moments, those Murray flurries, if you will, where you could see it. You could say, okay, there he is. Got him.
The second that Murray starts to play what his role usually is and should be on this team, everything feels like it comes together. Defense plays better. Offense operates more efficiently. Like, all that stuff seems to gel.
It just clicks, and you can see it. It's just so funny, Vic. I see it with the Avs, too. When things are going well, you can just see it. But this Nuggets team, when you see it, you're like, they're on today. Don't worry. You just sort of know it. I don't know, Vic. It makes me feel better. It makes me calm down, relax a little bit. That third quarter, after that third quarter last night, I'm like, this thing's over.
Yeah.
Done. And those are the good old days of the Denver Nuggets. And now we're starting to see that again. I'm not saying that they're ready for prime time and ready to win it all again, but I'm saying they're starting to put things together that make them look like they should look.
I'm telling you what I do like, and I don't know if they're going to sustain this or not, but having AG come off the bench gives them an extra kick.
It does.
Really does.
I don't know if I like it.
I brought that up last week, and I got my butt kicked.
I just don't know if it's sustainable from him.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to want to do that. I don't know, but whatever combination they can give you where they give you that, he's like instant energy off the bench. And it just helps immensely. It really does. Guys, I don't know if you probably weren't paying attention. You were watching the playoff game, as most people were. But I interviewed Christian Brown afterwards, and he finishes with 20 points, 11 rebounds. Had a great game, 7 of 7 from the free throw line. And I awarded him after that interview. I gave him, which I had in my suit pocket. I took it from the media room. I had a grape and peanut butter Uncrustable, one of those in my pocket.
Yeah.
I gave it to him, saying, here you go. You win this for your performance. He ate it.
He did?
Yeah.
Dude, those things are really good. I know it's just peanut butter and jelly, but I actually I bought a box of those about a month ago. The convenience of just reaching and grabbing one of those and having one is like, it's so
Brett,
great.
This thing was like almost tortilla flat because it was in my breast pocket of my coat, and I just sort of had it.
How long was it in there?
Well, just the course of the game, but it was nice and warm next to my chest, and he ate it. That's how hungry these guys get after games.
It makes me like him more, actually.
Love the guy.
I will say this: peanut butter and jelly.
Do you want a suit sandwich? I got a suit sandwich for you.
Peanut butter and jelly it's just so good. I like to make my own, though. I like the Uncrustables, don't get me wrong, but I like to.
It's just convenience.
I have the Concord grape jelly in the squirt thing, right? Put it on there, and then it'll ooze through the side a little bit, and you gotta bite the side of the sandwich where it's oozing out a little bit so it doesn't drip on you.
Uh-huh.
I don't like the squirter. I like to pour it on. I like the knife.
I squirt first, then smooth second.
Nobody likes a squirter.
You know what? I'll say this. I'm with Vic on the jelly. I like the knife, not the squirt bottle. When it comes to Miracle Whip, I like the squirt bottle and not taking out the jar. So different that way.
So you're more of a Miracle Whip guy than a mayonnaise guy?
Oh, totally.
High five, baby.
Yeah.
Come on, give me some of that.
Yeah. It's a little bit more tangy. A little bit more tangy.
It not only is it all day. See, it's all day. That's a given, right?
Yeah.
Vic, you wake up, it's all day Miracle Whip. But it's also all night.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's all day and all night.
And all night, Vic. He doesn't get it.
I don't
look
get
at
it. Yeah,
look at
right.
this mayo. Look at this old, Hellman's mayo guy over here.
I'm a mayo virgin. I don't use all that crap on my food. Moj, you would know this, though. Can you explain to Powder here the feeling that your skin gets when you go from 75 degrees, Orlando, Florida, Miami, when you go from those temperatures, you get off the plane in Denver just 4 hours later, and it's minus 11. Can you please help him understand what that's like for the human body to undertake that difference?
For those who are out there, Vic, I'll explain.
It's cold this morning.
Yeah.
And slick. Be careful on the roads.
Today's drive-in, Vic, you wouldn't know about that, but today's drive-in, what did I say to you? It was what? Sketchy. It was really
Bro, the drive from the
sketchy
airport
today.
at 2:30 in the morning took me an hour.
Yeah,
I gave Nelly one of those phone calls this morning. Say, hey, can you add a couple of spots for me? Because it's
just
a
in
little
case.
treacherous this morning.
I know, but it was a little bit colder when we got off the plane in Winnipeg, a couple weeks ago. And you're walking through the plane, and then you get to the plane door, and you got to walk down the. You're like, it's one of those. That's how cold it's. It literally takes your breath away, and it feels like you're being stabbed.
Yeah, you know what else takes your breath away? Getting hit in the nuts with a hockey stick. And what do we got to do about Jamie Benn here? What do we got to do?
Moj, I saw it. I saw the replay. I've seen everybody talk about it. I just want to ask, would he be able to come up with an excuse, a valid excuse of why he did that? Or is that even forgivable? Is there any way around that?
Dude,
was that just the intent?
I'm staring at this replay right now, like Moj. He stares in the exact spot he's going to flip the stick to. Like, there is nothing unintentional about that. Nothing.
If Vic Lombardi's out there and he's crashing down the slot and Cale Makar is going to defend him, you're uncoordinated on your skates. I could see where a stick might get into another region and you don't know what you're doing, right?
Sure.
Jamie Benn knows exactly where his stick is at all times. He knows exactly what he's doing at all times. Nothing is by accident with him. He's been in the league an awfully long time. These guys know. He knows.
Well, then how does he get away with it, though? How does that happen?
I don't know that anybody really saw it. I don't think that anybody really knew what happened at that particular moment. Because Makar went down. He went into the netting. That was a really tough shift for him. The whole thing was a total disaster. I don't think anybody really – I didn't see it in real time. I didn't know what happened in real time. We had to go back and back and back and back before we finally realized.
It's well, at least the Avs get this win, 6-3, the final score over the weekend. They get right back at it today at 1 o'clock.
Jared Bednar did something. I guess we'll talk more about it as we go on, but he created what was essentially a new second line.
Yeah.
Middlestat with Drouin and Lehkonen.
Well, it got Middlestat going.
Well,
the first thing I noticed, it was like,
dude, they had 10 points.
Mm-hmm.
Middlestat finally gets on the board. Thank God.
Did you see his reaction? Very happy.
Mm-hmm.
And he should have been happy. I mean, it's 1 goal in 26 games is tough, bro, especially when you start out with 6-10.
Yeah.
But that whole line was going 10 combined points for that second line, a really good sign. Now, on the converse side of things, Jared Bednar liked some shifts, and he liked some individual games. He didn't like that top line's game as a line against Dallas, even though they won 6-3. So we'll see. We'll see what happens today.
Adam Schefter is going to join the show at 8 o'clock to recap the divisional round of the NFL postseason, which we'll get to in just a second. Reminder to you guys, a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and Sixers tomorrow. Text in the keyword load management with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll draw our first winner at around 8:20 this morning.
It's a lot of texts.
8:30 this morning. I'm sorry, 8:30 is our first winner, and then we'll have another keyword. So 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, so it's us. It is the morning sprint with Raj and Coach Sanford up until 12:30, which makes way for Avs pregame with that game at 1 o'clock. So after the game gets done with the postgame, you'll get Kreckman and Lindahl. So that's the lineup today.
This building is empty.
Totally empty. Nobody's here.
It's a national holiday, which it should be. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. It should be a national holiday. And that's good. But we're here to talk to you. These Taylor Swifties back here and whatnot, they just take the days off whenever they want to. Yeah.
Moj, the big reason I'm here, because I could have easily just taken the day off after that cumbersome trip back from the East. But the reason I'm here is to caress our good friend Brett and make sure he sits in my therapy couch a little bit. Because let me tell you something, brother. I was pulling for you. I felt awful for you. What a disastrous night for Brett Kane and his family watching their team fall apart.
Now, look, I know we're here for the tears, and we'll get to it. We could do it now if you want to. I think that there's a couple bigger stories from the divisional round weekend. That Bills and Ravens game, really good. The Chiefs stuff with players and coaches calling out refs after the game, I found odd. We can get to the tears if you want to.
Well, let's just get that out of the way now because I don't want it to linger.
Okay. I'm still angry, like far more angry than I was even last year. Because this year was...
At what?
Just the situation. I mean,
Jared
Goff turning the ball over at I mean, here's
Brett, my
issue.
takeaway from that game is Jared Goff was greedy when he didn't have to be. The run game was working perfectly. He's trying to force the ball into places that they don't need to.
I agree. It's also Ben Johnson just give Gibbs the football. He's getting 12 yards a carry. Why not just ride that? But here's my issue. I said this to D-Mac. You guys remember when the Lions suffered a couple more injuries, and I was like, the Super Bowl thing is done because you can't be this hurt defensively and win a Super Bowl. We all knew what the situation was. The Lions had to score 38 points to win a football game almost every time they took the field. First quarter, drive of the game, their third corner on the depth chart, which became their number one due to injuries, snaps his arm in half.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, great.
Vic, they brought guys in, did the Lions, that Brett didn't even know.
Vic, there was a number 40 on the football field. This is the divisional round of the playoffs. I don't know who that person is.
Yeah.
But they had, because Goff gets hit in the chops and definitely got a concussion, but came back in the game.
He definitely was concussed.
Teddy Bridgewater was coaching a high school football team a month ago.
Listen, this is what you do to cope. I get it because, my Irish are missing 5 starters tonight and 4 backups.
Okay, first of all, not even close. But this is what I was going to say.
What's the difference?
That at the end of... Here's what I want to say. I told D-Mac this a few weeks ago when I declared the Lions' hopes of a Super Bowl dead due to the injuries. And he goes, well, why? They've won 13 games or something at that time. And I said, you can't ask an offense to be perfect every single night. They're going to have an off day one day, and that's going to happen, and this defense is going to get carved up. Like, Jaden Daniels is a really good rookie, guys. He's not that level good if he's facing a defense that's got some starters on it still.
Vic, with the kid, with Robertson going out in that first quarter with a broken arm, including him, since December 1st, the Lions had 17 players on IR. Now, I mean, out. This is out. 17 different dudes, including that dude. So if you look at the second quarter of that football game, where they gave up 28 points, and by the way, Goff helped them. The fumbles sucked.
Yeah.
The picks were terrible. But you're also missing, Vic, you take 17 players off the Denver Broncos this year, where are they?
Moj,
They're probably picking first.
I totally get it. But the reason they lost that game is because Jared Goff could not secure the football. He couldn't protect the football. They lost that game. I get it. They were injured. They were beaten. They were bloodied. They were bruised. I get all of that. We all recognize it. We don't dismiss that. But Jared Goff did not take care of the football, and that's why they lost.
Sure. I don't disagree.
I completely agree, but they had to play perfect. Otherwise, they can't win.
Well, that was the whole thing, is that if the offense wasn't perfect for a week, then they were going to lose. And they were far from not perfect. They were, I was going to say bad. They still put up a whole bunch of yards and points, but they just kept turning the ball over, kept giving it away.
By the way,
I felt sorry for Goff when he got trucked after throwing that pick six. Oh, God.
That should have been a personal foul, but they also got Montgomery was not grabbed by the face mask.
See, I don't believe in
that's the-
personal fouls on
I
quarterbacks
agree.
if they're going to try to be tacklers. I don't believe in any of that
agree.
crap because the referee discussed that afterwards. The guy's trying to make a tackle. He's part of everybody else at that point. Take his head off.
I agree with Vic. People saying that should be a personal foul. It's like, yeah, he got him in the chops, but whatever. He was trying to make a tackle. That's
Yeah, like a blocker's supposed to sit there and go, all right, let me evaluate here. Who is this? Who's coming out of my... No.
The
you
only
just
reason
knock everybody in your way.
And
the
by the
only
way,
reason you thought that was a personal foul is because that was a quarterback.
But we were talking about this weeks ago when who was it on the Broncos that absolutely blew up Gardner Minshew on PS2's pick six against the Raiders? Remember that? And we were all saying if the refs took away that pick six because it was roughing the quarterback or unnecessary roughness, we would have gone crazy. So I mean, apply the same standard to Jared Goff. He threw a pick, he got his clock cleaned. That's how it goes.
Which brings us to the Kansas City game. Mm-hmm. And as you all know, on this show, there was a time there where I was a Mahomes apologist. What would you call that? Remember the era?
He was unbothersome to
Yeah,
me.
he was unbothersome.
Do you remember
That's
that?
a good way to put it.
That was a couple years ago. Remember he flew out to Denver. He did a commercial.
Yeah,
here
I didn't
in
like
Golden.
that. Yeah, well, he did it on top of the Coors plant. He was hitting
And
golf
I was like,
balls.
I like Patrick Mahomes. He's a good guy. I've never had an opinion reverse so quickly and so succinctly as that one. That dude is a foul baiter like I've never seen. That guy's a flopper. That guy gets special treatment. That guy got away with a couple calls in that game that no other quarterback. I don't think there's another quarterback in the league that can do what he does based on who he is. Not what he does, but who he is. It was ridiculous. We all saw it. I had the mayor of Kansas City call me out on Twitter, by the way. The mayor. And I didn't know what to do with that.
I saw that. It's really.
I didn't know. Do I feud with the mayor? I just sort of let it go.
Vic, I told Bear, I'm like, uh-oh. She's like, what? And I said, Vic, he's in a fight now with the mayor of Kansas City. You know what she said to me?
What did he call you? Did he call you a little girl or something like
He
that?
called me. He says to me, and it's a great comeback line. My tweet was very simple. It was a very innocuous tweet, and it got like 7.5 million engagements for some reason. After the call that was given, the second call Mahomes was given to him, where they called personal foul, I said, yeah, I'm done. Mahomes can't get separate rules. That was my tweet. All right. To which the mayor said, girl, please.
That's Quentin Lucas.
The
is his
mayor
name,
of Kansas City hit me with a girl, please.
Now,
I told the Bear, Vic's in a feud with the mayor of Kansas City. She said, so what?
Well, here's the thing. This is what I want to say about this. You guys should remember this, by the way. My tune changed on Mahomes after one instance, and this is going to apply directly to KC fans, where if I'm going to say something, and if you're a Kansas City fan, you're going to agree with me, but you should stop because there's an and afterwards. All of this stuff, we'll get to the audio in a second. D'Amico Ryans, these players for Houston calling out the refs after the game, I think is loser behavior. Do not do that, especially when you allowed an 80-yard kickoff return to start the game. You missed an extra point. You miss 2 other field goals with one being blocked.
That was a 10-minute drive that you scored on, and you missed the extra point.
And I don't know what it is about teams when they play Kansas City, because I watched that game and I'm like, this team isn't good. They aren't good. Kansas City's not. They have a really good defense. They can't do anything on offense. They don't run the football. They don't throw the football well. They do nothing. And yet, all these teams panic. Like, you know what it really crystallized it for me? So they're down 2 scores. Houston is. Late in the game, 4.5 minutes left. They have that drive to try and make it a 1-score game, right? They get 2 timeouts. Clock's a problem. And C.J. Stroud takes 2 consecutive sacks. But on the first one, do you remember they tried to get the playoff right before the 2-minute warning, which I don't understand why they thought 3 seconds was valuable in that. Just like take your time and call a good play.
Well, it's going to be a timeout, though. I don't know.
Well, Stroud takes the sack. And what does he do? Signals for a timeout when the 2-minute warning is up. And I'm like, what's going on in your guys' head right now? Like, why does everybody panic against this football team? But for them to call out the refs afterwards, after all of that stuff I just mentioned, not focusing on their own stuff, I think is loser behavior. Yeah. But with Mahomes specifically, I remember when they lost a football game a couple years ago against Buffalo. No, the ref's offensive offside. That whole thing, I changed immediately. And now he's doing that flopping stuff on the sideline.
Yeah.
Are you joking?
Thank God, Vic. Thank God on that one play where he went to the sideline, then he basically stopped inbounds so he could take the hit and then fly himself out of bounds. Thank goodness that side judge did not take the bait and throw the flag.
I can't tolerate that team anymore. I want the Bills.
It was just ridiculous.
I've never wanted a Buffalo team so badly as I do next week. I want Buffalo to go in there and not just beat them, but beat them bad.
I completely agree.
By the way, are you guys going to help defend my honor with Quentin Lucas, the mayor of Kansas City? Are you going to let him go after your boy like that? We have to defend my honor.
Well, I don't know what I could say back to him.
Yeah, Vic, you've always defended your own honor.
I don't know what to say. Maybe help me out, listeners. He hit me with a girl, please. Girl, comma, please. What do I do? I'm not going to get into I'm not going to.
Well, you did respond. You responded with.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Yeah, I'm a man. I'm 40 with Mike. What's his name? Gundy.
Yeah, I could have gone deeper. Could have gone a little more risque, but I'm going to honor the position of mayor of Kansas City.
Here's the issue, though. You want me to say something back to this mayor. I can't really say anything football-wise because they continue to win. So that's off the table. I don't want to get into, I don't know any of his background, his politics stuff. I don't want to go that route either. I don't know what, and to be honest, girl please is pretty benign.
I know. It's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah. I think sometimes you just got to say, got me. You got me.
Get me. I just thought it was funny.
No, I mean, I think you're put in a box where you don't really have anything you can say back.
But can you explain to me why my innocuous tweet is very innocuous compared to some of the other things that you may have read? Why does that hit his microscope?
Well, that's the thing is, how does the mayor of Kansas City come across that?
Why that?
How did he find it?
Because you guys paid attention over the weekend. There were far more illustrative and animated and angry reactions to Patrick Mahomes than my simple one about getting separate set of rules.
Somebody said, send him the dinghy painting.
Yeah, then I'll get busted for
I don't know how. Listen, you've got a pretty far reach. You've got a lot of followers, Vic. But somehow you came across his radar, and I don't know how that happens.
I got a bigger question, though, in this. They see it, right? Like, even if you are blind faith with your team.
They see it because they react like that. Because there's so much.
They are defensive about it.
I'm not saying they see the criticism.
Do you understand how many death threats I got off of that? I'll show you the DMs. Do you understand the reaction I got from something that benign? That's when you know they know.
Hang on, but what I'm saying is not that they see the reaction from other people. They see that they get the benefit of a lot of calls, right? Even if you are as blind faith as you can be about your team, like Lakers fans have to at least see that.
So if they do recognize it, Brett, and they acknowledge it, that's called what? Even though they're Kansas City fans?
Being intellectually honest?
There you go. Good job, buddy. Good job.
Yeah.
Yes. If Kansas City fans are being intellectually honest, they will admit that, man, they get calls that other teams just don't get. So then people started sending out, I love this, all the Brady hits over the years that were not flagged on Brady, and he's just getting destroyed, tattooed, head taken off stuff, right? Pretty awesome.
Can I say one other thing? So Bills and Ravens last night. Bills win. It was a weird game. It felt like Lamar mostly outplayed Josh Allen for the most part, but he had two big turnovers in the first half. Now, 7 points came from those two turnovers. But here's the thing. You want to see a quarterback make a play to win a game, right? So he goes down that drive late fourth quarter, gets the touchdown, needs the 2-point conversion. And Andrews drops it. Like, it's a perfect play. The ball is a little bit behind him, but it had to be because he's getting close to the pylon, so it's just turn around, catch it, back your way in. And because he drops it, the Bills get to move on, and maybe they go down, they get a field goal after that anyway, who knows. But I'm just curious what you guys think of the Ravens, Lamar Jackson, who again suffers a playoff loss before a championship game appearance.
I feel bad for Lamar Jackson. That's my immediate reaction to that game, especially that 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
You cannot execute it any better than what Baltimore did. And he put a ball in a place that 99 out of 100 times you secure, you catch, you fall into the end zone.
Especially that tight end, Vic.
Yeah,
That guy's a really, really, really good player.
And the excuses are coming in. Oh, the throw was thigh level. It was too low. Oh, the icy can. I don't. Every excuse you want in the book, keep throwing them. That catch has to be made 100 out of 100 times. Stop it.
Yep.
I would argue to you that if you threw that ball to Mark Andrews in the mall or grocery store, on the field,
blindfolded,
he's going to make that catch.
Yes.
99 out of 100 times.
Yep.
So maybe the football gods were on the Bills' side. There's no reason for it. I don't know. And I feel bad for Lamar, too, because it's not on him. And, I started to think about this. Are all those quarterbacks that lost to Joe Montana, those guys suck. Those guys can't get it done.
Well, that's what I was asking last week.
I mean, it's like, dude, if you're going up against Josh Allen, and then also there's Patrick Mahomes. I mean, it's hard to win. It's hard. I feel bad for the guy because he did everything he could, in my opinion, to win. The one pick was bad. It was a floater.
I don't know what
fine.
happened
But other
with
than
the fumble. The fumble was weird, too.
Yeah.
But I saw somebody, they said this, Vic, if Jaden Daniels makes a Super Bowl before Lamar Jackson, then we need to have a serious discussion or something. I'm like,
no.
Do you know how much harder it is to make the Super Bowl in the AFC as opposed to the NFC?
At the same time, as much as I've felt sympathy toward Lamar Jackson, I am so glad Baltimore lost because I hate Baltimore.
Yeah.
I just don't like Baltimore. They're my second least favorite team in the AFC outside of Kansas City. So, Buffalo, this is your opportunity now, Bills fans. I know there are a lot of you here. This is your opportunity to shine and make not only your fan base happy, but the fan base here happy.
Yeah.
Make all of America happy. Let's be honest. All of America can be happy.
Everybody not in Kansas or Missouri is rooting for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah. Does the same thing apply on the other side? Is everybody rooting against Philly?
Oh, I'm big time rooting against Philly. Big time.
Yeah.
Although Saquon is such a stud.
He is, but it doesn't matter. There's something about Philly. First of all, Philly got so lucky to win that game.
Okay, well, you know what I want to get to next, and we got Adam Schefter at 8
o'clock.
So
lucky.
The game last night was billed as the two MVPs facing off against each other, right? The two MVP candidates. And the guy I think should win the MVP played in the game before because they're nothing without Saquon Barkley, and I want to get to that next.
Eagles have the ball at their own 22-yard line. Barkley time?
Oh, it has to be. No question. I mean, you may tell Jalen Hurts to keep one at some point, but only if it's wide open you keep running.
At 118 yards and adding to it. There goes Barkley into the clear, through the snow, all the way home. He's hit another home run against the Rams. And this one might send them to the championship game.
I really don't get it. I don't know what a running back's got to do to put himself in the MVP discussion. Not that it matters. I don't really care who wins the MVP. But I just want to acknowledge something. I don't know what Philadelphia is without that human being. Because Jalen Hurts is not good. He's just not. They had, as a team, passing statistic.
Yeah.
Including the 7 sacks that he took in that game with the awful safety that he took.
That was mind-numbing.
65 passing yards.
Wow.
Saquon ran for 205.
Wow. First of all, Hurts looks hurt, number one. Number two, some of the decisions he makes, you're right. The safety, what are you doing?
Saquon was wide open over the middle.
What are you doing? What are you doing right there? What is going on? And the third thing I want to add is this. If you watch the slow-mos or the back shots of those Saquon Barkley runs, he ran one, for 62 and one for 71, whatever. What the hell is the Rams safety doing? What angle are you taking to try and make those tackles where you completely out of sync? I mean, he like gets an arm on him both times, and you could see him approaching the line of scrimmage both times. Terrible safety work there.
Yeah. I have no, if Saquon tweaks an ankle before the game and is so swollen he can't get on the field, do they score 13 points?
I don't think they do. And I would even argue to you, if not for the snow, I bet the Rams win that game. I mean, they turned the football over repeatedly, but I thought the Rams were going to win. I thought the Rams were going to win.
Let me ask you something, Moj. Do the Broncos need to have better weapons offensively?
Yes.
I don't know where you rank Courtland Sutton as far as wideouts in the league, if he's top 20, top 30. I don't know. I don't know where you put him at. Here's what I do know. Arguably, the best duo at wide receiver in the league is A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. They could arguably be the best duo in the league. Now, you can parse through, I think these guys are better.
Nakua and Kupp are pretty good.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is they're in the conversation.
Sure.
They finished a playoff game with 6 catches for 35 yards combined. Combined.
It's ridiculous.
How do you not find those guys when they're on the field?
But they also handed the ball off to Saquon 26 times.
They had no choice.
Exactly.
Okay.
They had no choice.
But that's also their game plan.
They also want to, but yes, they had no choice.
But that's what makes
throw.
That's what makes his numbers so just eye-popping, is that the opposing defense knows exactly what they're going to do, and they still do it.
That highlight, play that again, Nelly. Listen what happens before Saquon busts off the big touchdown run. Listen to the announcing team. It's Nance and Romo, by the way, on the call on this one.
No.
Eagles have the ball at their own 22-yard line.
Tirico.
Sorry, Tirico, yes.
Barkley time?
Oh, it has to be. No question. I mean, you may tell Jalen Hurts to keep one at some point, but only if it's wide open you keep running.
At 118 yards and adding to it. There goes Barkley!
All right, got it right there. Everybody knows. Barkley time? Yeah, I think it is.
It's Barkley time.
It always is Barkley. Oh, look at my watch. It says Barkley time again. How about that?
Jalen Hurts? Oh, only if he's wide open. Oh, no.
Barkley time?
Oh, it has to be.
When is it? Yeah, when is it Jalen time? The answer is never, actually.
Well,
It's
and he
never that.
He got his
What other remaining
he got his
quarterback
left
with
knee jacked up too. I guess I'm not trying to make excuses for him, but if I was coaching, if I was Sirianni, I would do exactly what they do.
I get it, but no other quarterback left would get that kind of treatment. Oh, is it Mahomes time? Yeah, it's Mahomes. Is it Allen time? Yeah, it's Allen. Is it Jaden Daniels time? Yeah. But is it Jalen Hurts? No, you might want to rest. Take this one out. Just give it a rest.
Hey, Brett, real quick.
Yep.
New York Giants fans. Now, there are some hateable teams inside their division, right? For them. Who's their number one enemy?
For who?
New York Giants fans.
The Eagles.
Eagles. Not the Cowboys.
Why do you still have that thing, by the way?
Not Washington, but the Eagles.
Uh-huh.
What must it be like for them to watch Saquon going crazy for two
Death?
bills and
Death?
And potentially on the way to the Super Bowl?
It's waterboarding on a weekly basis.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what? That is such a dumb franchise. Why do you let him go?
Well, let me give you two different factors.
Why do you do that?
One, that you let him go. Two, as good as Saquon was, he was never that in New York. He was never what he did in Philly.
No.
Not 2,000-yard rusher.
I don't think he had that offensive line. That offensive line is just ginormous.
But I don't trust the New York Giants to make him that guy.
The fact that GM, Shane, still has a job after all of his biggest mistakes were on film in the offseason. Yeah. Remember when he said about Saquon, why would I pay him $12 million when I'm paying my quarterback $30? It's like, that's why.
And now your quarterback doesn't play for you anymore.
Because he's running for 200 yards a game. Because that helps.
Are we seeing a renaissance, guys, of the running back position? Remember when?
So.
Yeah, the running backs sort of like, yeah, whatever, just go get a 5th-round draft pick.
There's only two that are like that, though, Vic. There's only two. I mean, the days of the running back / tailback / whatever, those days are gone.
Okay, but you
they
could
really
argue
are. There's only two that can do what these guys are doing.
But the argument I guess I'm trying to make is that position, if you get the right one, it's worth a lot more than what people are the impression that's being left. The Broncos were searching for one all year.
That's a great question. So is the talent level depleted at the running back spot overall? Or are they just not featured? The guys can't be those guys because they're just not featured the way they used to be.
If somebody takes Ashton Genty at 9 overall, you wouldn't hear a peep out of me about positional value and you know what's valuable? Saquon. That's pretty damn valuable.
Hey, the
reason they're in the NFC Championship game is because of that guy.
Yeah.
That's
agreed.
it. And not a good defense and all that other stuff. Like, you need other pieces, obviously. But to act like, I think people got too caught up in the Shanahan stuff way back in the day where they said, well, why do I need a bell cow rusher when I can just find a Tatum Bell every year? You know, that sort of thing. And then you realize, teams just can't do that. You still need somebody who can run the damn football well. By the way, Vic, wanted to get to this before we talk to Schefter. You had something about Vance that you were telling us about over the weekend?
Yeah, these are just whispers I'm hearing, so understand where this is coming from. But I would not be surprised. I'm not saying this is going to happen. Just brace yourself. I would not be surprised if the Broncos, either because Vance got another job or maybe he was pushed to get another job, I would not be surprised if the Broncos feature a new defensive coordinator next season.
By their choice?
I don't know. Could be mutual.
Okay.
It could be a mutual decision.
You're hearing whispers that maybe it's time to part company, whosever decision that may be.
Whosever decision it would be, it could be a mutual decision, and it wouldn't surprise me if it comes down soon. And, he's up, VJ, and you know my thoughts on VJ. I thought that the guy did an outstanding job.
Yeah.
He's up for a couple head coaching jobs. Obviously, if he gets one of those, he's gone.
Yeah.
But with those interviews might come opportunities elsewhere. Who knows? I don't know.
I wonder, when it comes to that, if he gets a head coaching gig, that's one thing. Why would you part with the thing that was the only consistently good thing all year, which was the defense? That's what doesn't make a whole bunch of sense to me. No. That would seem odd.
Well, there's a lot of oddity there, but I'm just telling you, brace yourself in case it happens.
Well, I had, speaking of, you guys know me, I'm not in the source game, but I know somebody who told me that in the next 24 hours, the Deion stuff should be resolved.
At CU?
Yes.
Okay. I don't doubt that at all. I don't doubt that at all.
And the reason why he was waiting had nothing to do with getting NIL money or something like that. I don't know what the reason was. He said it wasn't that, though.
Hey,
maybe just approval. Maybe
yeah.
Anytime you get a contract like that and it's a state employee, which is what he is,
right?
It takes forever to go through the bureaucracy. Could be just time and approval.
But all of that could just be Jerry Jones wanted to stay in the headlines and attention and that sort of stuff.
You know who's out there that was a defensive coordinator under Sean Payton in New Orleans, then took the job? I don't think Dennis Allen has a job right now.
Yeah. Dennis Allen's pretty good at DC. He's been not a great head coach, but there's plenty of guys.
So you're thinking DC here.
Well, I don't know if Vance is
DA
leaving
for DC if Vance is out.
Look, the only reason you would, depending on how this goes, again, if this is mutual, if this is, if any part of this has to do with Sean Payton not being totally in on Vance for whatever reason, then Sean Payton has somebody in mind in his back pocket.
He's big. Sean is big on familiarity.
Yeah,
big. I mean, just look at what he's hired, who he's hired. Look at his staff.
Like if they just fired their special teams coordinator, Kotwika. Was that Thursday, Friday, whenever that was? And we're all kind of thinking that Reese guy, who was the interim HC for the Saints, who was their special teams coordinator, is probably coming here now.
I'm sure he probably is.
So familiarity is huge with him. We can get to that in a couple minutes. We got a quick phone call, though, that I want to get to. 303-504-0925. Robert is up first this morning on the Ramos Law Hotline. Go ahead, Robert.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I want to know if I am the only one, man, but, I am tired. Sick and tired of seeing Mahomes. And nothing against those guys. They're great athletes, but just the flopping, the dancing with Kelsey. Mm-hmm. It's just, I don't want to be get off my lawn guy, but I used to have Chiefs fatigue, man.
I completely, Robert, thank you.
And listen, Robert.
I completely agree.
He seems
worn down by life. Yeah. He's worn down by Kelsey and Mahomes.
He's about to lay down for a long time, it sounds like.
Let me tell you something. I think the world has turned on this. Okay, for a while, the Chiefs were this fun, cutesy story that people were rooting for. And Mahomes seems like a great guy. And Travis Kelce, he's kind of funny. He's like a wrestler. And I think the world has turned where if you are not bleeding Chiefs red, you hate that team and you're tired of them. Tired of the antics. And look, some of that is brought on by themselves. There's sometimes where teams get really good and you get fatigue of them, you're just tired of seeing the same thing over and over again. I kind of felt that way in the NBA when it was the Warriors and the Cavs every year. I'm like, all right, it's fun. LeBron going against Steph and that sort of thing in the finals. It's fun, but let's see something new. This is almost not even fatigue. The things that Mahomes is doing now is just, it's making them very easily hateable, very easy. That flop, I can't get. It's playing over and over again in my head. Now I'm angry this morning for reasons that we're all aware of. I'm still not over it, but
take that L on the way out.
Sends me through the roof with anger.
You know what makes me mad most about this whole Mahomes and Kansas City is Patrick Mahomes is too good a quarterback to resort to that stuff.
Yes,
he's too good. He doesn't need that stuff. You don't need the benefit of every whistle, Patrick. You don't need to flop 3 yards out of bounds, Patrick. You don't need your city's mayor jumping on people via social media on your behalf, Patrick. You don't need any of that stuff. And you know what it does? It makes us hate you.
You see, I don't care about people's personal life, but they kept showing in the box.
Yeah.
I am so tired
and now
of
you
seeing.
Got, and then you got.
I am so. If I see another Taylor Swift cutaway, one more.
And then Caitlin Clark's in there, and
you know what I love? No, this is actually kind of funny.
Come on, man.
Because at least Taylor Swift is on brand. You remember when she was winning all those awards, and every time she won her 50th Grammy or something like that, she would always go, "What, me? God. Are you kidding? I won?
Oh my God!
Who could have guessed it?" She's doing that with Kelsey touchdowns now. She's like, "Oh my God, did he score? He never scores. Other than 150 times in his career, he never scores." That's what I think is actually kind of funny. It's like you're faking being surprised by that. Well, and now we can ask that to Adam Schefter here.
Now, Katie, when she's going to put a hit out on Vic?
Yeah.
So hold on, I'm alone in this.
I'm just saying when she's going to put a hit out on you.
I'm going to get your clarification. Am I alone on this?
I was over it the second that it was announced they were together.
Moj, are you good with this? You want more cutaways?
No.
Thank you.
I hate them.
Adam Schefter joins us to recap the divisional round next.
Yeah.
Nelly, what are you doing? We're talking to the greatest football mind on television right now. Adam Schefter, you're doing this to me? Let's go out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Adam Schefter, who joined us every Monday at 8 o'clock. So, Adam, my first question out of the gate. What's the biggest takeaway that you had from the weekend? Is it the Lamar-Josh Allen matchup? Is it the Mahomes stuff and Texans players and coaches calling out refs? What is it?
My biggest takeaway is how depressed you must be all weekend long, Brett. Is that accurate or not?
I'm still angry, Adam. I'm still angry this morning.
Adam, can I say this?
And I don't even know who I'm angry at. I don't know what it is. Like, am I angry at Goff? Am I angry at, what is it? I don't even know. But I'm mad.
I'm on a text thread with Brett, his brother, and their dad. His dad won't talk. Troy, T. Willie will not. This is Monday morning. He still won't talk.
Adam, my father has said about 3 words since Saturday night.
He won't talk.
Brett, how old is your dad?
62?
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be dead.
So the last time the Lions hosted a conference championship game, the last time they hosted it was in December of 1957. So your dad wasn't alive last time the Lions hosted a conference championship.
Correct.
And as a 58-year-old guy, your dad's a little older than me. You recognize you only get so many chances. And when you're in the spot that they were this year as the number 1 seed, and all you have to do is win 2 home playoff games to get to your first and don't get it done, I wouldn't say more than 3 words myself either. So I understand where your dad's coming from.
Yeah. Do you think, because I saw on Get Up this morning and on First Take, they got a couple of things that.
Excuse me, sorry.
Hold on. Hey, Vic.
Yeah.
Remember 1996? That's it. That must be what Detroit feels like.
Jacksonville.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. But it's probably worse than that because Detroit's going to be losing a lot. Both of the coordinators are gone, right, Adam? You anticipate?
You could say it's worse than that, but back in 1996, Denver never won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay. Still hadn't won. So you're looking at it through the lens of, okay, well, the Broncos now have won 3 Super Bowls, but you forget the pain, the anxiety, the longing that there was for a victory like that at that time.
Yeah, but Adam, the difference is at least the Broncos got there. They got a taste under Elway, under Craig Morton. The Lions can't even get there. That's how bad they are. I'm telling you, your dad's going to die without ever knowing what it's like.
Yeah, I feel like you guys are just talking about my girlfriend cheating on me while I'm just sitting here. This is awful.
Did she cheat on you, Brett? Did she cheat on you?
It feels that way. It feels that way this weekend because I've seen these headlines.
I'll tell you what my sources tell me about that, okay? I'm just going to say that. I'm not going to tell you what my sources say about that.
Well, listen, I saw this, and we'll move on to some other stuff, but just quickly, I saw a headline on Get Up this morning saying, is the Lions Super Bowl window closed? Now, I think you can make the argument. Still got a lot of talented young players. The offense is still super talented. And if the defense stays healthier next year, they could be okay. But what's your answer to that? Is it closed or not?
No, it's not closed, but they just missed as wide open a window as they have ever had in the history of the franchise.
Yeah.
That's the tough part. Like, no, they're not closed. They're still a good team, a very good team, and they're going to be a tough out, and they'll get their players healthy, and they'll come back, and Dan has instilled that culture, and they've bounced back before, and they'll bounce back again. And listen, I'd love to see them make it. Having gone to college in that state, I know I have an idea of what it would mean to that city. It would be awesome to see. Like, I think there are a lot of Super Bowl combinations you could go through, and I always love going through the permutations of what it would be. I don't think there would have been a more compelling Super Bowl than Detroit versus Buffalo. Mm-hmm. Like, that would have been unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, it ain't happening now. And I don't think their Super Bowl window, the Lions Super Bowl window, is closed, but they just blew the best chance they ever had to get to the game.
Yep. So to the other games, with the Lamar-Josh Allen matchup last night, it felt like Lamar played really well despite a couple of turnovers in that first half, but he's going to get tagged.
Despite the play was good, despite the fact that it ended at the end.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Like, to the Lamar question, it goes out as another stain on the resume of can't win a game in the playoffs and all of that. What's your take?
listen, he played great by and large, and he's been fantastic. But you can't go into a road playoff game and make mistakes. There were 2 big mistakes that helped Buffalo. Like, we could blame it all on Mark Andrews. That's fine. Like, they fell behind early. They made mistakes. They gave Buffalo life and momentum. You can't do that and think that you're going to win. Like, they almost pulled it out, and he did play great down the stretch, and he gave them a chance to win, and they didn't come through, not thanks to his efforts at the end. He was great when it mattered, but he did have the 2 turnovers early on. Like, you don't get a whole pass for that.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, I just feel bad for him, Adam, because he's such a good player, you know? And now I guess we're all throwing our weight behind the Buffalo Bills. I mean, I want to see a team win that hasn't won before, and maybe that's just because we have Mahomes and Kansas City fatigue. We were just talking about that, but I guess everybody here in Denver jumping on the Buffalo bandwagon now, and they got as good a shot as anybody. That's a pretty damn good football team.
You know, if you listen to Sean Payton talk last week, it felt like he felt like the Broncos were going to have a real chance to beat the Chiefs in Arrowhead. That's how he felt about it. And the Texans had a real chance to beat the Chiefs. The problem is the whole thing, everybody has a chance to beat the Chiefs, and almost nobody does it, right? Everybody got the chance. So the Bills' chance comes this weekend. They got they're the newest team to have a chance to beat the champs and to prevent the three-peat. And they're good enough to do it, but boy, that Chiefs team is awfully clutch when it has to be. They make plays when they need to. They come through when they have to. And until somebody knocks off that crown, it's hard to pick against them.
Adam, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't think the NFL is trying to make it easy on the Chiefs or Mahomes. I don't think that's the case at all. I do believe he is the beneficiary of certain calls in critical moments that extend drives and help the Chiefs out. We saw it firsthand. The one thing in my mind, the quarterback sliding, okay? Because it wasn't just Mahomes in that game. Other games I saw, Hurts slid and got hit. What can they do about that rule to fix it? Because I don't like it. The defender is paralyzed. The defender doesn't know when the slide begins, when it ends, how to hit, when to hit. What do you do about that rule?
I don't know, but it has to be addressed. I don't have the answer, but the competition committee, I think, does need to bring it up. And in fact, you reminded me, I'm going to call somebody in the competition committee this week and to see what they suggest and if there's any solution. So I'm going to make a call on that.
Thank you.
And yeah,
because it just doesn't work. Because what's happening now, and I saw Jalen Hurts do this a couple times. He would feign slide, like the defender goes, okay, what do I do here? What do I hit him? Do I not hit him?
Jalen was giving himself up early. I noticed that yesterday. Like he wasn't even risking the bit. He went right down, sliding right down.
Sure. And then when Mahomes slid, of course, and 2 Houston guys hit each other, and they called a foul on the Houston player. I don't know where you go now. I don't know what you do, because those of us in Denver, and you may say it's sour grapes, but it's just ridiculous to watch him get benefit of so many calls in critical situations. That's not a coincidence. You saw what we saw, right? He benefited from some suspect calls.
Well, there were the Jordan rules and there were the Mahomes rules, right?
Yes.
I mean, I don't think there's any directive at all. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that there is from the league, to give the Chiefs favorable calls. But I think there's probably something psychologically, just ref, just the same way when he's officiating in a Jordan game or a Mahomes game, probably those guys subconsciously get the benefit of the doubt on something. It's just probably the way it is. Can't prove it, but it's just natural human nature, I would think.
You know what's crazy, Adam, is that we were talking about Jalen Hurts for a second, and Philly is in the NFC Championship game again. And I remember last night, the whole idea of the matchup, the headline is the 2 MVP candidates are facing off against each other, Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. And I'm watching Saquon Barkley, and it feels like he is as important as any quarterback in the league to his own football team, because Jalen Hurts is, I don't know what's going on, just the passing game isn't there. He's got Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. They combined for 6 catches and 35 yards, but they have Saquon, so they're fine. What is the Eagles if Saquon has a rolled ankle and can't play? Like, how many points do they score for that week?
Well, they played without him last year, and they did pretty well before the team went south in the second half of the season. I think that they'd be good enough to overcome it, but they're clearly not as dynamic and as explosive without a player as great as Saquon. I mean, he's as good a running back as there is in the league. He is unique. You see why John Mara didn't want him to go to the Eagles, why he didn't want him to lead the division, and why it was a mistake to let Saquon Barkley go, frankly. Like, you can't let somebody like that at that position, when the salaries are not great, walk. You just can't do that. You've got to hold on to that guy. By the way, it was a franchise that saw fit to use the second overall pick on him at one point in time. They did pick second overall when people said not to do that with a running back. So they did it once, but then they didn't back it up when he got to free agency.
Adam, nobody is going to be talking about, or maybe they will this week. They're going to have to, but we haven't even talked about Washington.
We're about to do it right now.
Yeah. Washington. Jaden Daniels, for the kid to step into that situation and win these two. They will now win these 2 games, and then you're going to Philly, and again, if they can somehow slow down Saquon, they got a shot to win this game. What are your impressions of what these Commanders are doing, and really honestly the job that Dan Quinn has done? Maybe the little engine that could.
They are rolling. I would not want to play this team right now, and I would not want to play the team because I would not want to play that one player. He's doing things that we haven't seen before. He's making things that haven't been done before possible. I mean, this is unprecedented. Like, we've seen now in the history of the National Football League, 2 rookie quarterbacks win against number 1 seeds. Joe Flacco in 2009 when the Ravens beat the Titans. Jaden Daniels when they beat the Lions. If we go back to the 2009 Ravens team, I believe that was Ray Lewis and Ed Reed and Terrell Suggs. I believe that was. Maybe a mistake. That team won with defense. This Commanders team, they're not winning with defense. They're winning because of one guy. Yeah. One guy. He has elevated the entire team. Let me remind you, again, they had the 2nd overall pick in the draft. They changed owners. They changed GMs. They changed coaches. And there is a lot of credit that should be showered on owners, front office coaches. They've done a great job. Dan Quinn's changed the culture. Adam Peters, the GM, has brought in the right guy. They've all done that. But I remember talking to the Commanders right before the draft. And I said to them, I'm like, you get the quarterback right here, you guys have jobs for the next dozen years. You get the quarterback wrong, you're going to be fired within 3 years or so. That's all. Yeah. Good luck with the pick. Yeah. And they nailed it.
That's a formula across the NFL. Hey, let me ask you about something closer to home. I'm hearing whispers, Adam, that as much as I really enjoy what he did, and he gives all the credit in the world, Vance Joseph rebuilding this defense, especially after that ridiculous affair in Miami last season, and then doing what he did with this defense, I've heard that if something came up for Vance, the Broncos would not stand in his way, that his position moving forward is not exactly secure. Are you hearing anything of the sort?
Well, there must be a reason you're hearing it. I've not heard that.
Yeah.
Again, there continues to be all this chatter that you're referring to. I haven't heard anything that makes me think it's real or not. I don't know what to make of it. Sure. I haven't. By the way, like, when you say stand in the way, do you mean stand in the way of another defensive coordinator job or another head coaching job?
Well, they're not going to stand in the way of a head coaching job, obviously. Right, but, I mean, yeah.
Hey, like a head coaching, there's nothing there. But if you're telling me that somebody offered him a defensive coordinator job and that they'd let him go, I mean, I don't know that.
Yeah. But it wouldn't surprise you. It wouldn't surprise me. Would it surprise you?
I haven't asked, to be honest with you, so I can't a absolute concrete answer that I know something, because I don't.
It's Adam Schefter. Joins us every single Monday following the football weekend. Adam, always appreciate the insight. Thank you, buddy.
Condolences on the Lions. We'll be in touch next Monday.
All right. I don't think I'll be over by then either. Adam Schefter joins us every Monday at 8 o'clock, and all conversations with Adam are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more.
Somebody said Vic starting rumors. Can you describe to
Vic doesn't start a rumor. You were told something.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't just go on the air and speak into this microphone for the hell of it.
I mean, we could do, but not about this.
Never, ever would take somebody's job security and put it out in the air if I didn't have some substance behind it.
Something we can get to in a bit, by the way.
I also have a question about one of your Lions.
Okay, hang on to that for a second. Remember all year it was kind of like offensive rookie of the year. Jaden Daniels runs away with it first part of the season. Then Nix makes a comeback, and it looks like Daniels hits a wall. And now Jaden Daniels is in the NFC Championship game.
Yep.
Like, how crazy is that? And look, Adam said that they aren't winning with defense. They got 5 turnovers over the weekend, which helps a lot. I saw him make a couple of throws, though, that you're like, how the hell did you fit it into that kind of a window?
Yeah.
Like, and his ability to do that with his legs, too, it's pretty remarkable to watch this dude operate.
How the hell did Louisiana State not win a national championship?
Never call them Louisiana State again.
I know, it just
it's
sounds
LSU.
awkward.
What are you doing right there?
It totally sounds awkward. As soon as I said that, I was like, wait, what school is that?
Yeah, I was confused for a second. I was like, the Louisiana whatsies?
How did Louisiana State University not win a national title with him there?
I don't
We're
even
sitting
think
here again talking about the same thing.
I told everybody after their season wrapped up, and I know that they weren't. I think they won 10 games with him. I said, look at his numbers. They're like Joe Burrow numbers.
He was sick. He was absolutely crazy. I don't even think there's anybody in Baton Rouge that calls them Louisiana State University. I don't think you could find a human being that's on campus.
There are certain
that
things
calls
you're right.
Louisiana State University.
I'm going to Louisiana State football game.
Yeah, there are certain things you must abbreviate. That's one of them. The other one is KCP. You don't call him Contavious Caldwell Pope. You just don't do it.
Kenny Pope was fine. I liked Kenny Pope. Kenny Pope was good. Yeah, you drop a Contavious Caldwell Pope, too many syllables. What are we doing here? By the way, chance to win the first pair of Nuggets tickets to the Sixers game tomorrow. Text in load management, your first and last name, to 303-504-0925. We will draw a winner in 10 minutes. Stick around. We'll announce the winner of the first pair of tickets to the Nuggets and Sixers tomorrow in 5 minutes. So stay tuned for that. Right afterwards, I'll give you a second keyword. We will announce the winner at the end of the show. So in 5 minutes, we'll do that. Speaking of... go ahead.
I'm really happy for you, Brett, and I'm going to let you finish. But let's tell the people, these are lower bowl tickets for Nuggets, Sixers tomorrow. And we're giving away 2 pairs on our show. And then the morning sprint after us is also giving away tickets as well. So we got them all day.
And I have a crazy stat you're going to want to know about that game. It's going to blow your mind.
So we'll get to that in a second. Speaking of stats, I want to reset something from the beginning of the show. We were talking about the Nuggets and Avs from over the weekend. The Nuggets with a couple of wins.
I got a
both
stat for
in Florida. Just hang on to it for a second. Hang on.
Busted it out.
Here's the stat I got. Nikola Jokic in the last 4 games has attempted a grand total. Remember, last 4. Of 40 shots. Or maybe it's 41 shots. I'm sorry, 41 shots in the last 4 games. He averages, by the way, 20.5 field goal attempts a game. So half of what his season is. Why? Well, let me explain. Because Jamal Murray has attempted 16, 24, 14, and 26 in the last 4. Which is a lot more of what the Nuggets want to be offensively. And I remember...
It's not what Jamal Murray's attempting. It's what Jamal Murray's making.
Well, that leads to him being confident enough to attempt more. Now, I remember saying this about 4 to 5 games after the Blackwood trade with the Avalanche. I go, this looks like the Avalanche hockey I'm used to seeing. Guys skating well, putting up goals, getting good goalie play behind him. Like, that's championship level sort of Avs hockey that I've seen for the last 4 to 5 years. The Nuggets, I've been waiting. I'm like, where are the Nuggets that I recognize? I haven't seen them all year. And I would say in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, Vic, they're starting to look like those Nuggets again.
Defense is better. They're now 10 games above 500. Jamal looks Jamal energy again. He has it. You know, he has that ability to microwave himself in certain moments, and we saw it again last night. I want you, as a Nuggets fan, anybody listening right now, tell me the last time that the Denver Nuggets on the road had consecutive games in which they were blowing out the opponents to the point where Nikola Jokic could prop his feet up on the bench and not play the fourth quarter. Consecutive road games in which that happened. Because I can't remember.
Yeah. It's a while.
I can't remember that. I don't know. They've now won 2 more road games and they've won home games. That's crazy. 14-8 on the road, 12-8 at home. So they're a better road team than they are a home team. Nuts. But when's the last time Joker did not have to play the fourth quarter and he secured triple doubles?
3rd straight game for him in which he's played 30 minutes.
And
I mean, it's just nuts.
Is anybody at the top of the conference going to come back?
Oklahoma City's not. They're gone.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're doing all these things, and like you said, you're 10 above, and you can't make up any ground. You're sitting in the 4 spot, just hanging out. Because Memphis had a cushion. I dig that, but Houston's still winning basketball games, Vic. You just can't make up any ground right now.
They're only a game back right now of Memphis.
Understood. It just feels like it's like pulling teeth to climb over teams right now.
Okay. It's all right. Hey, considering where they were and where they are, it's a pretty good position to be in right now.
I got a stat for you. Well, it's more of a question about a stat. How long does it take for a Keurig to heat up and then spit out coffee? What's the time frame? Because we just proved it. You can't get 2 cups of coffee during a commercial break.
No,
can't do it.
No, if it's not on initially, you can't do it.
Yeah, it can't warm up. If you have to warm up, that's an extra minute and a half.
See, and this is my problem, is that, look, let's just be honest. The Keurig just feels like it's spitting out a mixture of water and some coffee
Well, you
grounds.
just called it Louisiana swamp water.
I know it's like Louisiana swamp water. That's what it feels like I'm drinking. The other coffee maker we have, which is the nice one, worth thousands of dollars.
That takes way too long.
It's good.
Yeah.
But you got to give this thing a back massage before it even thinks about giving you a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit there and I got my brother-in-law does this. He's one of those elite coffee guys that makes his own French press coffee.
Yeah, freeze
You know,
presser.
I ain't doing
presser.
all that.
Yeah,
I ain't
just
doing
go
all that.
press.
You know what? It's a holiday. Nobody's
got time.
Nobody's got kids in the car. I'll just say it. The Keurig's like a hooker. Okay, I give you money, you give me coffee.
Let's go.
That other thing, that's like your wife. There's a massage and a whole dinner date situation. You got to fix something around the house before it's even a thought. Okay, that's what it is. And you know what? I'm tired of that over there.
That might be your best analogy ever.
It is a pretty good one. Pretty accurate. Hey, I got something else for you.
Yeah, before you do that, I'm giving away tickets. Our winner for the first pair of tickets.
Wendy typed in low management 3 times. Low.
Okay.
Sorry, Wendy. That's wrong.
Wendy, you missed because the winner of the first pair of tickets to the Nuggets and the Sixers tomorrow is Jesse Montoya. Way to go, Jesse. Congratulations.
Let's go!
Now that we've given away that first pair of tickets, no, you shut the hell up. I run this show. The second key word that we'll announce a winner for at the end of the show today. It's not even a word. What is it, Nelly? 2019.
2019.
It's a number.
2019. Why? Well, that's the last time Joel Embiid has played in Denver.
And that's why the first keyword was load management. So you'll have lower bowl seats to watch Joel Embiid not play in Denver since 2 full presidential elections have happened.
Is that why these seats are suddenly available? Because he's not playing and
Probably.
the game is not what it was?
2019 in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And if you don't win tickets and you want some, go to nuggets.com/tickets because tickets are available.
What is his malfunction right now?
Knee swelling. By the way, how
Knee
ticked
swelling.
off is TNT, ABC, ESPN? Because every year they schedule this game as a nationally televised game. We never have to work it on altitude. And every year they screw themselves because Embiid doesn't play. I got a number for you. Listen to this. Since Joel Embiid...
before you do that,
Oh, my God, can I please?
And?
Since Joel Embiid won the MVP from Nikola Jokic, all right, since he won that, he has played in exactly 52 games. Joel Embiid, since that MVP, 52. Joker's played in 115. Nikola Jokic, if you compare a number to that 52 games Joel Embiid has played, Nikola Jokic has 43 triple-doubles. He almost has as many triple-doubles as Joel Embiid has games played.
It's insane.
That's wild.
It's impressive, but it's also crazy. I mean, if I was a Philadelphia 76ers fan, I'd be beside myself. Absolutely beside myself. And it's not a very good team overall. Anyway, they're never going to win with him.
I think he's broken. I think the body's just... There comes a point of no return, right, where the body just does not cooperate. I feel bad in that respect.
Here's the thing. Man, if you're a Sixer fan, thank God we're not. But how do you handle this? Think about this. Just 2 years ago, there was a vociferous debate where you were entrenched in one of 2 camps. Jokic is the best center/player in the league, or Embiid is the best center/player in the league. And if you were entrenched in that camp, you've already admitted, okay, maybe I was wrong. But what do you do? What if the shoe's on the other foot here? And Embiid played in Denver and Jokic played in Philly, and we were as staunch in our defense of Embiid as we are with Jokic right now.
Yeah.
But then this happens. There's not a lot of winning, and there's a lot of missed games, and you feel like this isn't going to work, and you have to move on. What a wild and drastic change.
Do you remember this debate? Because I had this open debate with a bunch of Philly fans. Do you remember the debate we had just maybe 2 short years ago? Would you trade, if you're Philly, Joel Embiid straight up for Nikola Jokic?
If you're Philly.
Yeah, if you're Philly.
Yeah.
And the reaction from Philly is, are you kidding me? Why would we do that? He owns him. He eats him. Are you kidding me? Wow, how dumb do you look now? Hey, Philly fan, seriously, for those of you listening that live here, how dumb are you?
You know what the issue is with me, though, is that I won't even go the route of how stupid you look, because here's the thing. He just hasn't been playing. It's not that his game has totally fallen off, necessarily. He's not healthy. This is a lot more Greg Oden-ish.
Yeah, it is sad, but when he does play, there's drama with it, too.
Sure,
sure. Fighting reporters, fighting teammates, fighting.
Well, I think the bigger question for him now is, can you ask this? Can Joel Embiid be the best player on a basketball team that wins a championship? I think that's the next step now in the Embiid discussion. Or does he have to be the second guy? Like AD to LeBron when they won a championship. If AD was by himself best player on the team, I don't think they're at that level.
Mm-hmm.
But him as a 2, that team is incredibly
Well,
good.
that's the only – you just proved my point, and I keep saying this to Philly fans. In Philly, all they do is try to compliment Joel Embiid with, marquee all-star players. Hey, you need Paul George? All right, let's go get him. Hey, you need this guy? Let's go get him. Denver doesn't have to do that.
Yeah. I would like to.
I would like to as well. How many All-Stars has Joel Embiid played with on his team compared to Nikola Jokic?
A lot. Yeah, I don't even know the number, but it's a ton. Compared to Jokic?
Yeah.
Okay. All the All-Stars compared to 0. Well, that one.
So enough of this argument. Enough of this fake SGA MVP, whatever. SGA probably win the MVP. That's fine. I don't care. But the numbers prove it out. He's not even close when it comes to all the statistical categories, not even in the same damn ballpark. But whatever. Do what you got to do, NBA. Do what you got to do to make yourself feel good about yourself.
Was it last year or 2 years ago that Embiid was going to play and then 20 minutes before tip?
Yeah, that was last year.
That was last year?
That was last year.
Yeah, they announced it. Did he get hurt during warm-ups or something?
Something. And then was it Reggie Miller that was ripping him apart?
Well, it was. There's no way he's missing this game. I know it's been 5 years.
Richard Jefferson. Richard Jefferson.
There's no way he's missing this game. It's been 5 years. He doesn't back down. He doesn't back out against Joker. It's unfortunate. And then literally 20 minutes before tip-off, he ain't going. And we're like, shocker, right? Something like that.
Just quickly here, a couple minutes. Teams left in the divisional round. Who do you think is the fakest of the 4 left? Is there
Philly?
a team playing against Washington?
I don't know, man. They're pretty good, Vic.
If you can bottle up Saquon and make them a one-trick team, I want Jalen Hurts to throw the ball as much as possible.
See, this is the oddity between the NFC and the AFC this year. The NFC top to bottom was far better, I think, than the AFC. As far as the depth of teams that could get you. But it's not even close where the top of the heap, who's at the top of your division, that Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City sort of trek that you got to go through to a Super Bowl is crazy.
Yeah, everybody keeps saying Commanders, but, when you have that kind of offense that can outscore you at a moment's notice whenever you want to. And can we put...
And Vic, I don't think they're fake.
Yeah.
They're just new.
Sure, they're new. Can we put something to rest to as much as we love Bo Nix, and Bo Nix is the future here in Denver?
Yeah.
That Rookie of the Year argument, please. Stop it. Girl, please.
Well, and do they do the vote after the last regular season game?
Yeah, it's just a regular season award, but girl, please, come on. To invoke the mayor of Kansas City.
See, here's the problem. You want to say that Kansas City's the fakest, right? Just because have they smoke and mirrored their way all the way to where they are right now? Again, not more than 30 points. They only scored 23 against Houston at home. Are they the fake? Well, they just keep winning. And Adam Schefter said it a half hour ago. Look, these teams have a chance to beat them, but it seems like nobody hardly ever does.
Okay, how about this? As we go to break, I want the texters. Help me out with this. Kansas City. They remind me of an actor or a singer that wins a whole bunch of awards that I just don't get. Does that make sense? It's like somebody keeps winning awards, or they talked about this guy's a great actor. I'm like, I've seen his movies. I don't like him.
Yeah,
I don't like him. Who is that? Who's that person? Because I want that to be my Kansas City comp from now on.
Who wins that shouldn't be winning?
Who's the guy that everything awards-wise and whatever says they're good, but I don't think they are? I'm still sitting here today, guys. The Chiefs have won, 16, 17 games this year? Their 7th straight
They've won 16 games.
AFC Championship appearance. And I'm like, I don't think they're good. I just don't.
But would you be surprised? Listen, we all want Buffalo to go in there and buffalo them, but would you be surprised if Kansas City won that game?
Of course not. And then they're going to win the Super Bowl again because nobody in the NFC can beat them.
And then what do we do? How much vomiting can we do?
Yeah. 303-504-0925.
I said we vomit live on the air.
There's a joke in there that's distasteful, and I'm not going to say it.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Somebody said the Chiefs are 2013 Macklemore, and I totally agree. Never understood somebody who doesn't rap on beat being called a good rapper. Really made me upset. Here's some other ones, by the way. A lot of people throwing out Nick Cage. Now, Nick Cage just makes a lot of bad movies for paychecks. You have to understand the difference. But when Nick Cage is in, like, what, you're going to watch Face Off and tell me you don't like it? Really? We were just talking about National Treasure the other day. I love National Treasure.
There's a lot of stuff that he's in that I like. Con Air was great.
Con Air?
Wasn't great? Wasn't it great? It was awesome.
Yeah.
What do you...
Yeah,
what is going on with... What do you...
Turn whatever that is off. It sounds like you got a jet airplane behind you. And take that Nana out of your mouth.
Jesus.
Somebody said, all right, how about this? This might get some hate for me, okay? Somebody said Johnny Depp. I don't think Depp's that great.
You don't?
No.
I agree with you. I don't know what he does.
Like the Pirates of the Caribbean movies those are good, but I watched what's the movie where he tries to play Whitey Bulger? Black Mass? Is that what it's called? I never found a movie with Johnny Depp where I'm like, he's amazing in it.
You know, outside of Fast Times at Ridgemont High, I never considered Sean Penn that great.
Dude, just swallow your nander, please. Just stuff it down your gut. I'm begging you.
Just so you know, Vic, I kind of agree with you on the Sean Penn thing. Although I did watch the movie Milk. He was good in Milk. Where he played Harvey Milk.
Yeah.
He was good in that.
I don't know, man. Johnny Depp's pretty good,
Somebody
man.
said
I don't know.
Christian Bale. Are you serious? Christian Bale has amazing movies.
Oh, good for you.
Definitely Matt Damon. Definitely Matt Damon. Definitely.
Mosher said that in the break, and I go, what are you talking? Oh, I remember. They called you ugly once. That's why you think he's bad.
He called me ugly. I didn't like it at all.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean, oh, yeah? You're the one that promoted it, man. You're the one that got him to do it.
Jerks. I didn't get him to do anything. He just unsolicited called you ugly.
That's the thing. They would have. Here's the problem.
There's a noise going on here that I can't handle.
Yeah, there's some sort of buzz going on here.
Turn Vic off for a second, would you, Nelly?
Yep,
okay, it's definitely Vic.
Yeah, it's Vic.
Okay, see it?
Is something too close to your system?
Something, yeah.
You got a phone over there? You got something over there? Anyway. Couple of things. Number one, when we are talking about and discuss let's just roll through it.
All right, roll through it. Fine, roll through it.
When we talk about this game coming up today, 1 o'clock, Ball Arena, it is the Avs against Minnesota. So the Avs come out of the weekend with a win 6-3 over Dallas. And I'm kind of keeping tabs on where they're at in the standings. You said it before, Moj. I'm really not all that concerned about the teams behind them. I don't think that, like a Vancouver or a St. Louis is going to get super hot and then catch you.
What you've done, again, you're still 4th overall inside your division.
Yeah.
You're in the first wild card. You're 6th clear of Calgary for the second wild card. You're 7 clear of Vancouver. So I think what you've done at this point, especially if, let's say you're right where you are right now, if not better, but let's say you're right where you are when the Four Nations rolls around.
Yep.
I think what you've done is you've put enough distance that you're going to get in. You don't have to worry about getting in, right? Knock on your wood, boys. So that's what you're doing. Now the question is, who can you catch? The cool part is if you win today, even though Minnesota has a game in hand on you, you're going to leapfrog them in the standings. You're going to go to 59, and they're going to be stuck at 58. And they've lost 3 games in a row coming into this one. And I don't know what the latest situation is with Kaprizov. They had put him on LTIR, but it was backdated to December 27th, I want to say, something like that. So I don't know where he is in his recovery. I think he's eligible to come off maybe today or certainly this week. But they are a completely different team without the thrill, that's for sure.
Well, and the Avs just need... you can get a jump on the Wild. I know they'll have a game in hand on you if you get the win today. But still, you can jump them by grabbing 59 points, keeping them at 58. I just want to see the steady climb still. That's all I want. As long as the arrow is still pointing up, you're still awaiting some big-time players to get back in the lineup for you, too. You're still just waiting on that. But you've mentioned this a whole bunch of times, Moj. The goal for the Avs should be tread water like this, keep yourself in a comfortable position until the Four Nations happens, and then hopefully you get bodies back in the lineup and you can see what this team is at sort of full strength, because they still haven't had that. It's the wild part. Like, we're entering almost February, Moj, and it's like Have you even had like 3 or 4 games with a fully kind of constituted roster?
No, you haven't had any. You haven't had any games. I mean, when you look at it from the start of the year, guys going in and out so often, you haven't had really anybody that is, that has played with every. I mean, you haven't had a fully constituted lineup the way it's supposed to look at all.
Yeah,
not at all. So I don't know when that's going to happen. I mean, it's probably going to have to be some time still. I don't know what the latest is with Val Nichushkin. I'm still worried about that. I'm not even really worried about it, but it's taking longer than expected. That's not good.
We'll get the keys to the game in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, though, what was like the biggest thing that stuck out to you for the divisional round? Was it the Mahomes stuff? Was it the Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen matchup? Was it like, what was it? Because to me, I'll tell you this. As much as I agree with the sentiment from Houston that they were the beneficiaries of a couple of calls that, honestly, they could change the game. It keeps the drive going. You go and score off it, whatever. I can't have them talking about that in the postgame. I think that's what a loser does. That's what I think. You step up in the postgame press conference, you start talking about the refs when you played like a C- game yourself against them, missing field goals, not taking care of the clock properly, not moving the offense efficiently. Why the hell are we talking about a couple of...
They also took some ownership of it. Now, listen, this is the head coach talking, right? So he took ownership of things, and he also said, you know what, I think we could have beat these guys, or we should beat these guys.
Here's D'Amico.
And I'm like, I don't know about that.
Here's D'Amico right here.
How did you feel about some of the questionable or controversial penalties?
Yeah, we knew going into this game, man, it was us versus everybody. Right? When I say everybody, it's everybody, all of whatever. Everybody, the naysayers, the doubt, right? Everybody.
And he's got a big smile on his face, so you know he's insinuating there.
Yeah, but here's the thing, all right? Here's my argument for D'Amico Ryans and their retort. Everybody points to, well, look at all the mistakes the Texans made, all the sacks they've given up, all this stuff. And my opinion is one begets the other. The blown calls, the horrible officiating that led to extended Chiefs drives allowed them to take the lead, allowed them to pin their ears back, allowed them to go after Stroud, allowed those sacks to happen. So, yeah, you could say Houston made a lot of mistakes, but that's because they're playing catch-up on account of the ridiculous calls.
Yeah, ridiculous calls and missing field goals.
Okay, don't extend drives. Don't let them extend drives.
Giving up an 80-yard kickoff return to start the game.
Okay, yeah, all that stuff happened. But there was 2 drives that they got to extend on 3rd and long situations by virtue of bad calls. Yes or no?
Yes, but can I say one other thing? There's been numerous instances of teams late in a game where there's a call that is not made at a crucial point with like 30 seconds left that I've seen coaches and players talk about, and I think to a certain extent that's okay. Like a perfect example would be the Saints non-PI call in that championship game a few years back. That's one that you're like, what are we doing? It's so egregious at such a pivotal point late in that game that, of course, that's going to be the main topic. But the Texans didn't help themselves,
But it's hard if you're a defensive player and you're going up against Mahomes. Hell, even Adam Schefter told us 1 hour ago, there's the Jordan rules and then there's the Mahomes rules, and they exist. They exist.
Mm-hmm.
He likened it to Michael Jordan. They exist. The special Mahomes rules. If you're a defensive player, you're playing tentatively against him.
You are. In a couple texts coming through here. I fully acknowledge the calls, by the way, and I think it's stupid the way that the league is acting this way towards one player in Patrick Mahomes or one team in the Kansas City Chiefs. I've seen it throughout the course of the year. How many times, Moshe, have we came on this show on a Monday talking about, did you see the call or non-call at the end of the Chiefs game that led to, like, we've done that a million times. Okay. I know what's going on. A texter is saying this, though. Do you think they should talk about it? I don't think it makes a difference if the Houston Texans talk about what they see or not. They know. It's not like Roger Goodell doesn't know what people are saying about his league.
So the cure-all, and let me ask you guys, if this is too savage, too barbaric, if this is too hockey-minded, Moshe. So if I'm an opposing team and I'm facing Patrick Mahomes
What's to stop me if you know you're going to get flagged if it's even close?
Just blow him up?
Just beat the hell out of him.
What? Hit him like Goff got hit on that
Yes.
pick
If
return?
you're going to get flagged regardless, right? You're going to get flagged if you're in the area, if you're in the zip code of Patrick Mahomes. Okay, I'll accept that. I'm going to get mine.
So
I'm
you
gonna get
so
mine.
you want
Sure.
so if you're gonna take the 15 yards,
Yeah.
you
Take
want
the
your
15.
pound of flesh.
Yeah.
Like in basketball, if you're going to foul somebody, a shooter, make sure they don't get the shot off, right? Foul them. Foul them. I'm saying hit them. Don't play around. Hit them.
Jump back to this in just a second. Let's get some keys to the game today.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane.
30 seconds, Moj, on the Avs in Minnesota today.
Well, I would say your penalty kill has been really, really good as of late. In fact, you did give up one power play goal to the Dallas, actually 2 power play goals to the Dallas Stars the other day. But other than that, it's been really, really good. Minnesota is not going to beat you 5-on-5. That's my opinion. So do not put them on the power play, period. End of story. I don't care if your PK is going good. It doesn't matter to me. Stay out of the box. That's one key. Number 2, I think that second line has to continue to build on what it did 2 days ago when they were brilliant. 10 total points out of the second line, Vic. Casey Middlestat was great. Drouin was great. Lehkonen was great, +4 on the day. Keep that second line rolling.
That's keys to the game.
Please.
Powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
By the way, you got me for about another 20 minutes. And then I'm gone. Because I got to get downtown.
Cool, Carl.
The Avalanche.
Nobody cares about your little field trip.
No. We've got the big thing coming out today. The 25 team is coming out today.
Huh?
Quarter Century team is going to be announced at 10:30 this morning. So I got to get down there and get in place because we're doing something live at that particular time. So I got to get down there and get ready.
Again, game at 1 o'clock, pregame at 12:30. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and the voice of the people in the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Hey, I got something I want to bring up here because I noticed this yesterday, and I want to get to the national championship game tonight. But I feel like I'm somebody that's you see a meme where a whole bunch of people are fighting each other, and then there's just somebody like eating French fries off to the side. I feel like that with this TikTok thing. Never downloaded the app, never used it, didn't understand it, didn't want it. And I'm seeing people freak out about this. What's the freak out for?
Well,
now, I understand some people who make their living off stuff like TikTok. That makes sense to me because they need to find like a new job. But
you don't have any kids. You have an infant. You don't have kids in your family. If you had kids, you'd understand the impact.
What's on it, though? Like, what is...
Everything. Life. Life's on it. Your life.
Like, is your life different now?
Moj, come on. Moj, Brooke, Isabella, come on. Tell them.
My daughter's an Insta person. She's not I don't know if she's a ticker or a talker. I don't know.
Now, I don't have an Instagram account either. Like, I'm just kind of sheltered from a lot of this world.
Good for you, by the way. Good for you. Oh, and I want you to know something. My wife thought she lost her phone. We just did the Find My iPhone. She shoveled the driveway yesterday.
Oh, no.
There was a noise coming from the driveway. We found it. We just tracked it down. It survived an entire day and night.
Really?
And it still works. In a snow pile.
I was going to say, in the snow?
In the snow.
Well, she's probably lucky it was freezing temps then because it didn't melt. If it melted, that would have been a big problem.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, I didn't understand the TikTok stuff, and I don't know what's even different about it. Is it like the same thing as Instagram? Is it different? Like, what is it?
It's just more music, more creative. It is probably the most creative social media app that exists.
Well,
creativity.
Look, I read this on the internet, so who knows if this is true or not. TikTok in like China is full of like people doing math in architecture, and in America, it's like, I got a double cheeseburger.
Yeah, pretty much.
Can I eat this in one bite?
No. In America, TikTok is boom.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, sorry, TikTok got banned. We're gonna give you 5 big booms to China. Boom, boom, boom.
That's the only reason I wish it would have stayed banned. I want the Boom family to go under.
But it's all algorithmic, I know that. But somebody showed scrolling in TikTok in China, and it's a whole bunch of like kids doing math equations and like building things. Yeah. And then they went to America, and it's just like, that double chunk chocolate cookie is 5 big booms.
Pretty much.
Hey, I'm sorry your brother played with a loaded 38. Anyway, I'll give you some booms.
Pretty much.
Anyway,
all right.
If you want to get serious about it, it's because China is a communist country.
Well, I know all
they control
of that.
Everything about the media and all the apps and everything. That's why X is not allowed there. Facebook is not allowed there. Nothing is allowed there that the government doesn't want the people to have.
But that's probably why they like it so much. They're like, we can control this. I'm not saying this is a good thing, by the way. It's the complete opposite, actually. You need to have freedom to be dumb, okay? But that's probably why China enjoys it so much. It's like, if you give people the ability to eat nothing but junk food, then they're going to consume nothing but junk food. And that's what TikTok is, I would assume.
Brett, you were talking about who's bigger frauds than the Chiefs being in the playoffs. The ban on TikTok was a bigger fraud than the Chiefs. That thing lasted like 8 hours.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It was like the prohibition in Denver. How long did I got coasters made about the prohibition in Denver? How long did that last? Like 4 hours?
They got me, okay? I was one of the people when they said we're shutting down liquor stores because I only buy it when I need it, sort of thing. I'm not one of these guys with 15 whiskey bottles displayed at the house. So I get it like once every couple of weeks, stop at the liquor store, get a bottle of bourbon or something like that. And I said, if you're shutting this down and not telling me when this stuff is opening back up, I did the hoarder thing.
I believe that once TikTok went down, a lot of those people found alternate means. And that's when, I'm telling you, that's when I got into it with the mayor of Kansas City. I think that's when my tweet went viral because all the TikTok users came to X just temporarily.
Wait, so is X the boomer platform now? Like it used, like
no,
the
that's
way
Facebook.
The way that we thought about Facebook, Nelly, eventually, where it became like, oh, your grandma's on here, sort of thing. Is that now how younger kids view Twitter and X? Is that like, am I the old person now for only
You know,
having
it's
that?
so funny you say that. There's a genre, there is a category for everyone and everything. Like, I guess X would be it skews a little older, right? Instagram skews a little, if you're a girl, you use Instagram. Is that accurate, or am I off on that?
I'm the wrong guy to ask.
I think the app that now is getting that boomer reputation is Snapchat. I don't think many youths are using Snapchat anymore.
Okay. I mean, and you can go full Nerdville and go to Reddit.
I'm still a MySpace guy.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
I don't think anybody's MySpace
guy.
Is
MySpace, is it dead?
I don't think Tom's a MySpace guy anymore.
Tom never left us, man. He's still out there.
Who's that?
I like to imbibe in all of it. I hop around all of them.
It's just, it would be overload for me.
Well, I mean,
and I don't have the
I live in
self-control.
Twitter. I live in Twitter. That's my main residence. I've got another home elsewhere, but I spend my main residence is Twitter.
I've said it forever, dude. If they take Twitter away from me, then I'm like out on all of this stuff, and I'm gonna be the dude that's like, let me check the news.
Yeah, I know.
Open up the paper, and that's all I'm gonna get.
We all agree, though, on this show, Twitter is that's the place, right? That's the headquarters.
That's the only place I'll be.
I mean, the Sky Blue people that took off to Sky Blue, you can have it. I'm good.
Sky Blue? What is Sky? Oh,
Blue Sky.
Blue Sky, yeah. Sorry, guys. Not going anywhere else, okay? If Twitter became nothing but the boom guys, if that was all Twitter was, I'd still stay on it if it was open. Because I can't go anywhere else. I can't. Anyway, national championship game tonight, Vic. Your boys are pretty severe underdogs in this game. Now, I'll tell you this. You know what's interesting about where I'm at in this game? I'm not a fan of either one of these teams. I do think Ohio State's going to win. I do. But I'll give you something that Ohio State doesn't have as far as team I'm rooting for. And I say this all the time. I'm going to be a good friend, Vic, so I'm going to root for my friends' teams.
Listen,
okay?
I don't care if you root for my team.
Hang on. I think that's a standard of being a good friend. I really do. But I like Marcus Freeman, and I would like to see him win.
Mm-hmm.
He's like the only guy, I think, on either side of the field that I like. So I'm a Freeman guy. The question is, I saw a whole bunch of reports come up that should Marcus Freeman parlay this into an NFL job? And I'm like, why?
It's not what he does.
Why? You got a good thing going there.
I can't.
And you're getting paid as much or more money than you would in the NFL anyway.
I can't do Ryan Day's beard. So I'll be a Freeman guy all day.
I can't do Ryan Day. I think he's obnoxious.
Okay, agreed. I think Ohio State's going to win as well, Vic. Here's the thing. I'm really torn.
Listen, we all sort of see the writing on the wall. They're 8.5-point favorites. They're more powerful. Their offense has more weapons. Notre Dame's banged up. They've got 5 starters out for this game. 5. Not to mention a bunch of reserves. They're banged up big time. I get all that. They weren't supposed to be here. They survive. They grind. Somehow they win. Somehow. I just want one more somehow. That's all I'm hoping for.
If they do win, if Riley Leonard somehow puts that team on his back and they knock off Ohio State and win their first national title since 1988, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow morning, you're going to be so insufferable. You're going to make
100%.
You're going to make our lives miserable. I don't want to root against you. I want to root for you, but I want to promise that if they win, if the Irish somehow pull it out and win, that you're going to at least be.
No, he gets to be. He gets to be whatever way he wants to be tomorrow.
Whatever the hell I want to do if my team wins. I tell you what, you can do that too when your team wins. How's that?
I think that's totally fair.
Yeah. When your team wins, and anybody else listening who always says, "Oh, I hate Notre Dame." Okay. When your team wins, whoever you are, talk to me.
When the Nuggets won the championship, Moj, or when the Avs won the championship, and we were doing the show with drinks the following days of those, we acted like bleep holes.
Exactly.
But we got to be.
I will act
I was
like
not a blank. I was good. I was
if
cool.
my team wins.
I was just enjoying myself.
Okay, well, then I was, because I was basically verbally flipping the bird at John Cooper the next day for like 3 hours.
Yeah, you did pretty much. Yeah.
Because I didn't go to guys. My buddies are at the game. I had a airline ticket ready to go, and I just didn't pull the trigger on it, and I hope I don't regret it. But here I am with you.
I'll give you one other thing that made me.
What's
smile.
great about today is that it's not yesterday.
One other thing. I did find this funny. There's this new commercial with Shane Gillis where he's in a church and he's praying to God. Yeah. Just listen to a little bit of this.
It's me, Shane. I haven't been here in a while, but I have a pretty big prayer for you. Notre Dame's in the national championship on Monday. I know you know, because you've been with us the whole time. A couple weeks ago, that field goal, I know you had a lot going on, so that was pretty chill you took time to help us with that. I should also say I have not bet on any of these games. All right, I half bet, but going forward, if Notre Dame wins, thou will not bet on games for a month, a couple weeks. We'll probably bet on Sunday. Come on, God, I know you can help us. Trucking dude, pick sixes everywhere. Have a couple fumble-rooskies. Just please let Notre Dame win a national championship.
Anyway, yeah, there's about 30 more seconds of that. I did find that pretty funny. I just saying the line, because it's something I definitely would have done. Like if the Lions somehow pulled that game off on Saturday with some last-second comeback thing, I'm like, I know you had a lot going on. Getting us that field goal is pretty chill, though. Thanks for that. Thank you. I think we've all done it. You've prayed to God during a sporting event. You've done it before.
I don't do that. Honest to God, that's where I draw the line. I do not think God favors a team or a fan base, and I think it's sacrilege to even think that way, to be totally honest with you.
I'm sure there's plenty of praying going on in the chapel on campus today. I'm sure there is.
In fact, if your prayers resort to winning and losing competitive events, there's something wrong with you.
I do remember using this exact phrase, I'll let God decide, when I threw down a bet against Sister Jean's team.
Yeah. See, now that's
and God decided that I win $100. That's what he decided.
That's just taking it too far, man. That's taking it way too far.
I said that line on the air. I said that.
Brett, do you feel the temperature rising in the room a little bit?
Yeah.
I think that's some hellfire coming for you, brother.
Moj, were you you grew up Catholic, right?
Correct.
I don't understand how you aren't a Subway alum. I don't understand how you're not like Shane Gillis and everyone else.
You think every Catholic in the world
Yeah.
is a Notre Dame fan?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You know, there's other Catholic colleges that have teams.
No. Every Catholic wanted to go to Notre Dame, but just couldn't get in.
Are you a Creighton basketball fan?
I never had any desire to go to Notre Dame. I got my own green and gold. It's called Sac State.
Well, because you couldn't get
in. Hey, did you see my boy, head coach for the UNO basketball team? He's going viral for his celebrations that he has after the game.
Kick the trash can. What was he doing?
Was he's Ted Lasso? Is he dancing and all that stuff?
So he gets to the locker room, and his whole thing is he beats up a trash can somehow. So this last win that they got, he took his belt off and started whipping the trash can with the belt.
Oh, come on, man.
It's pretty good. Hey, go Mavs. You know what I mean? Again, 303-504-0925. If you guys want a chance to win that pair of tickets to the Nuggets and the Sixers tomorrow, you text in 2019 and your first and last name. 2019, your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Give that pair of tickets away at the end of the show.
All right,
I have a question to ask you guys.
Sure.
About viewing games with friends, okay? And I probably shouldn't bring this out in the open, but I am. I don't care. Is it okay to watch a game among, like, I'm going to watch with my brothers tonight, probably, my parents, you're going to watch Notre Dame fans. If one of your brothers brings somebody that is rooting for the other team, how do you handle that?
Ooh, this is a good one. Hang on. This is a good one. Save it.
Yeah.
We'll get to it next. Okay, so you're watching the national championship game tonight, obviously, Vic, and you and your family are Notre Dame people.
Yeah.
And your brother's doing what?
I just want to bring up an example of a previous game on the road to the national championship. There were 2 games that my brother hosted, and I'm not trying to call anybody out, but I guess I am. And we had an assemblage of Notre Dame fans. I was there with my brothers and significant others, and everybody's wearing Notre Dame gear and clearly into one team. And there was somebody that showed up that was openly rooting for the other team at all times because they, quote, hate Notre Dame. And I've never felt a sense of, like, I wanted to fight.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I sat there and I said, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Like, would you ever go to a party where you're rooting against the team everybody there is rooting for? Would you ever do that?
Well, here's the thing.
Who does that?
It depends. Like, I'll give you an example. I had a friend who was a Minnesota Vikings fan, and the Lions and the Vikings played each other. That was a regular season game. That was fine. But if you're talking about this, I can't have anybody who's not pulling in the same direction. I can't.
But I'm talking about that person who, like, having awareness. Like, you're at a gathering where everyone is rowing in the same direction. What are you doing?
That's a guy who likes being the troll.
What are we doing here?
Wait, I'm confused. Are you talking about your brother doing the invite to that person, or are you talking about the guy who's showing up?
Both.
Okay.
All of it.
A game of that magnitude, the invite should just be like, hey, I appreciate you. I can't have this around me. That energy I can't have.
What made me mad is my brother sloughed it off like it was no big deal.
I'm actually with you on this.
Oh, it's a huge deal.
Yeah.
It's a huge deal. And I guess you have to be just a sick sports fan to understand that. When you are organizing your own little get-together and you got all your people watching your team, the last thing you want is somebody from the outside, what are you doing?
Like, if I were to give this an example here, it's Broncos-Raiders final week of the season that decides the division.
Sure.
And your brother asks a Raiders fan to come over and watch the game with no. The answer is no.
No.
You aren't allowed.
And then there's that, there are those who think, well, diversify the crowd a little bit. It's not that big deal. It's just sports. It is a big deal. No, it is a big deal.
Yep. I will say this from an outsider's perspective. Every year I go to a brewery that's a really good one called Downhill, where the owner is an Ohio State fan and his buddy's an Ohio State fan, and they invite a Michigan fan there to watch every year for the Ohio State-Michigan game. Watching them talk trash to each other is fun for me, but I don't care who wins.
No, I wouldn't be able to do that, especially if they talk during the game. I don't want to hear your mouth. You can't use your mouth. This is from Will on the text line. My wife's cousin is a Raiders fan. I let him come to my house to watch Bronco Raiders game once. Never again. It was awful.
Yeah.
He can go to prison and watch the next game. Yeah, that's the way it should be handled. That's exactly the way it should be handled. If you're not going to share in my fandom and my place or my gathering place, you're not welcome.
Yeah.
And is that territorial? Yeah. Yeah. Is that tribal? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, all of it. But that's just the way I roll. I don't know if you roll that way. It sounds like you do.
Yes.
I don't want you here.
Hey, I got a stat for you, by the way. And this is part of, like, I don't know what witchcraft goes on in Kansas City for them to win the way that they do. Everything about that game felt like the Texans had the upper hand outside of some mistakes. But how about this from ESPN Stats and Info? The Texans are the first team to outgain their opponent by 100 or more yards. Mm-hmm. So the total in that game was 336 yards for Houston, 212 for Kansas City. They did not turn the ball over, and they lost a postseason game. Teams with those same stats outgain their opponent by 100 or more yards and don't turn the ball over. They were 49-0 entering the playoffs at that time. The one loss now is the Houston Texans to the Kansas City Chiefs.
You know what's the biggest when you walk away from the games this weekend, the perception will be, well, Lamar Jackson blew another one, right? Lamar.
Mm-hmm.
And Patrick Mahomes got it done again. Take a look at their stats.
Like how they got there.
Yeah. Take a look at both teams, both games. You know, Mahomes threw for 177 yards, only 7 first downs.
Yeah.
His biggest first down, his biggest play came off a personal foul.
Well, he had like a 40-some yarder to Kelsey. Yeah, he had a big play to Kelsey in that game. But the point remains, Vic, like that offense is thoroughly unimpressive. They don't do anything well. Even this year, they don't throw the ball well this year. If this is your first introduction to Patrick Mahomes, you wouldn't think this is the world's gift to the quarterback position. You wouldn't. But we know what the past has looked like before.
Yeah.
They can't run the ball. They can't throw it effectively. But they just always, they find something. And I'll give him credit. That touchdown that he threw to Kelsey, that kind of put the game away. Like he's falling down and Kelsey just finds that soft
amazing.
Pocket. Like it's a great play.
It was amazing.
And that's what wins games, I guess.
You know, it's good to be the king, but this is what we do, especially in this country. A team, and every team does this. Every team, every dynastic team goes through this, right? Where at first you're like, wow, this is a fun team. Wow, look at Mahomes and this is okay. And then they win again, like, oh, yeah. Then they win a couple more, and you're like, okay, enough of this crap. You know, the same thing happened with the Patriots. Same thing happened with Alabama football, right?
Yeah.
What's the difference? We all want to throw them out because they get too good. And that's where Kansas City is now.
Well, do you remember that one guy, and I saw this a month ago, and it's really funny. Forget what the Twitter account was, but the guy says, it was 10 years ago, Vic. LeBron is almost 30.
Yeah.
Thank God this bleepery won't last much longer.
I know.
And a month ago, he goes, thank God LeBron is 40. This bleepery won't last much longer. And it's like, truly, you're just waiting for the drop-off of the team or the player that's really, really good. And that's what I'm looking at here. Like, they continue to win, but it feels like they are dropping off at least a little bit.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. I don't understand how this continues to happen.
Well, they keep getting, like they got the home field this year throughout the playoffs.
Yep.
Things are falling their way. It's good to be the king. Hey, if you were a Chiefs fan, if this was Denver doing all this, we'd have an entirely different perspective, obviously.
Sure.
It's good to be the king.
It's become distasteful along with annoying. The way that Patrick Mahomes is acting in the middle of these games. I can't take it. By the way, I saw this podcast. I don't have the audio, but it was Travis Hunter. He was talking about that Carson Beck is going to get $10 million in NIL to transfer over to Miami.
By the way, which is $6 million per year more than what Jaden Daniels is making.
Yeah. That's insanity.
Crazy. That's crazy.
And I wonder if you are, like, Carson Beck is not a top quarterback prospect, but let's say that you are. Let's say you're Jaden Daniels, okay, and you got a year left of eligibility, and you know you're going to go, like, top 5, like maybe number 1 overall. Who knows? Does the idea of staying one more year in college for $10 million outweigh the
why not
risking? Well, why not is you're risking injury. You are risking that. You're risking your draft stock dropping if something happens to you. That happens.
Yeah, but you're also risking $10 million.
Exactly. But does the appeal of being like Jaden Daniels right now, I'm sure Vic has no problem making a little bit less than what Carson Beck's going to make because he's going to get endorsement deals and he's going to be due, a $300 million contract in a couple years.
Sure.
But there are those guys out there that are borderline. Like, I'm looking at Quinn Ewers. Like, dude, you want to be like a third-round draft pick over make $8 million transferring somewhere this year? Really? Doesn't seem like a wise financial decision unless you hit it big. Because that was the thing that confused. Like, when I played in college, the baseball draft has like 40 rounds. I remember talking to my dad once. I was like, dude, if I got drafted the last pick in the 40th round and those guys are getting paid, like a couple of bags of peanuts and $2 every single game that they play. But I go, the appeal is you want to get yourself in the system so that eventually you make the big league roster. And who knows if you get drafted again after that. I said I would take it. But if somebody's going to say, hey, you can stay in college and make $5 million if you transfer over to this place, well, now I think you probably stay.
Yeah.
Because why wouldn't you?
I think the beneficiaries of this NIL, the millions that are being thrown around, are those borderline NFL guys, especially the borderline quarterbacks.
Yeah.
You know, if you're not a first or second round quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
then you stay and you make your money, especially if you're a top-notch college quarterback.
Right.
Who's that kid that's playing at Vanderbilt that got the extra year?
Diego Pavia?
Yeah, like he'll never play in the NFL, but as a college quarterback?
Sure.
At Vandy?
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
Does that bother you more than what you're seeing in the MLB, where the Dodgers just continue? I saw this number, dude, and it's mind-blowing.
What was they had 2 more signings over the weekend, and it's getting to the point where every time they sign a player and it's a significant player,
Mm-hmm.
I don't even have a reaction. Before I had a reaction, I don't even have one anymore. Do you?
No, but my reaction is they have the Dodgers alone $1.6 billion in deferred money, which means they pay that out when the contracts of these players end. Like, it's not just Shohei. There's a whole bunch of players on that team that get deferred money. And that feels like the easiest thing you can say. You can't do that if you're the MLB. Like, the easiest sort of fix that you can do, if anything, to the contractual stuff is you can't pay money out after contracts are done.
Well,
dude.
it just makes it much more difficult to sell the team. Because if you sold the team, you sell the rights to all those contracts you owe down the road, right?
Yeah.
You have to pay those up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it's the same thing as it allows you to go out and do this. Go pay big money for a
someone else
Japanese
do it.
pitcher who's a free agent.
Dude, they're doing it. Doesn't mean it's illegal. If somebody else wants to do it, go do it.
The MLB is so weird about their books. Like, you don't get to know how much a team is making, how much money they have in the bank that they can pay off for the players. It's why the salary cap system works so well. You know exactly the amount of money the Broncos have this offseason to spend. Exactly.
You know what's crazy? There's some complaints that some teams, like the Rays, they're not spending the necessary floor. Like, you have a ceiling,
Right.
you have a floor. There's no ceiling, but you have a floor that you have to spend. They're not spending it in revenue sharing. They're not using that money. And I guess the argument would be why would we? We're not going to compete with these guys.
Yeah. And you know what? Here's what's difficult for the Rays. Up until recently, they've been a pretty damn good baseball team, too. So they could argue what we're doing is working, even though we're shelling out basically $0 for all this. By the way, did you see the tweet from the Rockies? Can you pull this up, Nelly? The Rockies sent out a tweet.
Yeah,
a few days
everybody
ago.
made a big deal. Are you talking about the beer pour?
Yeah.
See, as you know, I wouldn't even know what a good beer pour is. I didn't understand what the big problem was there.
Well, there's this new narrative out there that's driving me a little crazy. Okay. So, you know, when you say the bubbles hurt my tummy or that beer makes you feel bloated, there is a certain part of pouring a beer that matters. But if you guys missed this, I want you to see it. And it's just like the Rockies aren't doing anything. And then they have this tweet that gets sent out. And it's like, I'll tell you this right now, Vic. This is not how you pour a beer. Okay? You do not just go high up, hit the bottom of the glass. You got to have a tilt in there until you get to the end, and then you have some of the foam on top. Like, that's the proper way.
Vic, that's like 80% foam, man. Even as a beer novice, you got to know that's not right.
Dramatic. They're trying to dramatize it a little bit with the background.
There's nothing dramatic. It looks
God, you
bad.
beer snobs.
See, but here's the thing.
That's a horrible pour.
Nelly, there's a new narrative goes around because one guy did a video of he poured a beer that way, and he waited the 50 minutes it took for that foam to leave. And then he goes, this is what happens in your stomach. And he starts sloshing it around, and that one had less foam than the other one. Nobody cares, okay? You drink beer knowing it's not going to feel great, okay? Nobody drinks alcohol thinking, I'm going to feel awesome after this. It's not the point. The point's to have a good time with the boys. That's what it is. And if you poured this beer, if Vic, you went to the fridge at your house, because I'm there for the Notre Dame game or whatever, and you say, hey, let me pour you a beer, and you do that, I'll throw that beer back in your face and be like, never pour this again.
Next time I'm with you, I'm going to pour it just like that.
Well, I won't drink it. That's fine.
My theory is, I feel like this had to be a social media intern who's like 18 and knows nothing about pouring beer or something, because there's no way that this is a justifiable beer pour.
Or this is the point. Maybe that's the point. They
You
just
beer
wanted us.
cops are just relentless.
It's not
You
being
really
a
are.
beer cop. It's just, come on, Vic. There's a way that you pour. If I drank, how about this? If I drank wine out of a red Solo cup, would you judge me?
Not really. I don't care how you drink your wine. I don't. Drink it however you want.
If I broke the spaghetti before I put it in the pot.
Now, if you drank white wine, I would judge you.
What about that, Vic? I break the spaghetti noodles before I get them to boil in the pot.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, see? Well, it's not to eat your own anymore, is it? Used to be to eat your own. And now Vic gets territorial about his pastas. Same thing. See, called you out, fraud. You feeling okay, by the way?
That's the biggest Rockies news of the week.
Yes,
a beer
exactly.
pour?
No, this is what I'm saying. The Dodgers are putting off $1.6 billion to have like a pitching staff of 10 people they can go through. And the Rockies poured a beer over the weekend.
I feel like it's kind of representative of the organization as a whole. They can't even pour a beer correctly, and that's just if that doesn't represent their team, I don't know what does.
What is the nerve level that you got right now heading into this game tonight?
I'm free. I'm liberated. I'm not very nervous. I'm not. Honest to God, I'm not.
Okay, is there a scenario where you're pissed after the game?
Of course. If they have a chance to win and something.
If they lose by 30, are you mad?
Disappointed, but not mad. Disappointed, yeah.
So you're at the I've enjoyed the journey phase of them making the national championship.
Well, Brett, did you anticipate after week 2 of, if I had told you after the Northern Illinois game that Notre Dame would be in the national championship game, what would your reaction have been that night? When your boy...
I would have laughed at you.
Yeah, when your boy Marty O called me on the radio and poked fun at me publicly. What would your reaction have been if I would have
laughed at you?
If I would have turned to Marty on the air that morning and said, "Hey, Marty, guess what? My team's going to be in the national title game."
Yeah, we all would have called you an idiot.
Exactly.
There's somebody on the line that wants to call you an idiot. Let's go out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Go ahead, caller.
Vic, man, you don't understand how important this beer pour thing really is.
Jesus.
No, don't you Jesus me. There are certain things in a man's life that are important, and this is one of them. And so if you don't do it right, then you're going to feel the wrath of Brett and Nelly and me and everybody else.
Why don't you just drink it out of the damn can?
It's better in a glass.
I typically do, or the bottle. But number two, it just dawned on me. You were talking about, I'll have Mario and Adelio over and blah, blah, blah. Why didn't you invite me and Brett? Brett said, if I get a beer from your fridge, he's never even gotten a beer from your fridge. Why didn't you invite us over for the game?
If I invite you to the game, and you're more than willing to, I would love to have you. Will you, at any point, root against my team?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't come anyway because you live too far away from my house. But I would not root against your team, no.
I'm calling BS on that, Moshe.
No, I want Notre Dame to win the national title. I do.
You know what Moshe would do?
I just don't want you to be insufferable tomorrow.
You know what Moshe would do, Vic?
What?
Ohio State would score a touchdown. He's like, oh, man. And then he'd look at me and go. Like, he'd give me a look. He would. He'd do it.
Then my mother would shoot him.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Maybe.
I could use a good shoe across the forehead. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. You don't want any part of that, Moshe.
Hang on, Vic.
You're probably right.
Well, what are we going to do with this afterwards? Moshe, hang on. I got to do a demonstration. Goodbye. Have a good call.
Adios.
Hey, there's a reason I don't invite you guys over to my place for these things.
Everybody tune in to the Twitch feed or on Altitude Television.
Do you have a beer?
I'll show you how this is done.
Where'd you get the beer?
Raj just brought it to me. I have no idea where it's from. You tilt the glass. Oh, that's a cool glass. It's got like mountains on the side. All right, you tilt the glass. You start the pour here, right?
Lift it higher so I could see it. Lift it higher. There you go.
You start it here. See, there's a little foam, not a lot. And then when you get to the very end, you get to about 3/4 of the way through. Now you do the tip. You get a little head on top of that. That's what they call the foam. That is about as perfect of a beer pour as you're going to have.
Oh, boy.
As perfect as it gets.
Oh, wow. Wow, look at you, Einstein. Go invent something now. Go change the world.
Raj, come over here and chug this. I mean, I don't know what. Got to take a sip now. Go in the Avs game later. There you go. Grab
He's bare-chested and banging his chest.
He just made the world a better place.
Everybody give me a round of applause. It's deserved. It's the perfect pour. Back after this. Hey, two things real quick. Just because after doing that, I'll be totally honest, Vic. After I talked a massive amount of trash about the Rockies and how they pour beer, and then Raj comes in and I had to do that on the spot, a little nervous that I was going to mess up that pour and everybody's going to make fun of me, but I nailed it.
You took that down, didn't you?
What's that?
That beer.
I had one sip, and then I said, Raj, we can't let a beer go to waste, and then Raj crushed it, like immediately. So Raj is going to be ready to go for his show. Okay. He's going to be ready.
It's called the morning sprint for a reason. He's ready to go, brother.
Vic, if you thought we were just going to dump that beer down the sink, you're insane. You don't leave a perfectly good beer.
Whoa.
Just trash it. You don't do that. Plus, the mountains were blue. What were we supposed to do? Anyway.
What does that mean?
The can is cold activated, Vic. Once the mountains turn blue, you know it's the prime temperature to drink the beer. That's the whole thing with Coors Light is they have the mountains, and if they turn blue, then you're good to go.
Gotcha.
Watch a single beer commercial. What's the matter with you? You live here. You're closer to that damn factory than anybody is.
Who do you think I am? I am.
How do you not know that? You have no pride in your community.
I drink the water. Hey, that water's right next door to me.
Yeah, it is. All right. So a few things here as we move ahead. The Avs taking on Minnesota at 1 o'clock today. Pre-game's at 12:30, so the morning sprint will be on from 10 to 12:30 before they make way for Avalanche pregame. Obviously, big game. If they beat Minnesota today, then they move up one spot in the standings from where the Wild are. Now, the Wild have a game in hand, all that, but it would just be good to continue this stretch of kind of steadily climbing your way back into where the Avs should be. Was talking about this with Moj earlier. It's like you aren't nervous that they aren't making the postseason. Like the Avs are in a good enough spot for that. It's just a matter of playing the correct brand of hockey as the year sort of drags on and on. You try and get healthy.
It'll help when Val comes back, too. Mm-hmm. It changes things.
100%. I mean, I'm not going to go through the numbers of Val on and off, wins, loss. You guys all know the story. But he's incredibly important. If you can continue to stack wins on the way there, then great. The main thing from over the weekend, outside of my own selfish stuff of the Lions losing.
When did you get over that, by the way? When were you able to breathe?
I'm not yet.
You're not?
No.
Okay, so I just want to know how certain people mourn when their teams lose devastating games. Like when the Nuggets lost Game 7 to Minnesota, I was angry for a few days. That was how I reacted to it. It wasn't disappointment. It was just pure anger, like set me off type of anger. What is your emotion?
Okay, I'll let you know. That game was Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
I barely watched any of the Philly and Rams game. I watched Buffalo and Baltimore because it's a huge game. And I was like, I have to watch it, but I had to stomach my way.
Did you snap at your infant daughter when she wanted to eat?
I didn't. I did not do that. But it's one of those, people were texting me, and they were genuine. They're like, dude, I'm so sorry about the game. And I'm just looking at my phone. I'm like,
yeah, I don't even
stop telling me that you're sorry. You probably are. I don't care. Stop reminding me.
The worst though is I saw our colleagues here, like Coach Sanford and DMAC. Everybody try to sympathize.
Oh, it's
with
just
you
like
on
you
Twitter.
guys shut up.
And
I don't need that.
I was like, come on, man, don't do that to the dude. Like he doesn't need reminding.
That's the whole thing. I know what happened. I'm sure you're all sorry. You don't need to remind me every 5 seconds about a horrible pain I had. Horrible. I had a buddy at the house, and I love him. And the second the game ended, he got another drink, and I was like, have a good time. I'm like, I want everybody out of my house. I want my wife out of the house. I want my dogs out of the house. I want everybody gone.
I'm 100%. That's why I don't that's why the group thing, if your team loses, it's hard to stomach because everybody wants to continue in a group activity. I don't want to do group play. I want to be alone.
Yeah, see, now that we're talking about it, I'm getting fired up again. I'm not. What are you doing to me? You're doing this now. Now you're doing it.
I'm preparing myself for tonight, maybe.
Oh.
That's why I think the GIF that I sent you was the most accurate representation.
You're just like me. Trash.
Yeah.
Welcome to the off-season, buddy.
Yeah. Here's the difference, Nelly. I'm conditioned to know what off-season football is, okay? Yeah. It's all I've known.
Yeah, it's banged you over the head for so many years.
This was supposed to be the not year.
Adam Schefter, when we had him on in the 8 o'clock hour, he tried to compare the Detroit loss to Denver in '96 when the Broncos lost to Jacksonville. And I explained to him, as painful as that was in '96, here's the big difference. Detroit always sucks.
Yeah.
They don't play in Super Bowls.
Right.
You've never been to a Super Bowl. You don't know what that's like. Correct?
Of course.
The Broncos.
No, not me. No one on earth has ever known what that is like.
So the Broncos in '96, albeit it was a painful loss to Jacksonville at home, they'd already been to Super Bowls. They've climbed the mountain. They couldn't get over the top, but they'd been there. Success was already tasted. It was a different kind of disappointment. Your disappointment is one of, I'm going to die a poor man without ever knowing what it's like to win.
Like, you know what's weird is last year they're in the NFC Championship game with a 17-point lead at half, and they lost. And I felt not as bad then because part of it was like, I can't believe they even got that far.
Yeah.
They were expected to play well.
I know.
That's
have you had
now.
Brett, have you had the conversation with your father? Have you explained to him that he's probably going to die without the Lions ever winning at all?
Homie, I don't think it's probably going to be a month before my dad wants to talk to me again.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do with me. Before he wants to talk to anybody.
How old is your dad?
62.
Yeah.
Oh,
well.
What is yeah? What? That TikTok? Is that what you're saying with him? Is that what you're getting at? Anyway, the biggest thing to me, though, is you mentioned it earlier, Vic. It's one of the things that I thought heading into this offseason. Like, this is going to be a stain on the resume of Lamar Jackson again, where I don't think that's totally fair.
No, I agree with you. I agree. Did you hear Mark Andrews, by the way, left, did not talk to reporters. Half don't blame him, but could you imagine what's going through his head?
Yeah. Especially because it's the last guy you'd expect that to happen to. Season's on the line, and it seems like the most pitch and catch, easy type of play, and it goes on the turf afterwards. Brutal. Because he's been sort of the stalwart throughout that entire thing that's been like Mr. Consistency too.
But is it obvious to just me? I know you're on the same level here. Is most of America, if you're a rational human being now, if you're like a normal human, you're rooting for a Washington-Buffalo Super Bowl, correct?
Yeah.
If you're a rational human.
Sure.
Irrational people obviously have other teams in that game. But those of us who see things normally, those of us who wake up every morning and we just see normal things.
Yeah.
You want Washington and Buffalo, correct?
I think so. I think that's the only way to do it. Because I can't do Philly. I can't do that. I certainly can't do Kansas City. Washington would just feel so weird if they got there. Like, I don't even know if the coolness of the story of rookie quarterback going there would outweigh the oddity of it all. Where you're like, how did that happen again?
Yeah.
Washington was never seen as a team that would get this far. And think about this. Like, there's been rookie quarterbacks that have come in and had success, but they haven't taken over for teams who are, like, picking second overall. That's what's different. Yeah. Like, Washington was garbage last year.
What are the odds in these championship games? You figure Philly, it's about a touchdown over Washington?
Probably.
And I'd say the Chiefs maybe a point or two against Buffalo. You want to hear something crazy?
What's that?
Well, last 10 games between the Chiefs and the Bills, 10 total. They're 5-5. Okay, each team's 5-5. Each team has scored exactly 251 points.
That's
Dead,
crazy.
Even. Dead, balanced.
Well, earlier this year, the Bills were one of the only teams that could deal Kansas City a loss, and they won 30-21. The spreads in these games, by the way, Circa Sportsbook, 5.5 for Philly, 2.5 for Kansas City.
And would you argue that it was the Buffalo KC game, what was it, 2 or 3 years ago, may have been the most dramatic finish?
Sure. Yeah, that back
history.
And forth at the end of the game. I mean, crazy. By the way, our second pair of Nuggets tickets we're giving away. The winner is John Shaw. Congratulations, John Shaw. Oh, yes! Again, those are Nuggets Sixers tickets for tomorrow's game. The Morning Sprint will have a pair they're giving away as well, so stay tuned to that. Nelly, can we get a fact checker? Austin. There we go.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I'm going to play a quick clip here, and then I have a question about it. So we were talking about Jaden Daniels earlier today, and Vic said this.
How the hell did Louisiana State not win a national championship?
Never call them Louisiana State again.
I know, it
it's
just sounds
LSU.
awkward.
What are you doing right there?
So my question is, how come with some schools you can use the letters, and with other schools you can't? Like if I told you that Chad Kelly, Broncos legend, played college football at the University of Mississippi, you'd have no idea what I was talking
Doesn't
about.
work.
Because it's Ole Miss. Why do we draw these lines?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. It's just the way it is. It's just how she goes.
Yeah. Yeah, if
Like,
you said,
Florida State is Florida State. It's not FSU.
Yeah, you wouldn't say FSU, even though it'd be shorter. I don't know. Can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude S on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. You can order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Avs, Wild, 1 o'clock today. Can you hear it right here? Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You guys have a wonderful day. Vic, go Irish. I'm rooting for you. Go Irish today. All right. Talk to you guys tomorrow.
Rebound down to Jaquez. The bucket here hurts. Outlet pass. Butler runs right in. Layup won't go. Rebound fought for and grabbed by Westbrook. Watson in the front court. Jokic behind his head. Gordon. Dunk with the right-handed tomahawk. Joker with goggles on the back of his head. Triple-double by Nikola Jokic. 24, 12, and 10. 30 points by Jamal Murray.
2 seconds to go. 1 second. Sound the horn. Skyrockets in flight. Afternoon delights. Cale Makar, his 100th career NHL goal. Jonathan Drouin, his 100th career NHL goal. And Ross Colton's 300th game is a 6-3 Avalanche win over the Dallas Stars.
Well, successful road trip for Denver. They beat Miami, come in and turn it on in the second half to beat the Magic. Final tonight from Orlando. Denver 113, Orlando 100. Triple-double, Nikola Jokic again for the second straight time in South Florida.
Nuggets have won 8 of 11 to start off the new year. Back-to-back triple-doubles for Nikola Jokic. Yesterday, 20 points, 10 assists, 14 rebounds, and back-to-back games where Nikola basically doesn't have to see the floor in the final quarter and a half of a Nuggets win. Jamal Murray continues to put up shots while he struggled from beyond the arc yesterday, was just fine with 19. Christian Brown goes 1 of 3 from deep, but 7 of 7 from the line for 20 points. They go down to Florida. They sweep the little 2-game road trip as the Nuggets come back to Ball Arena on Tuesday night. By the way, we're going to get into a whole bunch with the Nuggets, the Avs. We'll recap the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. Patrick Mahomes being the beneficiary of another nice Kansas City whistle over the weekend. You guys can win a pair of lower bowl tickets.
Oh, yeah.
To Tuesday night's game between the Nuggets and the 76ers. And all you have to do is text the word quack, like what a duck does.
Why would it be quack?
Quack.
Who's ducking from the Sixers?
Well, who do you think would be ducking?
Who's the mother ducker?
The mother ducker for those Philadelphia 76ers is a guy who hasn't played here since 2019, and I know he's injured, but you know what? We're going to have some fun with this. Joel Embiid not scheduled to play again on Tuesday, so quack, Q-U-A-C-K to 303-504-0925.
Can we use the Finnish pronunciation of his first name? We go Yoel?
Yoel
Embiid?
Yoel Embiid? No, he doesn't deserve that.
Really good at
He doesn't deserve that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he's Joel.
Nikola continues to be the most efficient player that I've ever seen in the NBA in my life, and the Nuggets are starting to round into form.
They are, and this is the month. This is the month that I needed to see it, and I talked about it in the month of December when it just felt uneven. You didn't have a lot of the warm feelings about the Nuggets. You didn't have any about Jamal Murray in the month of December. But, man, when the Nuggets start playing their best basketball kind of in the middle to late part of January that they've played so far, that's what gives me those same vibes that I got in 22 and 23, is January being a great month. And the Nuggets are now in a position where, man, we were just looking at what felt not long ago, Raj. Shoot, it was about a week ago. We were like starting to look at being a play-in team. And I know it's December or January. It's not, at the time we're not like freaking out about seedings in the postseason, but the Nuggets were in that like 6, 7, 8 range. Man, now they're firmly in that four spot in the Western Conference, and really only 2.5 games out of being in the 2 spot, which is where I want the Nuggets to finish 2 through 4. That's what I want.
No, you want home court advantage.
Yep.
Right? Up until you have to go to Oklahoma City, likely, to get back to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, and even Oklahoma City,
you want to be playing on
like,
home court.
Dude, they're 35-7. Are they going to learn their lesson with this young squad of just...
I mean, dude, they are. Oklahoma City is so freaking good, man.
Yes, they're regular season good. Like Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens
I think it's different. I think Oklahoma City looks different than Baltimore. I think they look different than those other teams.
They did it last year.
No, last year
they were dominant last year.
No, last year they were too young. They weren't. I didn't look at Oklahoma City and went, you guys ran out of juice. I went, you just showed up and you haven't taken your lumps yet. They don't look like Baltimore to me, where Baltimore looks awesome in the regular season every year and then they find a way to screw it up. They looked like a team last year that was just simply too young, just like the Avs were in 2019 and 2020 and 2021.
Also Brett Kane's Lions as well. It's recency bias, but it is what it is.
So I think Detroit's a little bit different too.
But even
Detroit's
then,
mega injured, and then also there is a historical weight that's on that franchise.
Correct.
And it did look as though it weighed him down.
But when you push so hard in the regular season, which Dan Campbell, with all the fourth down and and I'm going to have memes made about how large my anatomy is, because I'm so audacious and brave and all the. Well, you know what? Your team starts to pay the price during the regular season to the tune of a bunch of injuries. And I would argue the same thing for OKC. That cool, go win 70 games regular season, 68 or whatever. Go win all those games. Are you going to have enough in the tank to last the entirety of the postseason? We'll see.
I mean, the hope is no.
And I'd say that's the hope and the most likely reality. They did last year, ran out of gas.
Like, you're looking at the Nuggets, and I know they're not as dominant as Kansas City's been in the NFL. But you kind of get this feeling that if this is the true Nuggets team that we're looking at now, the one that has a confident, a cocky Jamal Murray now, rather than like someone kicked my dog, which is what we saw for the first 2 months of the season with Jamal Murray.
A Jamal Murray that lacks inflammation.
Jamal Murray that doesn't have any more inflammation.
Yeah, because he just has great anti-inflammatory agents.
Anti-inflammatories, man.
Better believe it, Maul.
It really has changed this season for all of us.
I wonder if you look at the Nuggets this year, and they haven't been world beaters. They're 26-16. They've lost to a bunch of really bad basketball teams. They've had to fight back from, 6 or 7 15-point deficits this year to find wins. They have not been dominant.
Kind of sounds a little bit like the Chiefs.
It kind of
sound a
feels
little bit like
Chiefs-y.
the Chiefs. Does the same, all of us that live here in Denver in the state of Colorado, all of us that are screaming at our television because Patrick Mahomes is looking to draw personal foul penalties, can any of us also look in the mirror and realize that Nikola Jokic is really good in that same space?
He's nowhere near as annoying.
It's all in the eye of the beholder. I mean, that's coming from a Nuggets fan base. Do you think that Chiefs fans are like, man, it's really annoying when Patrick Mahomes tries to draw a personal foul penalty on the sideline because he faints? It's basketball. It's the NBA. It's the same thing. And Nikola Jokic is really good at it. And he works the refs really well. And that should be celebrated if you're a fan of the team.
He does work the refs really well.
Unbelievably well.
But if you ask the rest of the league's fan bases,
they hate him too, bro.
I think you're so off base on that.
Okay.
Everyone in the NFL hates Patrick Mahomes. I think if you were to ask the rest of the fan bases around the league what they think of Nikola Jokic, I think it's overwhelmingly positive.
I think it's different because Patrick Mahomes has won how many of these things? How many has he won? He's won 3.
They've gone to 7 straight AFC championship games, and they've hosted 6 of them.
Yep. And he's won the last 2 and on track for potentially 3rd in a row. So all the stuff, like all this negativity that's going at Patrick Mahomes, I'm a football guy, Raj. I like to see it from the perspective of football, not from the perspective of blind allegiances and hatred. And you're entitled as a fan to believe that. Everybody is. But I just think that the narrative around Patrick Mahomes is probably what Nikola Jokic will be for the rest of the NBA if he wins 2 more of these bad boys in the next 3 years. He will be hated.
Yeah, he has to win. They've
won 1. And so it's still like, that was cool. It's awesome. It's not like he is the witch of the NBA like Patrick Mahomes is. Keep throwing shade. Everybody just keep throwing shade at Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Keep doing it.
If you're about to take a stance on Denver radio about how wonderful and non-hateable Patrick Mahomes is,
I didn't say that.
I'm going to caution you on that one.
I'm a football guy that spent my entire life coaching this game, and he is very good at situational football
he's a freak.
In critical moments.
I still hate him.
And that needs to be celebrated as a football guy from my perspective. Yes, I am going to say that. And plus, I think that all the hatred towards Patrick Mahomes and the national narrative of the refs being on Team Kansas City, that's all just fuel that they're just going to keep doing what they're doing, guys. Like, they're going to keep winning, and they're going to keep laughing at all of you. And when there's memes and AI, creations of Patrick Mahomes whispering sweet nothings into referees' ears and engaging in, soft, kissing with refs.
Okay, hold on. It does feel as though, tell me you feel this way. There is I don't have like the data to back this up. I'm sure some nerd has done this online. It does feel as though he is the beneficiary of those calls more often than other superstar quarterbacks are in the league.
I think he works it more.
What happened last night in the Buffalo-Baltimore game, where Lamar Jackson scrambles out to the right-hand side, gets a first down, and gets dragged down from behind 2.5 yards into the sideline. And I don't like the Baltimore Ravens. Like, I am very staunchly pro Buffalo Bills. That is the only team that I want to win for the rest of the playoffs. I'm a big Bills fan right now. I love that fan base, and I think it's time for them to win. But Lamar Jackson gets dragged down on the sideline, was very clearly out, and had already given up his legs on the play. If that's Patrick Mahomes, there's an extra 15 yards tacked onto that.
I agree.
So what's the freaking difference?
The one that he had on the sideline, Patrick Mahomes, which was clearly a Euro flop, like from the NBA, they didn't call that. The refs didn't call that. So everybody's like mad at the possibility of the refs calling that one. I mean, the one where Patrick Mahomes is sliding, quote unquote, giving himself up late and draws the 15-yard personal foul penalty. They're going to call that against every starting quarterback in the NFL is going to get that call. There's two guys diving at him with their helmets. That's going to get called if that's Josh Allen. It's going to get called if it's Bo Nix. When two defenders are barreling down on a sliding quarterback and their helmets are leading towards the quarterback that's giving himself up, that's going to get called. Like, everybody's calling it, it's a bad call. Well, then change the rule. Change the rule and put the onus back on the quarterback that if they want to slide, they're not protected on the slide, that they have to slide early enough to truly protect themselves. Change the rule, NFL, because that, by the letter of this current law, that will be called in every situation, probably unless your quarterback's like Deshaun Watson. Yeah, you're probably not getting that call.
So you're telling me it's personal.
Gardner
You're
Minshew.
telling me it's personal.
Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell wouldn't have gotten that one.
Why Gardner Minshew?
Just because they stink. All those quarterbacks are not good.
I think
the NFL
comparison
doesn't
between
want
Gardner
to protect them.
and Deshaun, in terms of like not wanting to protect those two players,
I just think it's just
a different conversation.
They're like also rans, right? You know what's so this whole thought, if the Patrick Mahomes component of this, it's so different than every other quarterback. Have you ever heard of the term from the great game of football? We're talking about soccer, the beautiful game. You ever heard of dark arts?
Like Harry Potter stuff?
Dark arts is a term. The dark arts of football, meaning soccer, is a term used to describe the underhanded,
and stitches.
the underhanded, deceitful, and at times time-wasting tactics that some soccer players use to help their team win. Patrick Mahomes,
the thing that makes soccer unwatchable. The thing that makes soccer, I've heard I'm 31 years old. For 31 years,
it's watchable for me, Raj.
I've heard
it's watchable
about
for me.
It's the next up and coming sport. Wait until soccer
next
takes
up and
over.
coming. It's the most popular sport in the world.
It's
Raj.
not popular here in the States,
it's
man.
the
That's
most
all that matters.
popular sport in this green earth.
Highlight is popular worldwide. You watch that crap?
It's not as popular as soccer is. Soccer is the number one most watched sport on planet Earth. And the dark arts is what Patrick Mahomes, the witch, it's not, I don't think, a coincidence whatsoever. The guy that we call the witch in this town is engaging in the dark arts from the soccer world. So too is your Nikola Jokic. He is a basketball dark arts maestro. And we need to celebrate it because it helps your team win. It is what it is, Raj.
You're on one today, Coach. NFL notes. We're going to do our recap on the other side. We normally do it on Tuesdays. There's no games on Monday. So we will recap the NFL's divisional round coming up on the other side. Don't go away. We're giving away 2 tickets to the Nuggets and the 76ers tomorrow night at Ball Arena. Lower bowl tickets, 2 of them. And all you have to do is text the word QUACK, Q-U-A-C-K, like what a duck does, to 303-504-0925 on the Schomp Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
All right, typically we do this on Tuesdays on the Morning Sprint. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi, KJ Granderson behind the glass, hanging out with you guys all the way until 12:30 today. So an extra half hour of the sprint because the Avs and the Minnesota Wild today. A little matinee action on your Martin Luther King dates. Whole bunch of things happening today. You got the holiday. You got Inauguration Day.
Yeah.
You got Avs hockey.
Avs hockey. The one thing that I don't even know that's happening for whatever reason. Did you realize there's a national championship today? It doesn't feel like it. Do you feel like there's a natty today?
No.
Like
Who cares?
KJ, did you wake up this morning and be like, it's natty day today?
No. As a matter of fact, if you hadn't mentioned it, I don't think I would have thought about it.
It's crazy.
We'll get into national championship talk in just a little bit here. I did have to remind you
Thanks for reminding me.
I had to.
And I'm a college football guy. Dude, something's weird about this year's college football playoffs. It just has led itself to being almost relatively insignificant.
We'll open up the college football playoff in just a handful of minutes here. We'll talk about Ohio State and Notre Dame and whether or not the 12-team playoff has it done its job, or has it gone so far into the NFL playoffs that it's kind of made it almost irrelevant.
It's a little watered down.
We'll get into that in a little bit, but let's recap the NFL divisional round, and it starts with the Bills, a 2-point win over the Ravens because Mark Andrews can't hold on to a football.
Lamar's hit his last 5 passes. He's got a new set of downs. Again, he's getting all kinds of protection all day. Slides over to buy time, flings it down the field. It's caught for the touchdown. Isaiah Likely, and the Ravens are a 2-point try away from tying the game. The whole season essentially comes down to this play for these two great teams. Gonna roll, flip it, got it. Oh, the ball was dropped. He had the 2-point conversion in his hands. Andrews did not hold on.
I know you don't want to assign blame to one guy for losing a football game.
Yeah, Mark, wasn't a great day.
Wasn't a great day for that guy.
It wasn't. And unfortunately, Lamar Jackson, I have so much respect for him as a person, as a player. He's awesome to watch. But, man, the facts remain the facts. And you can assign blame to whomever you want, but when you start getting into year 5 and 6 of these failed efforts of winning a championship, and you are such a regular season MVP perennial guy, I got to read a list of 18 NFL quarterbacks that have a current NFL quarterbacks that have a better winning percentage in the playoffs than Lamar Jackson. Jaden Daniels, 2-0.
I can't wait to talk about that guy. Holy smokes, is he good?
John Wolford as a starting quarterback, better playoff percentage.
He won with the Rams.
Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Jimmy Garoppolo, better playoff winning percentage. Brock Purdy, Joe Flacco, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, Case Keenum, your friend Case Keenum.
Wow.
Trevor Lawrence, Daniel Jones, Marcus Mariota, CJ Stroud, Matthew Stafford, and Baker Mayfield. All 18 quarterbacks with a better postseason winning percentage than Lamar Jackson, who is every single year your MVP frontrunner, it feels like.
The one that hurts there is Marcus Mariota. That's a kick in the seeds.
It is what it is, man. And just as much as everybody wants to say that Patrick Mahomes is like, if you watched him right now, you would say, man, he's not very good because his stats aren't great. He's not throwing up massive numbers in the regular or postseason. As a football savant that loves this game, and the guy makes the plays when the plays need to be made and wins games. And there's a reason why he will end up having Tom Brady-like postseason numbers when it's all said and done.
Bills advance to take on the Kansas City Chiefs next weekend on the road in Arrowhead. 27-25 is your final. You get 3 combined touchdowns from Josh Allen, 2 of those on the ground in what looked like a miserable football game to play in terms of the cold Talk about miserable on the other side with winter weather, the snow game between the Eagles and the Rams.
Snow starting to fall now. Third down and 4. First quarter action. They run it with Barkley. He's got the first down. He runs on a safety. Breaks a tackle midfield. Gone down the right sideline. 10-5 end zone. A 62-yard house call for Saquon Barkley. He does damage from the wrong side of midfield again against the Rams. The Los Angeles Rams need a stop on defense and a touchdown before the end of this fourth quarter. Hurts takes his position in the shotgun. Saquon Barkley on his right hip. Has the snap, gives. Barkley bounces it. Left side breaks it. There he goes, Saquon. Off to the races. Dashing through the snow. All gas. No brakes. Game over.
All gas, no brakes. Game over. Runs
that was a good
62 and 78 from Saquon Barkley to go alongside a 44-yard touchdown run from Jalen Hurts. The question after this one was, does Philly even win this game if it's not a snowball?
I don't think so. Because, man, I almost felt like the big miss from the Rams was to almost let the snow and the environment get them away from throwing the football.
Yep.
When they needed it at the end of the game, their last 2 drives, Matthew Stafford was phenomenal throwing the football in terrible conditions. Unfortunately, that drive did end up just shy of what was a great football game. This was the game for me this weekend. This one and the Commanders game were the 2 games that I just felt emotionally invested in. And I wanted the Rams to win this game so bad. I just loved the way that they came from behind in the snow, a team that is from Los Angeles, doesn't play in weather. But at the end of the day, the most important offseason acquisition by far, and I'd say maybe in the history of football, Saquon Barkley is incredible.
I know we've been talking about Lamar and Josh Allen about the MVP. Brett said it this morning. There's not a player on any NFL roster that is more important to his team's success.
Dude,
than
205 rushing yards in a playoff game? My goodness.
What, he had 140 of those on 2 carries.
And they were backbreakers. Both of them just were, in terms of game flow at the time, they were just like, are you kidding me? That just happened?
Players stepped up in big-time roles in this game. Like, obviously, the passing game for Philadelphia it's not great. They don't rely on that, but they don't need to. When you run for 285 yards and 3 scores, you don't need to throw the football all that often. It's amazing when you have Devonta Smith and A.J. Brown in your arsenal, and you don't really have to use them. They combined for 6 catches in that game. On the opposite side of the receiving ledger, Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, those back-to-back catches. You were talking about that final drive from Matt Stafford LA had a real legit chance to win this game. The catch that Puka Nacua had on the left sideline was nuts.
Wild. He's another one of these kind of dark arts magicians where he makes a catch every game that you just don't think is even humanly possible. I did not like the final 4th down call from the Los Angeles Rams. I thought it was a really, really well-coached game by Sean McVay. They ran what actually the route concept in the West Coast offense is called Deep Colorado, which is weird. It's a corner route, but it looks at the top of the route. Envision a question mark, the angle of a question mark, or think about a sickle, as in who's the Grim Reaper has a sickle. You come out of this deep
a scythe.
A scythe.
I think you had a scythe is what the Reaper carries.
It's a sickle.
It's a sickle?
Yeah, it's I think it's both. I think there's
Isn't the sickle what's on like the Russian or the USSR flag? Is that what it is? Hammer and sickle?
Well,
they're kind of the same thing.
I guess somebody will sneak into the comments
here
and tell me how dumb I am.
People did not like your defense of Patrick Mahomes. I got to be honest.
Hey, man, this is an opinion-based program. If you guys want me to just play with the national narrative and the local narrative, I'll do that. If you want me to comment on what I see football-wise, I'll do that. And what I thought of on that 4th down call was just a pretty low percentage type of throw, regardless of weather conditions, but even more so, the execution of that is really tough to make that throw in that moment in that much snow.
28-22 is your final between the Eagles and the Rams. They head on off to the NFC Championship game where they will be hosting because the Detroit Lions fall flat on their faces yet again.
Here's Goff in trouble. Ball is out. It's recovered by the Commanders. Goff gets hit. He lost it. Armstrong's the one that sacked him and punched it out. And Frankie Louvu has it. Second and long. Goff, some pressure again, lets it fly high. It's intercepted, picked off by Quan Martin. Martin with some blocks, inside the 20, still going. Martin, pick six. Here's Goff, pressure, steps away beautifully, firing for the end zone. Oh, it's intercepted in the end zone. Picked off by Sainristil, who's now looking to take it out. And Sainristil is going to go down. The third turnover over the first half for Detroit, and this one in the end zone. Look at this trickery. Jameson Williams has it. Looking to throw it. Going to throw it downfield. Intercepted! Mikey Sainristil has it.
I know we spent a lot of time talking about, well, can this Detroit defense stand up to Washington? And while they didn't, 45 points against is getting thrashed. It was the offense and the turnovers that ultimately killed Dan Campbell's team. 45-31 is the final.
If you think about this Detroit Lions team and you think about some of our friends that have just been long sufferers.
I feel so bad.
Of this franchise. I think about Brett Kane and his relationship with his father, forged around
losing,
shared suffering because of this Detroit Lions franchise. I got Brett Kane after 3 attempts on FaceTime. I finally got him on at the end of Saturday night's contest.
Leave the poor guy alone.
And I gave him a pep talk and just told him, you don't deserve this. You're a great fan. You don't ever really step out of bounds as a Lions fan. You're realistic. You're not overly self-deprecating. You're not overly cocky. You just love your team. And for whatever reason, your team just continues to hate you. For that, I'm really sorry, Brett. And all you Lions fans out there, you don't deserve this. I wish I could tell you there will be better days ahead. But frankly, there will not be any better days ahead for this franchise. They'll never win a Super Bowl. Ever.
Ever?
Ever.
The window's closed.
Ever.
I don't know about that.
I mean, if this earth continues forward for 250 more years, they still won't win a Super Bowl.
It's not a great pep talk.
They'll move.
It's a horrible
They'll change
pep
their
talk.
mascot and their colors.
You're supposed to lift the guy up.
I'm
You're
dealing
filling in
truth.
his grave right now.
I'm dealing in truth right now, Raj.
Speaking about the Grim Reaper and Scythes, holy smokes, Mike Sanford. 45-31 is the final. Commanders move on. You got a rookie quarterback in the NFC Championship game. Jaden Daniels is the truth.
Baller.
Baller.
Baller. I had a crazy take and everybody thought I was nuts, and I'm kind of enjoying being the guy that makes proclamations that everybody thinks an idiot. Jaden Daniels, I believe, right now is playing at a top 2 quarterback level in the National Football League. Argue with me on that.
I can't.
They put 45 points up on the road and did it. He's done it in back-to-back weeks as a rookie quarterback. And he's doing it because of his legs, because of his arm, because of his elite decision-making. He's got this one thing that if you have it and you have it at an elite level, you will be one of the best, if not the best quarterback in the game, and that's instincts. He has tremendous instincts.
Speaking of top 2, I'm assuming he's top 2 alongside this guy. Patrick Mahomes advances to his 7th straight AFC Championship game. They will host it for the 6th time in those 7 tries. And Troy Aikman wasn't too thrilled with the referees.
Mahomes dropped it. Able to get it and take off to his right. And then slide down. They're going to throw a flag on that. I mean, it was a late slide, but they throw the flag, and it was Clay Martin who threw it.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 39.
Oh, come on.
15-yard penalty.
Here's the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's a runner, and I could not disagree with that one more. And he barely gets hit. That's the second penalty now that's been called against the Texans. Hey, they've got to address it in the offseason. You can't, as a quarterback, run around and play games with defenders and then get
be able to draw a penalty.
It was a crap call. It was a crap flag. There are no two ways about it.
Are we going to act like it's a foreign concept when multiple defenders or even one defender come in leading with the crown of their helmet towards
It's not a
quarterback?
foreign concept. They also didn't
that they're
touch
going
him.
to call it.
They also didn't touch him.
But they're going to call it.
Make the right call. Make the right call. That's what you're paid to do.
Okay. All right. Try making that call in real time without, like you said, a virtual referee that can confirm, but they don't have that right now.
You need SkyRef.
Yeah,
SkyRef
I
has to be
agree
in the
with
ears.
that.
That has to happen next year.
I agree. And pass interference calls, that should be very applicable in that instance.
Completely agree.
You know what actually ends up being the most egregiously missed penalty, either called incorrectly or not called, are
Holding?
face masks.
Oh, yeah.
Face masks. That's one that should, that is such low-hanging fruit. You either grab the face mask or you don't. I believe that the best path forward for this problem with quarterbacks that are taking advantage of the rule and the gray area nature of the law right now by giving themselves up in a sliding way so late. And that's what Patrick Mahomes is doing. He's doing it. All these quarterbacks are doing it. Why in the world would you just make it simple and say, hey, quarterback, you're now responsible for protecting yourself? There is no protection rule anymore. So you slide early enough.
I'm fine with that. The other quarterbacks in the league don't have to worry about it, right? Like the difference and the reason why people are so upset about this, all I have to do is I have to look at the pick six with Jared Goff getting lit up into his chin. And if that's Patrick Mahomes, that guy's out of the damn league, let alone a 15-yard penalty. And I know it's on an interception return, so it's a block. But he hits Jared Goff square in the head with the crown of his helmet. If that is Patrick Mahomes, there is a flag thrown on the play. That's where people are upset. You can say dark arts and all this crap. I understand that. I get that he does a better job of selling it to anybody else in the league. He is the James Harden of NFL quarterbacks. He's going to get the calls because he's good at it and because he is he's so damn talented. The other guys around the league don't get the same benefit of the doubt. And that's where people get upset. There has to be some sort of common ground. Again, if Goff is Mahomes in that situation, there are 17 flags on the field. There was not one.
Let me ask you a question. This is one that I want all of our listeners that are tuning in right now, and trust me, there are a lot tuning in because they are very loud in the text thread today, and I love it. Please keep it coming. Did the officiating lead to the win for the Chiefs? Would the Texans have beaten the Chiefs if the officiating was even slanted towards the Texans? You've watched this Chiefs.
No, probably not.
That's what I saw.
Kansas City was the better team.
That's what I saw. And that's what I've seen with the Chiefs throughout the course of the last couple of years.
It's the impending doom of what I think is going to happen next week in Arrowhead. There will be a game-defining call that goes Kansas City's way. If you ask me about the divisional round, no, Kansas City was the better team. They deserved to move on, bad calls or not, missed calls or not. They were the better team. It's the impending doom of what's going to happen next week. Because I guarantee there will be a play that costs the Bills a chance to go to the Super Bowl, and it's going to go Patrick's way. It'll be a pass interference call. It'll be a roughing the passer call. One of those two will cost the Bills a chance to go.
One of the things that is lost in all of the dramatics of the referees and the Chiefs and, Patrick Mahomes making out with referees and the AIs and all that. Man, the Texans defense, real. That's a good defense. And they've been a good defense. And CJ Stroud, playoff CJ Stroud, that dude's a dog. That guy's a ball player, man.
We're giving away 2 tickets to the Nuggets and the 76ers tomorrow night at Ball Arena. That game on TNT, 8 p.m. tip, 7:30 pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Bernoulli with your pregame at 7:30. And you guys can go in the lower bowl. All you have to do is text the word QUACK, Q-U-A-C-K. Yeah, like what a duck does. QUACK to 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. We'll give away those tickets coming up at 11:55. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi hanging out with you guys until 12:30, an extra half hour with us because the Avs take on the Minnesota Wild today, 1 p.m. at Ball Arena, 12:30 pregame show where you will hear these beautiful pipes of Connor McGahey as we go on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Connor, we have the Avs NHL quarter century team. Would you like to know who's on it?
I know who's on it because I voted on it.
You voted on it? Wow.
Yeah. So they asked some of us idiots, Kiefer and Riker and Lyles and Moj, to be on the group that picked the quarter century team for the Avalanche first and second team. And I've known for quite some time who's on it.
Well, idiots you guys are not. I think you guys dialed this thing in. Your first team, your three forwards, Nathan McKinnon, Peter Forsberg, and Joe Sakic. That seems pretty easy. Your defensemen, Cale Makar and Adam Foote, and the goalie, obviously one of the greatest, if not the greatest, ever to be between the pipes in Patrick Waugh. Your second team, Gabriel Landeskog, Milan Hajduk, who won a Rocket Richard trophy as well as a Stanley Cup, Mikko Rantanen. Your two defensemen, Rob Blake, one of the best hip checkers in the history of the league, and Eric Johnson will join Semyon Varlamov on the second team. Who was the hardest guy to keep off this list?
I actually wanted, because the argument, the defensemen were really tougher than the forwards. The forwards are kind of a slam dunk for the Avalanche. Again, this is the best players going back to the year 2000 because we're in 2025 now, quarter century team. So keeping that in mind, the defensemen were actually a lot harder because you had Tyson Barrie as a candidate. You had John Michael Lyles as a candidate. And I actually had John Michael Lyles over Rob Blake on the second team because of production and longevity. But you have to take all these things into account. Longevity, did they win? Did they not win? And ultimately it was decided that Rob Blake's time with the Avalanche and where he stood really in history and being able to win a cup in his his first season with the Avs here obviously pushed him through. That was kind of the toughest for me. I actually thought that Lyles should have been on that second team. And a lot of people are saying, well, where's Ray Bourque? Well, again, did he win? Yes. Was it 2 seasons-ish with Colorado? Yeah, but again, not long enough to really be part of a team that spans 25 years. So the forwards were easy, and the defensemen were really tough. Like I said, Barrie a possibility, Lyles a possibility, but ultimately it was Rob Blake who got that spot.
Connor, how did you guys go about discussing the value over the course of his career here so far in Colorado of Valeri Nichushkin relative to a list like this where you see the value of him maybe even more when he's not on the ice, in terms of the value for this franchise?
Coach, it's a great question. And I think if you do a 30-year team, you could have Mackenzie Blackwood possibly replacing Semyon Varlamov, and you could sneak Val Nichushkin in there as a possibility. But again, the forwards for the Avalanche have been so good. You're talking about franchise list leaders. You're talking about offensive records that are set, and now Stanley Cups in 2 different eras. Val Nichushkin, and I've maintained this for a couple of years now, should always be in the Selke conversation, and for whatever reason, he's not. And we know the record with him in and out of the lineup. But I think that because the Avs have such royalty at forwards, it's hard to crack that top 6. And the league's going to do a quarter-century team for everybody, and you could take the Avalanche's top 3 forwards of Forsberg, McKinnon, and Sakic, and those could be the 3 forwards for the entire league. You can make an argument going back 25 years. So as great as Val has been, the Avalanche forward group has been exemplary, which is hard to sneak him in there.
Your voice, the Colorado Avalanche. Connor McGahey is our guest on the Ramos Law Hotlines. Transition to this afternoon's game, a little afternoon delight matinee action between the Avs and the Minnesota Wild. Minnesota they've kept pace. They were torn to start the year, but they've been injured. Any changes? Is Kirill Kaprizov available for them? And would you let us know possibly who's starting in net for the Avs, or is that too much?
No Kirill Kaprizov or Jonas Brodin for Minnesota. Both still out. Brock Faber came back last game, which was a 6-2 loss to the Preds, who have won 3 straight all of a sudden somehow in Nashville. Faber, he was injured for a while, didn't play versus the Avs back on January 9th. And doesn't have any goals in his last 6. Plays a lot of ice time, though, almost 25 minutes a night. So he'll be in today, but no Kaprizov and no Jonas Brodin. So the back end is beat up for Minnesota. Looks like you have Jacob Middleton, Faber, Chisholm, Bogosian, John Merrill, and Jiricek for Minnesota on the blue line. Forward group, pretty healthy. Again, missing Kaprizov, and the fact that he's missed as much time as he has, this is 12 games now with lower body injury. Been out since December 23rd. He still leads the team with 50 points, 9 clear of anybody else. And Minnesota, pretty much a 500 hockey team with him gone. They're 6-5 so far. But, yeah, I would assume that's going to be Blackwood today. Don't have that confirmed yet, but because Wedgwood played against his former team and beat the Dallas Stars, you would think that Blackwood would go versus Minnesota the way that he did back on January 9th, where he only gave up 1 goal in his first ever win versus the Wild in a great performance.
Connor, when you go back to the beginning of this month, January 2nd, the first match for the matchup that the Avs did have, and that was a home matchup and a win over the Sabres. The Burrs, if you're Raj, he likes to call them the Burrs. I'm more of a Sabres guy. But you got a 5-4 record. And in that time period, it has been a perfect win for the Avs, loss for the Avs. Win for the Avs, loss for the Avs. The last matchup was a tremendous win for the Avs, winning 6-3 over the Stars. The Avs have to lose today to keep this stupid pattern up, or can they break this crazy streak? Any rationale? Like, can you think of any reason for why the Avs have been perfect win-loss throughout the month of January?
I think it has a lot to do with opponents, and you haven't been able to string performances together. Sometimes it works out like that. We talked about that with the Nuggets back in December and November, where they had the Christmas light schedule going with red, green, and win-loss. I think that the Avs are better defensively. You're talking about in the league since December 1st, Devon Taves is the league best +21. Lehkonen right behind him at +20. Kale's a +17. And then Nathan McKinnon is a +16 in that time span. And so it's funny because they've been able to dial it in defensively, but then goal scoring sort of dries up. But then, in the last 11 days, you have 2 of your highest output games offensively with 6 goals scored on Minnesota, 6 goals scored on Dallas, 2 teams that you're trying to track down. And I just think that with the Avs getting a power play goal last game and knowing the gravity of the latter part of this homestand playing all Central teams, I think that trend is bucked here today when they take on the Minnesota Wild, a team that they've had a lot of success against. They've won the last 5, 7 of their last 8, 6 or more goals in a game 7 times this season. And like we said, one of those was in St. Paul 11 days ago. So Gustafsson, if he goes for Minnesota, probably has lost his starting spot with Team Sweden coming up at the Four Nations tournament, as he allowed all 6 goals there at the X, over a week ago. So I think that with all the factors combined, we're going to see that the trend be bucked here today.
I wouldn't mind seeing the buck be trended either.
Hey,
it's never
buck that trend. Let's trend that buck.
That's your voice, the Colorado Avalanche, Connor McGahey.
I want Coach to post a picture of just the beautiful mule deer.
Oh yeah,
just 16 points and just hashtag trending.
Yeah,
trend that buck.
Puck drop in 2 hours with that guy right there, Connor McGahey. Give yourself more credit. You guys put together a great list.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that very much. It wasn't easy, but really, really neat thing to be a part of.
Join us wherever you guys want to go. Also, listen to the Avalanche game on the Altitude Sports Radio app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Their injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com.
I think that with all the factors combined, we're going to see that the trend be bucked here today.
I wouldn't mind seeing the buck be trended either.
Hey,
it's never
buck that trend. Let's trend that buck.
That's your voice, the Colorado Avalanche, Connor McGahey.
I want Coach to post a picture of just the beautiful mule deer.
Oh yeah,
just 16 points and just hashtag trending.
Yeah,
trend that buck.
How does one trend a buck?
We just
Doing
learned
a little TikTok dance.
TikTok's back. There was a morning in the Sanford household. Not me.
Just Armageddon.
Well, you know what it is my wife realized she gets all of her recipes and makes some unbelievable dinners around our household. And
so you had one dinner that was just trash?
Yeah, I think it was just grab everything from the refrigerator and throw it into a
hamburger helper and
chuck
glass
it in
of
there
milk.
And just start mixing it.
I played hockey with a dude in school. Came home, the dude was butt naked. He was injured.
Whoa.
He was butt naked, sitting next to the stove on a stool. And he had an entire box of hamburger helper and a big skillet and was just eating the hamburger helper naked as he went along. We walked in after a game, didn't move.
Is he still alive?
Still alive.
Okay. Because that sounds like something you might want to call.
That's an arterial blockage.
Yeah, you might want to call some people to make sure. That's a wellness check situation, I think. Nude hamburger helper eating over the stove.
Connor said he was part of the voting committee that put together the Avs quarter century team. I have no notes on that quarter century team. First team, Peter Forsberg, Nathan McKinnon, Joe Sakic. Yes, game over. There's no one else that should be there. Second team forwards, Milan Hajduk, Gabriel Landeskog, Mikko Rantanen.
Mikko for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. That's a multi-100-point scorer, a guy who's probably going to score 50 in his career multiple times. He's got a Stanley Cup championship. He's a top 10 points per game playoff performer of all time, not just with the Avs, but NHL in general. Yeah, 100%. And then your defenseman, I saw some text messages coming in like, how is Sandis Ozolinsh not on this team? Quarter century team. So between the years 2000 and 2025, Sandis Ozolinsh, well, he's one of the best defensemen ever to put on an Avs sweater. He didn't play for the Avs in this quarter century. Last time he played for him was 1999. Adam Foote is your first team defenseman alongside Cale Makar.
No
brainer. Without a doubt. Some people are throwing out Ray Bourque there, and Bourque was one of the main reasons why you won a cup in 2001. Probably didn't play long enough for you at that point. Rob Blake had a few more years than Ray Bourque did on the blue lines for the Avs. That's probably the reason why Blake gets in as a second teamer.
And also just he was the pot stirrer of all pot stirrers, right?
Dude, Rob Blake what a player that guy was. He had everything. He had one of the best slap shots in the league. He could move pucks. He would have been amazing in today's game. And hit harder than anyone this side of Scott Stevens. Rob Blake hit harder than those guys. Eric Johnson deserves to be there as well. He feels like he's Mr. Av. Like if Joe Sakic isn't Mr. Av, Eric Johnson is. And Semyon Varlamov, I think you could throw Darcy there, but Darcy didn't play long enough. He won a cup, but he only played for you for a year. Like Varley kept you afloat for a lot of seasons.
Rob Blake, general manager.
In
Los Angeles.
LA, yep. Dude, Rob Blake was so good, man. What a hockey player
Big
that
joker
guy was.
too, man.
Hey, he's huge. Huge. Big trunk.
6'4", 2.25. Skilled.
Talk about a
physical.
player that the Avs would love to have right now. If you could pluck one former Av to put on this team, I'd have a hard time turning away Rob Blake. Because it used to be Patrick Waugh. It was like, throw Patrick Waugh on the Avs, they're going to be fine. But now that you got Mackenzie Blackwood, I'm not saying Blackwood is Patrick Waugh, but I'm saying he is good enough for this team that you don't need Patrick Waugh. I would look at Rob Blake. That guy, he would be perfect.
Could you
for this
imagine
team.
playing his style of hockey and doing it for 22 seasons?
No.
My goodness.
And staying relatively healthy. Like
22 years as a physical presence.
Blake didn't slow down until he played his final few years in San Jose. That guy was a force with LA. He was a force with the Avs. He was a force in his first few years when he went to San Jose as well. At the back end of his career. I loved watching Rob Blake play hockey. You know what? I didn't really realize was happening today. There's a college football national championship game.
Why are we
College football!
There he is.
I didn't know. I had no idea, Gus.
What happened? How did this happen? Because I knew in the back of my mind there was something that I had to look forward to as the post-mortem of the NFL divisional round came to a close yesterday. But it just doesn't feel like today is a national championship game. And I think it's partially because we are so accustomed to the college football playoff wrapping up in the first 2 weeks of the month of January. Typically, it was January 11th, 12th, 13th, right in there on that Monday. It's almost like this thing has just gone a little bit too long, and it's gotten a little bit too head-to-head-ish with pro football in the playoffs. That you almost just don't really feel conditioned to watching a national championship game tonight. I don't know what it is.
It's been a full month of the college football playoff. Like, it feels like it's a little long. It feels like the game should have been last week. And now that you're into the nitty gritty of the NFL playoffs, where everything matters and everything is focused on that.
And the games were spectacular.
We had good games.
Really
we
good
did.
games.
We had good football games
really,
this weekend.
The biggest blowout was the biggest upset of the weekend by far. Commanders beating the 1 seed by 14 points, and it really wasn't a blowout.
It's kind of the same thing as March Madness gets. March Madness is...
It's the first 2 rounds are so glorious.
I'll give you the first 4 rounds. The first 2 full weekends.
Yeah.
That Thursday through Sunday of round 1 and round 2 is can't miss TV. And the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 are kind of the same thing as well. Like, when you start really narrowing down, but as long as you have games the entire day, I'm into March Madness. And then when you get into Final Four and championship, I start to lose interest. Maybe because there's less going on. I feel the same way about college football.
The NCAA tournament does feel that way.
Yeah.
By the time you get to the Natty, even the Final Four just almost seems, it's like almost too corporate.
Yes.
It loses that collegial feel, that, the potential upsets.
So why is the Super Bowl different? Because the Super Bowl is as corporate as it gets. Like, if you had the choice to go to a Super Bowl or an AFC Championship game and you don't choose AFC Championship game, I think you've made a mistake.
How come?
The atmosphere is different. Dude, that AFC title game in 2015 was unlike anything I've ever been to.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike anything I've ever been to.
I've never had a chance to go there.
The energy of a home stadium when everything is on the line, so much different than a Super Bowl, which is corporate and buttoned up. I think most people would say that.
Yeah. So college football game tonight, Ohio State, Notre Dame. Notre Dame, who hasn't won this thing, but has been in it twice and has gotten obliterated several times, typically against, I think it was SEC and or ACC teams. I know Alabama crushed them one year. They haven't won this thing since 1988. Should be a storyline in and of itself. I'm excited about it. I lived in South Bend, Indiana 2 different times. I was the son of a coach there, went to high school there, and then I was a coach myself there. My sister graduated from Notre Dame. I have every bit of the connection of longevity that Vic Lombardi has. It's not my alma mater, didn't graduate from there, so I don't have that going for me. But this is a game I should be really excited about. Ohio State, which hasn't won one since, I believe, the 2014 season, 2015 national championship game. No SEC team is in this thing, which has been the complaint of a lot of college football fans for the last 2 decades, is the SEC just buys their way into this game with paying players on their roster. There's no SEC team in this, and frankly, there was no SEC team in the Final Four that is a traditional SEC team. It was the University of Texas, which was a Big 12 team just a year and a half ago. But I just don't know what it is. But I'm going to watch the game. I'm going to watch every bit of it.
They're 2 very... And I know you coached at one of them. They're 2 very hateable programs. Unless you're an Ohio State guy or a Notre Dame guy.
Like, who isn't hateable that could have been that really could have been
Texas
in the championship game? I mean, Georgia's hateable.
Georgia's hateable now. They used to not be.
It was cool. Like,
they used to be cool.
When Mark Richt was there, you're like, oh, what a good dude, man.
They used to be cool.
I'd love to see him win one.
You know who they felt like? They felt like those Auburn teams.
Yeah.
Back in the late 20-aughts, those Auburn teams.
It was
right?
Gus Malzahn.
Gene Chizik teams, those ones, those felt cool, felt rootable. Florida felt rootable
with Urban Meyer and all the off the field shenanigans.
That was before Urban.
But Tim Tebow was beloved. Yeah, you're right. It's before Urban was hated.
Right?
Yeah. He became hated, I think, after his second title at Florida. I think he won 2. I could be wrong. He won 2?
Who? Urban?
At Florida.
Urban won.
I know he won 1 at
Urban won 2 at Florida, 2006
and then 1
and
at Ohio State.
And then 1 at Ohio State. Yeah. He had titles in 06, 08, 2014.
Yep.
In the Final Four, I don't know if there's a not. Penn State is the least hateable team out of all of those, which is amazing.
I know.
With the history of that program, they're the least hateable. If you go into the quarterfinal games, you then get to look at the underdogs in Arizona State, Boise State. Oregon's a lovable team because they haven't gotten it done.
Kind of is, and they have sweet uniforms, a cool brand. They've been a bit of they're not really an outsider, but they kind of are an outsider with regards to winning one of these things.
Simon's got a really good text here. Is it because there's no SEC program in it that everybody can agree to hate? That might be it.
That's a good thought.
If Texas is in this game against Notre Dame, I think you get more Notre Dame fans, more fringe Notre Dame fans, or people looking for a team to grab onto in that game. You'll have more people gravitating towards the Irish than toward the Longhorns.
Was there not a third? There was not a third SEC team in this year. It was Georgia and Texas.
Texas, Tennessee,
Georgia, Tennessee. Because even Tennessee probably would have been rootable, right?
Oh yeah,
they've been on the outside looking in for decades,
and they got a great song. Rocky Top's a boogie.
It is a banger.
That's a jig.
Yeah,
I love Rocky Top.
It is pretty sweet. But I think if it would have been, say, Alabama had made it this year, and obviously Georgia did make it to the tournament, but it had been Notre Dame versus Georgia, I think that it would feel different. They got
to start it a week earlier. You said in the break they need to do what at the beginning of the season?
I believe this, and this might be. I hope this isn't something that would upset anybody. I think that there needs to be a preseason weekend dedicated to Army Navy. Launch the college football season, Army Navy. It would actually make the game more this year.
It would be more impactful.
Yeah, this year that game wouldn't have counted in the CFP standings, and both teams actually were close to that meaning something. That doesn't make any sense. And then I think the Heisman Trophy shouldn't have its own weekend. The Heisman Trophy, why not just do it the day after the conference football conference championship weekend? Just do it the Monday after. Why not?
Yeah,
it's an award show.
It's a week stale. It is 1 week stale.
Or Sunday.
Where
do it on Sunday night or whatever.
The bread, you can still make a sandwich with the bread. It's going to be fine. You're gonna chew through it. It's going to be sustainable. You'll be fine. But the bread's a week old. The bread is past its due date. There's no mold on it, but it just has a different chew to it. And that's where we are with the CFP. It's a week old.
It is a week old. And they got this all so right because the regular season was better. Everything mattered more. The only thing that the other kind of conspiracy theory I have, Raj, about why there's not as much excitement about this particular game is because Notre Dame had lost to Northern Illinois. And you still have that in the back of your mind.
I don't remember that at all.
Everybody has that in the back of their mind.
I don't remember Ohio State losing to Michigan at this point.
You just said it, so you do remember it. What? I mean, it is what it is. I'm not trying to deal in semantics here, but I am trying to deal in semantics here. But if you lost to Northern Illinois and you're in the national championship game, that feels like it's I don't know. Really?
Chiefs lost to the Broncos.
When?
Final week of the season.
Week 18. Who's playing quarterback?
People don't forget.
Warson Kent.
People don't forget. It was one time. It's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Raj. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, live from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Coach Mike Sanford and KJ Granderson behind the glass. Getting you guys ready for Avs and Wild today. 1 p.m. puck drop down at Ball Arena on a remarkably chilly MLK day. Connor McGahee's going to be on that call. Birdo's got your pregame show starting at 12:30. Avs should be pretty heavily favored in this one if there's no Kirill Kaprizov. Minnesota's injured. They have not been playing well as of late. You should get this one. If you win this thing and you jump over Minnesota, Coach, you forget about that Edmonton Oilers loss pretty quickly.
Yeah, and you also break the streak that I was talking about, the win-loss since the month of January.
Scotty's Christmas late.
Yeah, that's a weird it's a weird one to me. I don't know. Just for you're in the 9th game of this going ping pong between wins and losses. I'd love to see a win and a win because I believe you're playing really good hockey, Raj. I feel like you're playing solid, good hockey that is trending towards what you want to be when you get into the March, April time period of the season.
Without
and you're doing it at the right time.
Yeah, you are. And you're starting to climb into in the Central Division standings, and Minnesota still feels like they're turning pumpkin-esque. Dallas is real, despite what you saw out of them a couple of nights ago in that 6-3 victory. Winnipeg is very real. Those are the two teams that you should be nervous about in the Central. I expect them to win today. I expect the Winnipeg game to be a playoff atmosphere on Wednesday, the final game of this 5-game homestand before the Avs head on out to the East Coast and see Boston and the two teams in New York, rather the two teams around the city. Obviously, the Buffalo Sabres are out there in Western New York. When you looked at those divisional round playoff games, man, how awesome was it to watch two heavy snow games? And while the second one was more like cold weather snow, that Philadelphia game, it made me feel like a little kid.
I loved it. You
sent out a tweet that made me smile.
What was it?
I'm so happy that I live in a world in which God created the species that created the game of football.
Correct.
Made me smile.
Yeah, it was real. I love weather games. It was interesting. I actually sent on the show thread. I'm not sure if KJ has the audio uploaded yet, but Kurt Warner talked about the implications. It was a bit of a
it was a guy who'd play in domes his entire career,
played for the Arizona Cardinals,
complaining,
and played for the St. Louis Cardinals, and played
the Rams, St. Louis Rams.
Oh yeah, were they ever the St. Louis Cardinals like in football like way long ago? Okay, never mind.
I think so, maybe. I can look that up. I can Wikipedia that.
In the age of Google, let's leave nothing up to chance. He also played for Northern Iowa, also in a dome. And then he played for the Iowa Barnstormers of the Indoor Professional Football League, Arena Ball.
Oh, yeah, they were the St. Louis Cardinals.
What year was that?
For like 27 years.
That's what I thought. Yeah. They used to be the St. Louis Football Cardinals. How about that? Pretty cool. Couldn't tell.
What were you saying about Kurt Warner?
Kurt Warner made the argument that some of these highly impactful, franchise-defining games are played in environments that aren't necessarily even really football environments that they're accustomed to playing. I don't know if KJ, do you have that? They have that audio? Go ahead and let that roll. Kurt Warner.
And I want the best team to win, not the best team in those conditions. And I get it. It's what everybody says. It's football weather. This is what it is. But here's the problem that I have. And it doesn't necessarily apply to these two teams. But being a guy that played in a dome, being a guy that played in Arizona, I have no way to get ready for those conditions. And so you can say all you want about home field advantage and that's why you play. Well, no, because the Patriots can come to Arizona and there's no difference other than we have our fans, obviously, but they can play in my weather. I can't play in their weather because I can't get used to it. There's nothing you can do to get used to cold weather in a situation. So to me, I'm just like, I want the best. I want to be able to be my best. I want to play against their best, and I want the best to advance. And so for me, last night, I mean, I played in that weather before. I grew up in Iowa, so I played in all that stuff. You know, and it's just like Bass kicking that ball. I'm sure when he kicked it, he's like, oh, that's money. That's right down the middle. All of a sudden, the wind takes it and it goes to the left, and you say to yourself, what was he supposed to do there? I mean, it's easy to say, well, aim a little bit further because you know the wind's going to pick. And I don't want that stuff to dictate who wins these games and who ultimately, creates history and wins championships, especially like you get to the playoffs. I just want to see the best team advance in the playoffs. And to me, the best team is the team that has the opportunity to play their best football.
He has some interesting points, but I think that you and I, Raj, could both agree that everything that Kurt Warner is saying about teams that aren't built for weather but have to play in weather should be defined by one sound effect that Raj has made very famous.
Where?
That's what I feel.
Yeah, go cry.
It's football.
Also, he told me, didn't he open up that statement by going, I'm not used to playing in that, and there's no way that I can get used to playing in that? And then he goes, oh, I've played in that before. I grew up in Iowa. Shut up.
You didn't. You really did. You played high school football maybe in it, but you played at Northern Iowa in a dome. You played a majority, even in the Missouri Valley Conference, you have a ton of domed teams in the Dakotas. Like, if you choose to build a dome for your own team, then that's your own advantage for your home games or lack of advantage. And the same thing. And it brings up a really important conversation here in Denver.
Sure does.
With the brand new stadium that's going to be proposed to be completed in 13 years. Is that about kind of, are we talking that ballpark-ish?
Sounds right.
We don't know. We don't know exactly, but should you have potential snow and weather as part of your home field advantage?
I mean,
here?
if you want a Super Bowl, if the ownership group wants to host a Super Bowl, you must have a dome or at least a retractable roof. There's no way that you'll get one here without it. You're not going to. They will not. The league's not going to chance the debacle that happened in 2013.
Where was that?
New York, when Denver got blown out by Seattle. That was an awful football game. The weather was terrible. It was cold as hell. They're not going to chance that again. There's no reason to. You go indoors, you go to warm weather places. So if you want a Super Bowl here in the city, it must have a roof, or at the very least, something retractable.
Is that worth it for the franchise to get the Super Bowl, but potentially give up the ability to have not only home field advantage of being a mile high, which is a oxygen and overall recovery advantage that you have, but
well, if you put a dome on a stadium at a mile high, you're not.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you have. It's kind of a double advantage because people are physically not. They're not able to perform, and you also have
the elements.
Yes, if you're playing, say, the San Francisco 49ers, who are clearly at sea level, and also are playing at 55 to 70 degree temperature consistently.
I don't need to have a Super Bowl here. As a fan, I don't need to have one here. There's no reason.
I agree with that.
I said it a couple of segments ago. The best game that you can go to as a fan is an AFC Championship game. I don't need to have a Super Bowl here.
So
go to San Diego.
So let's pose this question to
Miami.
All of our listeners. Jump into 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One person, one price, 1 hour. Would you prefer a Super Bowl as a Broncos fan in your home environment? Or would you prefer snow games in your home environment? Because you probably aren't going to have it both ways.
Right. Also, the chances of you playing a Super Bowl in the year that your city is hosting it, slim to none. Slim to none.
Okay, I think this is the very first text that comes across from 3697. That's why you make it retractable. Well, let's just call it like it is. If it's retractable, you're never going to keep it open in the snow.
No.
You can't justify that.
So you're right. You're not going to get snow games. You'll close it if the winds are crazy. Mile High feels perfect.
What about
Empower feels
What about
perfect.
a retractable canopy?
A canopy.
Like SoFi, which is it's still open air. You have the canopy is covering it. And then it's retractable where you can say, you know what?
I don't know, man. I was Team Dome for a while, and now I'm not.
Best of both worlds, retractable canopy. Still is cold in there. Okay? For a Super Bowl where you get the real Mile High vibes. Cold, but not, I mean, obviously, if it's a canopy environment, it's not going to be miserable with 72,000 people, body temperature that's enclosed in a sense. But if you have the ability to be a retractable canopy, then you can utilize the open nature of it until a Super Bowl. So if you're in the AFC Championship game and it's snowing,
you can just choose.
Like we're
that's an organizational philosophy though, and you got to tell it. You got to let Sean
It's gonna cost
Payton
a lot
know.
of money.
Right? It would
We got
cost
the right
a bunch
owners
of money,
for it. We got the right owners.
but that's
for
a philosophy. You go, hey, we're just going to deal with this thing. We're going to force you to run the football. And what those games told me this weekend, what those snow games, while they were very nostalgic, they felt great. What it told me this weekend was, dude, the Broncos need to draft their Saquon Barkley. The Broncos must find their dynamic running back. They're not going to be one of these 4 teams remaining if they don't.
So we want snow dome. We want snow games, not snow domes. Snow games.
I'll take snow games over a Super Bowl.
We'll call them
any
snow
day.
globes.
I'll take snow globe games over a Super Bowl here in Denver any week.
And as a result
I'm not saying the Broncos playing in a Super Bowl. I'm saying hosting a Super Bowl that the Broncos may or may not play in. I don't care for it. I don't need it.
As a result of a snow environment continuing, you got to go find yourself a war daddy at running back.
You got to go find him.
Period. Point blank.
And I don't know if there isn't a Saquon on the market.
Just
this year.
don't. Yeah, there is. Ashton Genty in the draft market. Yes, there is.
All right, Roger, I already see the look on your face. Would you trade up for Ashton Genty?
You like picks though, don't you, Raj?
I love picks.
You like future picks, current picks.
I love hoarding picks.
Give me all the picks.
I'm a pick hoarder.
Here a pick, there a pick, everywhere a pick.
Big pick guy. Big pick energy guy.
as they call him.
Yeah, you know what? Do it, man. Screw it. If that's what those games showed me, that the Broncos are that away from being legit contenders, then yeah, now you have to go get it because you've already secured your quarterback. Right after I sent out that tweet was when Nakua and Kupp made those back-to-back catches, and I went, well, I want one of those guys too. I want one of those players as well. Like, what happens if Philly loses this week? Let's say Philly loses to the Commanders.
Commanders have themselves a running back too, though. Brian Robinson Jr., that dude can ball.
Let's say the Commanders go into Philly and they beat him, and A.J. Brown gets 3 targets in that game, and he goes, I'm out. I'm not playing in this offense anymore. I would go out and get an A.J. Brown in a heartbeat.
I agree. I like him,
and I would trade my picks for that guy.
I also think that he's a really good reader of good nonfiction. I think it'd be great to have a nonfiction consumer on your sidelines.
How many of you TikTok watchers decide to open up a book and now you've gotten 7 pages in, you're never going to open it up again because the app's back? On the text line, what about Cam Scatterbo? Najee Harris is going to be available. They're not the same. They're not the same. They are improvements upon what you have in the room. Maybe
I like Cam Scatterbo, but he's going to be a committee guy. Do you really want to have? I mean, Sean Payton said it in his postseason presser. We are going to be a running back by committee outfit. I also think he might be putting up some smoke screens. I think the Broncos are. I mean, I think if you're studying the National Football League in the current status of teams that have a dominant runner, like a real alpha at the running back position, they're making it into the depth of the postseason. I mean, you got Saquon Barkley. He's there. You've got Isaiah Pacheco. He is your bona fide clear number 1. And he's been banged up.
James Cook, baby.
James Cook is your 1. And then you have Brian Robinson Jr. All 4 teams have a clear-cut number 1 at the running back position. The Broncos don't have that. Heck, the Lions didn't even have that. I mean, no offense. I mean,
dude, Jahmyr Gibbs is
really good players.
That guy,
but he is not.
I would take Jahmyr Gibbs in a heartbeat, baby.
Derrick Henry, obviously phenomenal.
It wasn't Derrick Henry's fault that they lost that.
How many yards did he end up having? Yeah, over 125, didn't he?
He's not the reason why they lost that game.
I mean, there's some great backs out there, like DJ Giddens from Kansas State, love him. Devin Neal from the University of Kansas, love him. There are good opportunities to go out and get a running back, but dude, I think you got to go out and find a way to get a bona fide number 1.
Yeah, Kyron Williams had a good, despite fumbling, Kyron Williams had a good game.
He's a ball player.
He had a good game.
He is a ball player.
Joe Mixon made Houston relevant, right? It made Houston dangerous this year, more dangerous than they were last year, in my opinion. Yeah, you gotta find a way to go out and get that guy. And there's not really that many guys available in free agency. Najee's one of them. Who's the guy? Who's the cat in Minnesota? I want to say Dalvin Cook, and I know it's not Dalvin Cook. Aaron Jones, thank you.
Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones could be available to you. He's not Saquon, but he's certainly a step up. So if you don't think that you can,
I would see
if you
Sean
don't think
love
you
it.
can move up,
Sean would love Aaron Jones
All
because
right.
there's some Alvin Kamara vibes there
I'll
as,
take
as a
him.
pass catcher.
Is he easier to get?
Still need a bell cow though, man.
He
Still
might.
need a guy
He was
that's
the bell cow in Minnesota. He would be your bell cow here.
Yeah,
but I don't know if you have. I don't know if you
he's
have
just,
the
he's just
requisite
kind of
picks.
he's kind of whittle. He doesn't hold up over time. He's a little back.
I don't know if you have the requisite picks to go up and get Ashton Genty.
And I do think that the NFL is a copycat league, and people are going to look at the model of Saquon Barkley, the model of Derrick Henry, hell, even the model of Kyron Williams and James Cook, and they're like, "Yep, I want one of those. Give me one of those."
This isn't the only fan base that's thinking we need to go out and get our Saquon.
No,
there's a lot of those.
There's a lot of
There's a lot of those
because there are so many good teams that have really good quarterback play right now. If you look at the young quarterbacks, particularly on the AFC side of things, you're in double digits of quarterbacks that you feel like is the answer for your franchise on just the AFC side. So a lot of them are missing what? They're missing a bona fide runner of the football, which is now proving to have a bit of a renaissance in the National Football League. Used to be all passing. 7, 8, 9 years ago, the eras of Brady and Manning. Running back? We really need one of those? Really? I don't really need one of those.
I mean, Edgerrin James was pretty good.
He was good.
Edgerrin James was really good.
It's good.
Brady had some good running backs with him too. Like they had the best years of LeGarrette Blount.
We're not talking Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry status. There's solid.
I mean, Edgerrin James is a Hall of Famer. So I think you can throw him into that.
A lot of them were packed. There was a lot of pass catching going on, screen catching. It's still the case, but there is more merit now to winning important games because you have a dude at the running back position.
15 minutes left for you guys to win a pair of lower bowl tickets to go see the Nuggets take on the Joel Embiid-less Philadelphia 76ers.
Wah! Quack!
All you have to
duck.
All you have to do is text that word in quack, QUACK, to 303-504-0925. That's the word quack to 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line, and you could be walking away with 2 lower bowl tickets to see the Nuggets play tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. on TNT. We're giving those tickets away in 15 minutes. Don't miss your chance. Want to hear a scary stat about the Kansas City Chiefs going into the AFC title game?
Yes, please.
There have been 280 turnovers in the NFL since week 12. 280. The Kansas City Chiefs have committed 0 of the 280 turnovers.
My goodness.
8 straight games without a turnover is the longest streak by any team in the Super Bowl era.
But I was told they suck. And they're a terrible iteration of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, look.
They don't feel the same.
They felt bad last year,
they
too,
feel
Raj.
inevitable, but they
They
don't
felt
feel
terrible
the same.
last year. They sucked during the regular season of 23.
Does that make sense? They feel inevitable, but they don't feel as good.
I think everybody's had the same narrative last season about them. I mean, they're aging. Travis Kelce's aging. I'll tell you what's not aging and what isn't struggling is that freaking defense, which is the reason why they've won championships certainly last year, and why they finished out this regular season 15-2. CJ Stroud, a lot of people were talking about, I thought he was outstanding against the Chiefs.
19 of 28, 245 yards. He would add 42 yards on the ground.
Go ahead and tell me the sack.
Took 8 sacks for
Correct.
almost 60 yards.
He was getting assaulted that game. Assaulted. This isn't a Russell Wilson sack performance. He got hit almost every throw that he made. Every one that he successfully got rid of. She showed unbelievable amounts of toughness. He was limping all over the place. He was getting hit hard. That is a good front. Really, really, really good front. Chris Jones is, do you watch him? He's like crying on the sideline. He's so emotional about the game. And then they have George Karlaftis, Leo Chenal. That's a good defensive front. And Spags is still the best defensive coordinator in the NFL.
Yeah, they block another kick. They block another, and it's so funny. I turned to my wife and I said, after the first extra point that Kaimi, I didn't know he, changed to his full name, Kai Fairbairn, first extra point that he put up, Kansas City almost blocked it. And I went, oh my God, it feels like the Denver game. Oh my God, it feels like the Broncos. Lo and behold, at the end of the game, and I know it was garbage time and Houston would have had to have made that, get an onside kick, so they're probably going to lose anyways. After that first PAT, I went, they're going to block something, and it's going to be huge. And they end up blocking a kick at the end of that game. And God forbid that happens against Buffalo. I can't
in
watch
the land
this.
of Scott Norwood.
Dude, I can't watch
Can't even
this
put that
game.
into the universe for my buddy Rob Trujillo.
In the safety of my home, I don't want to watch this game because I'm nervous that I'll chuck something at the television. I have to go to a bar. I have to go somewhere that it's not my own home, where I don't have something readily available in my hands to break my own things, because I'm not going to do it in public. I'd be nervous that I'd launch a remote at the TV in a game that I have no skin in.
There's a lot of Chiefs fans in this area too, by the way. Have you noticed that?
We get a lot of texts from them.
Gosh, there's a bunch of them.
Some other stats from around the divisional round. Jalen Hurts has now won 4 playoff games in his career. All of them under 155 yards passing.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I think A.J. Brown, regardless of what happens this year, I think he's available in the postseason or in the offseason. I think that's a dude that you're going to be able to go out and get. And he can change your offense.
He is big and physical.
It'll give you the ability, because it doesn't cost a lot of money to go out and get wide receivers anymore, or rather, it doesn't cost a lot in terms of draft picks. Right? When you talk about those big guys, whether it's a number 2 or a 1B wide out, it's not going to cost you a first. You can find a way to go out and get that player and then still have the ammunition to trade up. If you love Ashton Genty and you believe in him, you'll still have the ammunition to trade up into the draft to, let's say, number 10 to go get your running back of the future.
How about the 3 of the 4 winning quarterbacks in the divisional round? Here are their passing totals. Josh Allen, MVP Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
127 yards passing. But he's not making mistakes. That's the thing I said about him. And this year, which feels different about Josh Allen, he's not putting the ball in harm's way. 16 of 22, 127. No touchdowns, no interceptions, no fumbles. Not putting the ball in harm's way. You just said it on the Eagles. Jalen Hurts. 15 of 20, 128 yards. No touchdowns, but no interceptions. And let's talk about Patrick Mahomes. Underwhelming. 177 yards passing.
Before we end up talking about Mahomes, I got to go back to those first two quarterbacks, though. They combined for 3 touchdowns on the ground. Hurts has a 44-yard run. Allen punches in 2 with his own legs. And I look at, it did feel as though Denver was like heavily outmatched against Buffalo, and they were. You did not utilize Bo Nix's running ability as much as you should have.
Well, which we learned. We learned
used
why
it at the end of the game. Why?
Dude, he had fractures in his.
He ran at the end of the game.
What was it again? His bony protrusion?
He ran at the end of the game, man.
Was that what it was called? A bony protrusion?
Well, that was the description of whatever the injury was.
He had a broken bony protrusion.
That's not the reason why they didn't run him.
Well, if you have a broken bony protrusion, you usually don't run you as much.
I look at Bo and I go, he can do the same thing that Josh and Jalen can do with their legs. And unless you decide to unlock that, you're missing out on a big piece of this offense.
I agree.
There's a few things that I learned this weekend. You need number 1 running back, and you have to do everything you can to find that dude. And then I also learned if you have a quarterback that has elite legs, like Bo does, he's got elite legs. We've seen it. If you're not deciding to use those, you're playing from behind the 8 ball. That was a mistake. That was a coaching gaffe in the wild card round.
But I've kind of been saying that since week 2 of the season. The only game that I was happy with the usage of Bo Nix's legs from a designed perspective, very different than just taking off on a called pass, which Bo did. It was the Saints game. And I kept saying that Sean Payton wanted that game more than any other game, and he was going to do whatever he could to make the offense as lethal and highlight the skill sets of his rookie quarterback. Was that homecoming game against the Saints.
Feels like a great mindset to have in a wild card game.
Probably would have worked, man. Probably would have been a good thought process there. You know, especially a little bit colder out there. Keep your quarterback engaged physically. You know, feel like you're in the game. And I think Bo's that type of competitor. I think Bo has those types of competitive juices. Like, I want to run over somebody to get a first down on 4th down. I want to go helicopter into the end zone.
Yeah, you want to do the Baker Mayfield thing against Washington.
I think he has that type of competitive drive. You can see it with how he plays. And just playing drop back football with him, while he did some good stuff, it's just not, you're not getting the breadth of what you can get out of Bo Nix if you're tapping into that element of his game.
Congratulations to our winner. You're going to go see the Nuggets take on the 76ers on Tuesday evening. Ryan Harrist. Yes, Ryan Harrist with a T at the end of that one. Congratulations. You've won a pair of tickets to go see the Nuggets take on Philadelphia tomorrow night. Televised on TNT. You can listen to the game right here starting at 7:30 p.m. with Mark Bertinoli's pregame show. The names: Sean King, Ben Roethlisberger, Joe Flacco, Mark Sanchez, Brock Purdy. Jaden Daniels has something in common with all those guys. Coach Sanford on the other side will tell you why he's different. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. No, not PhD today. An extra half hour of the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Grandison behind the glass there. MLK Day, so holiday for all y'all out there, even though you're freezing your you-know-what's off.
Patooties?
Avs play. I was going to say something a little bit off color, but...
Tuchus?
Tuchus. I'll take Tuchus.
Yeah, you got to hit that.
Little tushy.
You got to hit that in the Tuchus.
I've never heard Tuchus with a huh.
Oh, yeah. It's.
I think Tuchus more of a CK.
No, you got to throw a little Eastern European in there.
Avs play at 1 today. So 12:30 p.m. pregame show. We're going to take you guys up until that. Berner will take over.
Hey, Raj, you got a prediction for the game today? The Avs game? You got a prediction? Do you?
You
got
can't,
one?
You
got
can't
one,
goad
man?
me into that.
Okay.
You can't goad me into that.
No
I won't
prediction?
do it. I will not do it.
Okay.
I will not do it. Are the Avs the better team on the ice tonight? Yeah, they are. Are they the better team on paper? Yeah, they are. But predictions, I will not. I told you. I'm going to be a better man. I'm coachable.
Pre-Sob's out, right? Does that do anything?
Yeah, it does a lot.
Okay.
It makes Minnesota
is his first
a
name,
non-threat.
Is his first name Carroll?
Kirill.
Let's call him Carroll. I like Carroll.
You like Carroll Kaprizov?
Yeah. Hey, you scared of a guy named Carroll?
Also, I blame you for this polar vortex. You've been begging for cold weather and snow, and now it's -7. Begging.
This is awesome, by the way. Beautiful. I got an 8-year-old son at home that all he wants to do is go lay in the snow, and it's -8 degrees. He actually started his own fort, a snow fort, and you might wonder what a snow fort is. He just wiggled his way into an area of snow that he lays in all day.
So did he build the snow fort, or is it just like
he wiggled his way into an area?
So a snowplow came by and created a bank of snow, and he just burrowed into it.
No,
like
it's just right in the middle of the yard. He started it himself. Like, it's no different. He's like the snow equivalent to a prairie dog. He just goes into, just kind of burrows down, gets
Pops his
underneath.
head up, chip.
He's like, up, and all day. This kid's got a Chuck Liddell mohawk. He got some issues now. I'm going to be honest. Pretty proud of him.
You should go help him build that thing out. You should turn it from a snow bank, a snow hole, into a snow castle.
Be pretty sweet.
Well, listen.
You'll be fine.
The problem is I have a, what is it called? Would be a south-facing driveway.
Oh, so it'll just never...
I don't know.
You tell me where it is. Does it get a lot of sun, or does it not get a lot
So
of sun?
when I leave my front door,
okay,
I'm staring at Colorado Springs. So I have a south-facing
front door.
So
yes.
that means I get a lot of snow. Or, excuse me, sun.
Yes.
Yeah, so everything just melts.
Okay.
No matter what.
Well, do it in the backyard.
Even
then.
today, it's like, what is it currently? It is currently
Not
5 degrees.
warm. It's currently
and it's
horrible.
Because of how much, there's still a ton of sun. The snow just does not stay here in the Denver metro area. It doesn't stay around. You ever done Minnesota, Raj?
I sure have.
You ever done Minnesota for more than like 10 days?
No.
Probably about the cap.
That's about the cap.
Because you probably played in tournaments.
Yeah, that's
hockey
about it.
tournaments in
That's about
Minnesota. Like, this is a really nice weekend of winter weather in Minnesota that we're currently experiencing. Like, really nice.
Well, it's
like,
pond hockey weather right now,
We
man.
saw sun, snow, but it's not too much of it.
It's pond hockey weather.
The wind's not blowing 60 miles an hour. I mean, this is glorious outside. I love it. It's just balmy.
Congratulations once again to our winner, Ryan Harrist, with a T at the end of it. Won tickets to go see the Nuggets take on the 76ers tomorrow night at Ball Arena. Today we've got the Avs and the Minnesota Wild. We had the quarter century team for the Avs revealed today, which I did not know that the Altitude broadcast team was part of the voting panel.
And when you see some of the antics of those three, especially Kiefer and Riker, when those guys are out there and you see their antics, particularly in Winnipeg, have you seen all the stuff that they did on social
shorts,
media?
shirtless,
Canadian tuxedos.
Yeah, they did great.
Those guys voted the all quarter century team.
They didn't miss.
I know. I love those guys.
This Avs.
Why are they so much cooler than, like, I don't know, man.
They're way cooler than
They're so
you
cool.
and me.
Yeah, they're cooler than everybody, really. Like, is anybody in the Nuggets, broadcast team doing?
Demps is pretty cool.
He's cool. Yeah, he's cool.
But Demps ain't going to Winnipeg. I'll tell you that.
Not going to the
Demps
Peg.
doesn't want to go to the Peg.
He's not going to the Peg, and he's
Demps is
certainly
more
not.
of a Miami guy.
Yeah, he's hanging out on South Beach.
I mean, if I had
Mojito
Demps' body,
vibes.
I would go hang out on South Beach too. That's a good place to be.
You have it, Raj. You're in good shape. I'm the only one. Me and KJ We got to tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah, I look like a sack of potatoes. So.
Jesus.
We're about positive self-talk on this show.
I look like unformed dough, all right?
You want to know what I look like? I look like the father of 3. That's what I look like.
Your first Avs team for the past quarter century, again, from the years 2000 to 2025. Your first team, Nathan MacKinnon, Joe Sakic, and Peter Forsberg are your forwards. Adam Foote and Cale Makar, the defensemen, and the great Patrick Waugh in net. The second team, again, NHL's quarter century teams, Milan Hajduk, Gabriel Landeskog, and Mikko Rantanen as your forwards. The great Rob Blake and Eric Johnson are the defensemen, and Semyon Varlamov, your second team goalie. Snubs there are going to be Bork, Kemper, guys like that. I think they nailed it, man. I really don't think they missed at all. Perfection. No notes for me. They crushed this thing. Avs are playing good hockey right now. They win this game against Minnesota. You find a way to...
I had something to talk to you about.
What's up?
From this weekend.
What's going on?
Remember all the, D-Mac and all the, even our texters and Twitchers giving me a whole bunch of grief because I purchased a Casey Middlestat jersey?
Oh, yes.
Did we see a little, have we been seeing some positive signs of young Casey?
There was a little bit of magic that Jared Bednar found against Dallas.
Okay.
And that was pairing him alongside Jonathan Drouin.
Here for it.
And Arturi Lehkonen.
Mm-hmm. Talk dirty to me, Raj.
I hope he goes back to that. Now, things change. Like, when Val Nichushkin comes back, things are going to change. If Gabe Landeskog comes back, things are going to change on that second line. There's a possibility that you even put Casey down as your third line center if he's not producing. But they found a little bit of magic there. They found a puck-hunting forward in Arturi Lehkonen who's going to go do the hard work. He's not a big guy.
Because Casey hasn't really shown that this year in particular.
No, he's been a perimeter guy.
Been very, very perimeter.
So if you
very peripheral.
If you can't get him to be non-peripheral, right, throwing your head through the end boards, you have to pair him with a player who's going to do that. And Lehkonen's that player. He's super responsible as a 200-foot guy. He's maybe one of the best neutral zone forechecking and back pressuring players in the NHL. Pairing him with that type of workhorse, it's a winning formula.
So we're talking about this particular pairing on the second line against Dallas. A player that I just haven't yet I'll call it like it is somewhat of a novice as it relates to evaluating hockey talent. Help me understand what Jonathan Drouin is, and relative to, yes, thank you, Sean Payton, for the phrase, but relative to Casey Middlestat, what he does to potentially enhance his game.
Drouin is more of a facilitator when he's playing with guys that are goal scorers. On this line, Drouin is your goal scorer. And you saw that against Dallas, right? That little toe drag relocate move that he had to beat Casey DeSmith over the glove side. He has that in his game. But when you pair him with Nathan MacKinnon, he's the type of guy that's going to hold up on that puck on the half wall, find MacKinnon in the middle of the hash marks, zip a pass over to Mikko Rantanen on the far side for a one-timer. When he's at his best, I think he has, one, a facilitating player who's pass first. That's Casey Middlestat. To the point, it's almost to a frustrating point where you don't see Casey shoot the puck. Casey's a facilitator, and he also needs a guy who's going to go into the corners. For me, it's the perfect line to maximize all three of those guys.
What would be the perfect second line, everybody healthy on the roster? So we're talking Landeskog's back healthy.
And back to who he
Val
once
Nichushkin
was.
back healthy.
I want your first line when everyone's healthy to be MacKinnon, Rantanen, and either Lehkonen or Nichushkin. Let's say it's Lehkonen. Lecky on the left side, Rantanen on the right. Your second line is then Middlestat in the middle of Nichushkin on the right, Landeskog on the left. Your third line is Ross Colton alongside Jonathan Drouin and Logan O'Connor, because then it gives Colton, who is, again, more of a facilitator, not necessarily the great passing talent that a Casey Middlestat is, but he gives you a guy who's going to go hunt pucks and be super responsible defensively in Logan O'Connor. I think that helps maximize Drouin's ability. You could also swap Drouin and Lehkonen, put Lehkonen on the third line alongside Colton and O'Connor, and that's a line that we've seen work well. That's kind of my ideal top nine. I'd love that, dude. I'd be so happy about that.
Any other positive vibes on the Landeskog train?
I just see that he's skating harder than I've seen him in the past 2.5 years. That's about it.
Are we doing our show? Do we know yet?
We don't know yet. Don't know if we're doing it from there. I'll tell you on Wednesday. Or we might be doing a show.
Make it happen, Raj.
I'm going to try to do my best.
You're hockey Raj, aren't you?
I will do my best. It's not up to me.
Are you hockey Raj?
I'll do my best. It's not up to me.
Can you get me to? And I want to go to a skate, an open skate.
Get you some
free skate.
Get you some rental skates, some Rydell Black and Reds.
I have my own. They're formed and everything ready to go.
I'd love to see that.
Oh, I'm elite.
Coach, I teased at the end of the last segment. These names have something in common. Sean King in 2000, Ben Roethlisberger in 2005, Joe Flacco in 2008, Mark Sanchez in 2010, Brock Purdy in 2023, Jaden Daniels in 2025. All of those players are rookie quarterbacks to have started a conference championship game. What's different about Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels is going to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. That's what's different. And if you look at this young player who is said to be too skinny to handle a full season, wasn't going to be able to hold up to the physical demands as a runner and as a thrower. These are his statistics in his first 2 playoff starts, both of which were on the road, Raj. 2 games. 69.7 completion percentage. 70% is the marker that you're looking for as a quarterback. 567 yards passing, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions as a rookie in the postseason on the road in 2 games. How many times has he been sacked? Probably a ton, right? Once in 2 games. Once. So he is not making bad plays. He's doing nothing that is hurting his team, but yet he's creating a lot of production. As a runner, just a cool 29 carries for 87 yards. This guy right here is playing phenomenal football, and I believe that he is trending towards being at least a top 4 quarterback in the National Football League for years to come. And I have this sneaking suspicion it's going to be a top 2 quarterback in today's NFL.
Is this the way that we felt about CJ Stroud last year, though? I know he's one game further clear than CJ was last year.
It's a pretty significant game because he beat the number 1 seed on the road in Detroit.
He smacked him. Detroit shot themselves in the foot.
They did. He didn't have the interceptions, but he is the head coach. He is the quarterback on the field that team has proven that they believe in to go get these types of games done, to win these types of games.
How about Dan Quinn, out Dan Campbelling Dan Campbell in that game too? They went for it on 4th down all the time. Dan Quinn threw him on the table and went, "Stop me, I dare you."
It's weird. The way that Dan Quinn was doing it just made sense. Would you agree? There were none of those decisions that I looked at.
It's funny. The decision that I went, on was when Detroit had 12 players on the field.
Oh, that was beautiful.
4th and 4 in the red zone. And
beautiful.
I went, wait, you can go up by a full score. And I want to say it was going to put them up by 8. I could be wrong, but I think it was going to put them up by 8 at that time. And I went, take the score in the 2-point conversion. I think you're doing something wrong here. And then Detroit throws 12 guys on the field.
Yep.
And who was on it? Was it Brady was on it on the broadcast?
Yelling.
He was like Peyton Manning. Think you need a timeout here. Think you need call timeout. Call timeout. Call timeout. He said it 8 times.
Is there anything that Tom Brady hates more than just bad ball? Like seeing bad football exhibited?
No, he and Peyton Manning are the same.
They can't deal with it.
And I think Aikman's kind of the same way too.
It's hard for me. When I see that, I'm like, no, you can't. 12 in that situation? How? Disconnect somewhere between the special teams coordinator. They thought they were probably going to kick it. Substitution pattern wasn't right.
And that's on the coaching staff.
I'll tell you who had a pretty bad day at the office. And I love this coach all year long. But I've had bad days in my career. I'll tell you, Aaron Glenn, defensive coordinator, had a rough day at the office. Rough day.
I don't think Ben Johnson was that great either.
I mean, the offensive production was good. The turnovers weren't great. But I thought Jared Goff was...
Right, and after you give up that ensuing touchdown, right? Because on the next drive, if I'm correct, on the next drive, they try the reverse wide receiver pass that ends up in an interception.
The Detroit Lions offensively had 521 yards of offense. Jeez. It's not but I mean, on the flip side, Jaden Daniels threw for 299, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, and they ran it for 182.
Remember when
They
we were
played
having the
such good
conversation?
football, man.
Remember the middle of the year conversation when Jaden looked like he was slowing down, hitting a wall.
Yeah, you get that.
And
he had cracked ribs.
Coincided with Bo kind of at the same time when Bo had his. They both got injured at the same time.
Similar-ish.
Jaden a little bit earlier.
Yep.
But then Bo starts to take off. The Broncos are winning a bunch of games. They're getting into a playoff position. We had that conversation where those odds got so close. Those odds almost got into even money for both players in the same week. And then Jaden just took off. What catapulted Jaden to get to that place as compared to Bo kind of, I don't want to say sputtering because he was fine. Jaden took off. Bo stayed grounded. What was the difference?
Man, the only thing I could say, I love both these players. Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels were the two best performing rookie quarterbacks this season. Hands down. Not even close. Now, next year's going to be a different season. It always is. The only thing I'd say about Jaden Daniels, and you can agree to disagree on this one with me if you're listening, and I think that Jaden Daniels is an offense in and of himself because of his physical attributes. I think Bo Nix requires an offense to fit his skill sets, and then he can take off. That's a big difference. And frankly, what it has a lot to do with is Jaden Daniels has crazy talent as a runner, crazy talent as a thrower.
It seems as though he's got more talent around him on the offense, too.
He does.
Like Terry McLaurin
He was fantastic.
He's fantastic.
Brian Robinson Jr. is a great player. Zach Ertz is playing really well, which is fun to see.
He got stacked up, though.
He did.
Right, that little that third down play stacked up in the red zone?
He's playing good ball, though, and it's fun for me because he was a guy that was at Stanford, it feels like 2 decades ago when I was coaching there. And for him to have a renaissance in his career, and guess who he's going to get to do it against? Remember he had his little brush-in with his former coach, Nick Sirianni? Get a chance to have a little NFC championship matchup with his old buddy. That guy.
If Philly doesn't hold on to win that game, and LA had a chance. LA at the end of that game, with the missed extra point, being down by 6, driving, great catches from Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua back-to-back.
Dude, who was the other guy? Robinson?
Robinson.
He had some crazy plays as well. He's kind of a mutter. Played better when the conditions were worse.
If they don't hold on to win that game, is Nick Sirianni out of a job this morning?
I believe so. Because it was like, it felt like a game that you absolutely have to put away, and they
were up 14.
And they didn't. Especially in those conditions. At home. Against a team from Los Angeles that not only plays in a warm weather division, they actually play in a canopied stadium.
I thought he was going to lose his job. When they were marching down, I went, oh my God, it's Sean McVay all over again. And it's going to be Rams, Commanders in the NFC title game. And the sacks hurt. Stafford took a little bit too much time dropping back. The pass rush was really good against him. But Sirianni, I think you could lose to the Commanders this week. Sirianni's going to be in a job next year. He's not losing it. Get to an NFC championship game.
If you have an ugly end and lose against the Commanders, against a rookie quarterback in an NFC championship game, I don't think that you're exactly safe.
Hey, you just told me, though, that rookie's different. That
He
rookie's
is.
different than all
He
the
is
other
different.
rookie quarterbacks. And I find myself agreeing with you. When you look at that list of players, other than Roethlisberger, who was and felt different. He's not Sean King. He's better than Sanchez. He's better than Purdy. He's probably better than Flacco, which is funny to say because that guy's a Super Bowl champion. He's better than Flacco. He's more dynamic than Joe Flacco ever was.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of coaching hot seats, Harbaugh.
John?
Are people thinking it? That's a wall that they can't get past with an MVP, with an all-time runner.
But this is a Lamar Jackson hump, not a John Harbaugh hump, correct?
I don't think so. I thought Lamar was good enough to win that game.
I'm saying John Harbaugh's done it prior to Lamar. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, with an elite defense.
Okay.
And some help along the way.
So John Harbaugh in his career has been a Super Bowl champion once. Postseason, his record is 13-11. It's not terrible. I mean, nearly 55% as a postseason head football coach. So he's only been to one Super Bowl. Has he been to 2?
No idea. You tell me.
Won the Super Bowl.
I don't know if he's done one or two.
So he won the Flacco Super Bowl in 2012, correct?
Yes.
That was the Joe Flacco Super Bowl. Yeah, and then it's AFC Championship loss in 2011, the year before that. AFC wildcard loss, AFC divisional loss, AFC divisional loss, AFC wildcard. He lost in 2023. Kansas City Chiefs beat him in the AFC Championship game.
Is he not the same thing as like Mike Tomlin is?
They've both won one.
They've both won one, but they also haven't done anything in
They're both
over
always
a decade.
They're both always in the mix.
They're always there. So like, why is Sirianni's job up for debate? I know he hasn't won one, but he's been there. He's been in the mix, but these guys aren't. Harbaugh's got a better weapon than Sirianni does.
Nick Sirianni just doesn't appear to be respected by his peers and by those he's entrusted with leading.
I just think he needs a publicist that's the same way that the Harbaughs have a publicist, the same way that Mike Tomlin does.
Yeah.
A couple of guys that haven't gotten it done with historically great franchises over the last decade and a half.
There'd probably be some good money in being Nick Sirianni's publicist.
Probably.
You should probably look into it, Raj.
Dude's always in the news. He's always in the media.
You could be Sirianni's publicist, and then you could also moonlight as the Philadelphia Flyers hockey insider.
I've already got an inside route to the Flyers. I have my Flyers insider.
Who's that?
Just a guy. Just a guy on the staff.
You got a guy?
I got a guy.
That's pretty sweet.
All right, Coach. Couple minutes here before we hand things off to Berto and Connor McGahey. Again, Avs and Minnesota Wild right here on 92.5. Puck drop is at 1 p.m. Pre-game show coming up at 12:30. You'll have Kreckman and Lindahl after the Wild and the Avs today. No PhD today. Before we get over to that, College Football National Championship, 8.5-point favorites are the Ohio State Buckeyes, the 8 seed going up against the number 7 Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Man, I think that Notre Dame's going to find a way to win this game. And I think it's because Riley Leonard, if you're watching this game tonight, and I know a lot of you are surprised there is a national championship game because it just doesn't feel like there is one today, but there is. Riley Leonard is going to be he's going to run the football between 15 and 20 times, which would be an outlier for him, but he is tough. He's physical. The Ohio State Buckeyes have so much offensive firepower. They have so many good defensive players. Man, I just think Marcus Freeman and this Notre Dame team has something different in terms of how they perform when they need their best. And outside of the one Northern Illinois debacle, that team has just shown up and been good enough every single time that they've been out there on the field, and I think they're going to win this game.
We haven't had an excellent national championship game since 2017.
Who was it?
Georgia, Bama, overtime,
Oh, yeah.
Bama wins, and that was coming off the heels of that last-second Clemson victory the year prior.
Who were the quarterbacks in that game?
In 2017?
17 for Bama. Is it like A.J. McCarron? No,
that would have been too late. 2017.
Jalen Hurts?
I'm not entirely sure. I don't have it in front of me. Jalen Hurts was your quarterback for Alabama.
Was it Jalen and Tua?
Jalen Tua, probably that duo. Yeah, 26-23 in 2017, 35-31 Clemson in 2016. Ever since then, we had 3 straight super close games between 2015 and 2017. The last games, 34-13 Michigan over Washington, 65-7 Georgia over TCU, 33-18 Georgia over Bama, 52-24 Alabama over Ohio State, and 42-25 LSU over Clemson. Do we get a close one?
We get a close one. Good old-fashioned Midwestern brawl. 24-21, Notre Dame Fighting Irish win the game. And it's going to be Riley Leonard sealing it with a quarterback-driven run.
I give you a prediction, but I'm not allowed to.
Oh, you can't because nobody really cares. Nobody cares about this, Raj.
I'm coachable.
We don't even know if this is a game. Are they playing today? I don't even know.
I'm not allowed to. Avs and Wild coming up next.